bring Sean in right now. Hopefully Sean can test and confirm that the TikTok is running nicely. I'll get him in just a moment. He'll be able to do that. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Does the TikTok seem like it's behaving itself today?
Hang on. Sorry, I'm putting my earbud in. TikTok for me seems to be working okay.
Good stuff. Viking Chef is in on the TikTok side. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you are well. And who else have we got? Pamela is in. Anastair is there. Screaming is there. Good to see Richie. Nice to see friends. And welcome to my wonderful friends on the YouTube side as well. Great to see you guys. Issa is here. Nectu is in. It looks like Christy might be in on the YouTube side, or that might have been an earlier message. Who else have we got? Jeff Peanut Butter is there. Great to see you. How to Push Back. Lovely to see you as well. Good to see you, everyone. Thank you for joining me at this slightly earlier time. This is so that we can still get a full-length stream happening with all the fun and value that we always seem to find, and still finish in time so that I can hop over to Skeptic Haven and do the show there, which might be fun. I don't know what it will be like, but they're fantastic people over at that channel. They're small and they're growing, but they're really professional and they get really good people on as hosts on that channel. They've got some fantastic people on there. So I'm very happy to go over and support them in the work they're doing. And that should be fun. Sean, how are you? What's going on with you?
Oh, I'm doing well, thank you. Another week. Looking forward to the weekend. And nothing really new since the last time we spoke.
Excellent. Another week closer to leaving your job, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so there is a little bit of news. I should be retiring around the January timeframe.
Amazing. That's going to come around pretty quickly. That's awesome. So you will be architecting a new life in front of all of us.
Correct. I do things backwards. So I had a long career, go into retirement, then I'm gonna go to school after I retire. So you gotta flippity flip everything around and do things sort of opposite land. Yeah,
I think that's great. Absolutely brilliant. And so you'll be thinking about what you're gonna do at school, what you're gonna study, and how you're gonna do all
exactly.
of that. Yeah,
I have plenty of time to look into that, but it's either going to be mathematics, science, or philosophy, and I'm going to be looking at. I spoke about it before. Teaching. I'd like to teach either elementary or junior high school, so I can, I think, have a bigger impact.
Absolutely awesome. Well, as I've said to you before, I think you'd be an amazing teacher. I think you are perfect for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome. Anyone who has you as a teacher will be extremely lucky.
Thank you.
Invictus Media says, awesome channel. I love what you do. Respect from Texas. Well, thank you very, very much indeed. I know that Texas is a pretty crazy place, although I gather Austin is a little oasis of common sense. I have cousins who live in Austin, and I would love to get over there and visit one day. But huge love back to you from the UK over to Texas. Thank you so much, Invictus Media. I really appreciate that, your kind comment. Who else is in? We've got, is Babs in? I thought, yeah, Babs is there. Pseudo V Science is in. Kerry is in. All the good people. And who else have we got on the TikTok side? Ina is here. Lovely to see you. Of course, Lacadian is here. Great to see you, my friend. You're awesome. Who else have we got? Lathe of Heaven from Houston. And Goth Sparkles. Amazing. That's incredible hair. If that's your hair in that picture, that is amazing. Grez the Denthead, good to see you, friend. And Willow is saying, I desperately need God, or we desperately need God. Willow, we disagree. We don't think that we do need God. We think that it's a little bit silly. And I don't think you need God either. And I think if you're telling yourself that you do need God, you're selling yourself short. Because really it's like, It's like telling adults that they need an imaginary friend. And it might be fun while you're a child, but when you get to adulthood, you realize that you can get all of those kind of things from other human beings that actually exist in the real world. So when you have conversations with God, you're kind of having them in your head and you're imagining what the replies might be. But when you have conversations with actual real human beings, this amazing thing happens, which is that they actually answer you. It's awesome. Should try it. It is really, really cool. And real relationships with beings, actual real ones that completely exist in the real world, are greatly underrated. So that would be my my advice. Would be get past imaginary friends. We're all adults here, and let's get on with living in the real world. Let's see, what else have we got? I'm hoping that we might get some callers in today to tell us why we need God, because it's been a pretty good subject when we've run it before. It has been a fair amount of engagement, people wanting to come up and tell us why we need God. So I'm hoping that might happen again. But to get us kicked off, I'm happy to say that we have my dear friend and now very, very good friend of the channel, Fro, back on the YouTube side. If you want to switch over there, Sean, we're going to bring Fro in right now and see what he is saying. Fro, are you there?
No.
You're not there. Excellent.
No.
I'm
somewhere else.
Please that you're not there. Let's see.
No.
Oops.
Never here. I have a strange feeling. I'm having deja vu.
Yeah, right. Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, Fro called in for the first time. What was it now? Like 2 weeks ago? Maybe not even that much.
Something like that.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, called in to preach and left having decided, or to be honest with himself, really, about his beliefs, and has since left the church and found a new community as a much loved person in our Discord and on here. But welcome back, Fro. What's going on?
Yeah, I found the worst community. I found John's community. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I have a strange feeling that you and me have talked before today. I have just a little like tingling inside of my brain that says that.
We may have done, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here to tell the audience about what happened today.
Yep, I think you should.
Yeah, no, so I was invited to a brunch with a bunch of people from church that I had left on Sunday. And when I came in there, they had made like salmon board and cake and things like that. So I thought this was going to be very, very, very normal and cool little brunch.
Mm-hmm.
But when I came there, I felt like everybody was like kind of tiptoeing around me.
And just to add some context for anyone who didn't pick up on this, these are members of the church that Fro officially left last week. He gave notice. He had a long conversation with the pastor
on Sunday, so it's not that many days ago.
Just a few days ago, and you also told us last time we spoke that the pastor then announced this to the congregation, which I was quite unhappy about. I think that's a bit weird.
I was also kind of unhappy.
Wow.
Yeah. So then fast forward to your harmless lunch with friends today.
Yeah. At least that's what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I felt you said it very perfectly when we spoke. It was like a surprise party where I was supposed to be surprised then, and everybody else knew the secret. But yeah, no, we sat down, starting speaking, and all of a sudden, the pastor's son said to me, "Well, Fro, I am sorry that we maybe have gotten you here under false premises, but we are extremely worried about you're going to hell.
Yep.
And I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Something's going on here.
Yeah.
And they start laying hands on me, and it was a spiritual intervention, or as I said to you, it was a spiritual rape.
Yeah. Yeah. So
at least it felt like that.
Yeah, without your
Because they
consent.
started without my consent, without my permission, nothing. They started laying hands on me, talking in tongues, and saying how worried they were about me leaving Jesus. It felt. It is probably the most awkward position I have ever felt myself in my entire life. It felt really like an assault.
I can absolutely imagine. I can't.
Yeah,
That had to be the most creepy feeling and almost being violated. You're just showing up to try to have brunch with old friends,
yeah,
and then next thing you know, it's like they're speaking in tongues and all laying hands on you, trying to save your soul, and it's like almost like a scary movie. I mean, that
yeah.
I can't imagine what you went through with that.
Yeah.
That's wild.
What a
I
violation.
I yeah I have never felt so scared in my entire life.
Oh, Fro.
Um, when I came home, I messaged John, and we had a nice talk, and he got me to stop crying because it like I in the beginning I was extremely scared. Then I got angry. Now I kind of feel pity.
Interesting.
I kind of feel pity for them. It because I kind of see their point of view. They are so scared that I'm leaving that they're kind of like forcing me back with a lasso
Yeah.
because they are so afraid of my eternal soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is one of the most icky things I have ever felt in my entire life, and especially because it's not a very Pentecostal, it's not super like religious church in the beginning of it. They are normally very mellow and very
Right. Yeah.
not very hallelujah, to say it mildly.
I said to Fro earlier,
So
if they
this
really
seemed a
wanted to
little
go all
out
the
of
way, they should have got out the snakes and started doing the snake handling from
yeah.
the end of Mark, just to
Yeah,
make sure everything was, all the bases were covered.
yeah.
It's so messed
Sorry,
up.
what
Sorry,
was your
Sean.
question there?
Yeah, yeah. This seemed a little bit out of character. Like it was kind of out in left field where you didn't expect it. Is that correct?
Oh, it was like lightning from clear heaven.
Okay. At any point did you like I can't imagine myself in that position.
Uh-huh.
But I do imagine that at some point, like a thought would dawn on me just to stand up and sprint out the door, like
Well,
just
that's exactly what I did.
okay, good.
Yeah.
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 I think I destroyed a chair on my way out.
Good for you.
I was pretty pissed off,
Good for you.
to say it mildly, and I don't think if they had tried to get in the way of me, I don't think I would had any problem punching a single
Yeah.
person. And I'm a pacifist, so that's saying
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's so disrespectful and it's so completely tone deaf. And the thing that struck me, and I said this when Fro and I spoke earlier, I said this, is that I understand that those people may have been motivated by care and love, but you can still be abusive even if you're motivated by care and love. That was abusive.
Mhm.
That was some kind of assault, some kind of violation of your autonomy, of your right to not be messed with, to not have people's hands put on you. All of that was just a complete disregarding of your right to have personal boundaries. Nobody there cared about your personal boundaries, and that is abusive. So
Yeah.
even if they're motivated by a concern for your eternal soul and all of that BS, it's still abuse. It's still not okay. And I feel awful that this happened to you, and I feel glad that you had somewhere to turn to get some support around it. The community would have caught you if I wasn't around to speak to you. Someone else would have been, and we've got you. But yeah, what a shitty thing.
You talked
to
to
do.
me pretty fast after it, and I think you heard how destroyed I was.
I
There
did.
was
Yeah.
it is actually the worst thing I have ever had happening to me in my entire life, because it just felt such an intrusion of privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like an intrusion of personal belief. It felt like an intrusion of so many things where I just felt like, yeah, it was just fucking atrocious,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
a super passive aggressive as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And imagine doing it the other way. Imagine staging a non-belief intervention on somebody who's just quietly getting on with their belief. And this is the reason why I don't go into believer spaces waving my flag and trying to tell them why they're all wrong. I'm happy for them to stay there
Right.
and believe their nonsense, and that's totally fine. I respect their
Yeah.
right to do that in their way. I don't make outgoing calls. We set up our camp over here, and we speak amongst ourselves, and we create messaging, and we push back on what I consider to be bad ideas or pernicious ideas or false ideas or damaging ideas.
Right.
But we still just do it from here. And anyone who wants to come to us to engage is welcome to, and we'll have a discussion or a debate or a robust debate, whatever it might be. That's absolutely fine. But I just think it's super disrespectful to have pulled you in there on false pretenses and then engage in basically some sort of ritual ceremony against your wishes, with you having expressly said that you don't want to do that anymore. To me, that is
Right.
It is. I understand why you called it spiritual grape. Like, that is not okay. Not okay.
Yeah, no, that's what it felt like. I just felt an intrusion of privacy I have never
Yeah.
ever felt before.
Yeah.
I talked a little to Maggie about it, and I said I still remember the laying on hands in the gay conversion therapy thing. I still think this was worse.
Yeah. That's a hell of a thing
That's
to
saying
say.
something.
That's a hell of a thing to
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
I still think this is worse because then I was at least aware of it,
Yeah.
and I
It's an
was
ambush.
anticipating. So oh no, it's just like I I never thought they would go to the length they did,
Yeah.
and I'm extremely disappointed, especially because I'm such a fresh convert
Yeah.
from religion to atheism.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel also like it's like I said to you when I talked to you, if this was like a month in the future or even a year in the future, maybe I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
But since it happened so incredibly soon after,
It's a fragile time. It's a fragile time. And
yeah,
they couldn't even just give you the space to be with your thoughts and get your head together, just give you some calm and some peace and some space. I think it's horrifically blind and short-sighted and selfish, and really just tramples all over your personal boundaries. I'm furious about it for you. Yeah, and I think a robust message back to that group of people is in order, and
Yeah.
we're going to get that together with you, aren't we? So
Yeah. No, I have not sent a single message. They tried to call me. I have like 20 unanswered calls on my phone.
Good.
I have no inkling to at all and answer them or like give them an excuse to come back into my life. Right now, at least, it feels like
I think that's right.
the
I think
wrong
that's right.
thing to do.
You are entitled to have boundaries, and it's like people who have religious family members. And I understand these people aren't your family members, but it's okay to say, look,
Right.
I love you, you're a person I care about, but if our relationship's going to work, you have to respect my boundaries too. And these are the things we could talk about. These are the things which, for me right now, consider them out of bounds. I'm not interested in having discussions about this stuff with you, and that's a condition for the relationship. If they can't meet that condition, then they are, basically signaling that they don't love you for you. They don't care about you for you. They love and care about you for your compliance with their ideas, and that's you deserve better than that.
Yeah, I just feel like I just feel like I can't pretend to them that I'm okay with this. And I said that
Nor
to
should
Maggie.
you.
Yeah, or should I? Yeah, exactly, Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, if it would be one thing if I can understand you've been with the church for a long time, the pastor.
Yeah,
With
3
your consent,
years.
yeah,
Yeah.
with your consent saying, "Hey, would you be okay with sitting down for coffee so we can talk about why you left and I just want to understand you better," or what have you. Full disclosure, full consent, but they just ambushed you with some weird ritual with speaking in tongues and laying on hands, and I mean, that's just not okay. That's not respecting your consent, your boundaries, or you as in general.
I want to shout out two people, Captain Kirchhoff and Christy, that took contact with me right away after I messaged the Unconvinced Discord. Join the Unconvinced Discord, by the way. But I want to shout out those people especially because they came and said
that's awesome.
that
And actually,
they wanted.
Christy was just in the queue to come up on TikTok, and I suspect she may have wanted to say something to you. Unfortunately, my TikTok isn't wired through to my video, so you wouldn't have been able to hear her. But Christy, if you're listening, request up again, and we'll get you up after the call. So at least I want you to be able to have a say, because I suspect strongly that you will have something to say about this. And I'd like to hear what Christy has to say about this. So, Fro, thank you for sharing this with us. And when this is done, I want you to go back and watch the comments. If you weren't watching them already, watch the comments that came up in the chat. You're getting all the love.
Very nice.
That's what I love about this community. Is this is just a really supportive, warm, loving, accepting place. And I'm not trying to be kind of soppy kumbaya guy, but it's just that's what this is about. It's about basic human empathy and compassion, and these are the values that I think this community really, really embodies. I'm super proud of that. I'm super proud of the fact that everyone, just hearing your name, people were starting to throw W's in the chat just since your video went up, yesterday. So you are a complete legend.
Want to say 2 seconds about that, if you don't mind. I appreciate all the incredibly nice comments under that video. I had 3 awful days, and this was really the cherry on the top of the fucking awful ice cream.
Yeah.
And I want to say this. I am incredibly happy that I have people like my girlfriend Maggie, that I know is listening. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
And you and you and other people in this community, because I said it to Maggie as well, that if this happened maybe like half a year ago, I would probably try to commit suicide. But because I now have the strong ability to look at it from a different point of view, I'm not going there. I didn't even think about it. She,
Fantastic.
like my girlfriend that knows my suicidal tendency and things like that, was super worried that this would trigger it. But I told her, they are not fucking going to break me. Sorry for swearing.
Good for you, Fro. They are not. 100% they are not. No, this is a new version of you now. Bullshit free, guilt free, none of that.
Yeah.
You've got this, and we've got you.
Yeah. Also, Maggie, stop being a coward. Call into the show.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'd
love
love to talk to Maggie. Take care, Fro. Keep well, and
Okay.
you know where we are. And
Maybe I will come up later and tell a stupid joke. Okay, bye.
Anytime. Take care, friend. Take care. Well, big up to Fro. I'm really proud of him. What a thing to go through. That's absolutely horrific. I will get Christy in a moment because I would like to hear her input on this. Just a couple of things. So Viking Chef, who is an awesome guy. By the way, if anyone is not following Viking Chef over on TikTok, you need to follow him because he's on it. His content is excellent. He just brings it. So give him a follow if you can. He's absolutely fantastic. Viking Chef says, I can't work TikTok out, so just jumped over YouTube. Just wanted to say, well done, Fro. You're on the right path. Lots of people here for you. Got to shoot. Have a great session, guys. Thank you so much, BC. You are awesome. Really appreciate that, my friend. Okay, a couple of quick super chats, and then we're going to get Christy in, and then we have Ethan, who we were trying to speak to last time. Hopefully it will work this time. And we have Brian, who is always fantastic value as well. So, Real Jiffy Cones, good to see, buddy. I can't think of a clever or funny comment. Arguably that was one, but thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that very much. And also Tim Davidson says, I don't know how the president did it, but my car used to hold $40 in gas, but now it holds 85. Praise DJT. Amazing how the financial capacity to contain wealth in a car has gone up under this president. Absolutely amazing. I'm sure we're all delighted with that result every time we fill up. And Miko, thank you so much, has sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships, which I'm sure have now been distributed to our friends in the chat. So that's amazing, Miko. You're so generous with doing that. Massively, massively appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, without further ado, let's get in Christy, obviously over on the TikTok side. I would love to hear what she has to say. Christy,
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I heard Fro. That's why I wanted to come on, and it's too bad that he couldn't hear me. I was one of the people that he was talking to in Discord, though. So
He did name check you for that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
oh, I've kind of in and out. I'm at work.
He thanked you personally for that.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I am here if people want to talk, but I have had the same thing happen. The non-consensual laying on of hands, and it's weird and it's intimidating. It's you feel like you can't leave.
Yeah, that's so awful. Tell us about that. What happened to you?
Oh, there's been a couple of different situations that I have had where over the years. Probably the worst though was in high school, where they were all like, it was a Pentecostal place, and they were all convulsing and making barnyard noises, and
oh goodness me,
it was creepy.
Yeah, that's
and I mean that was also like around the time where I had a traumatic experience that I had repressed, so I had all sorts of bizarre reactions that I didn't understand, and they all thought it was the devil.
Right,
I was possessed.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
You know, that never happened to me. Having that whole creepy, unconsented laying on of hands, but I'm not gonna lie, I would be tempted to go like full Neo from the Matrix when like all the Agent Smiths like multiplied and were surrounding him.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do that.
Absolutely horrific.
Would have made a more fun story if I did. No, I just fawned and kind of
Yeah.
dealt until it was done, and because you feel like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Tyler
could
came
see
on right before you pulled me up. Perfect timing. Hi, Tyler.
Yeah.
and good on Fro too, because I had suggested like the urge to just bolt, just stand up and just run for your life, like just get out of there. And he said that's what he did, and so good on him
Yeah.
to
Okay,
Absolutely.
just
I gotta
up
go.
and
There's somebody at the door.
All
Thank
right,
you for
Christy.
having me up.
Of course. Take it easy. Speak soon. Bye. Okay. That was wonderful, Christy. And let's get Ethan in this time. We hope it will work. Fingers crossed that we managed to get Ethan. Ethan, are you there? I'm desperately hoping that this time Ethan's microphone is working. It feels like it might not be again. Ethan, are you there?
It's on Ethan's side.
I fear that it must be, because other guests are working, and sadly, yet again, Ethan isn't. And I desperately want to speak to Ethan. He tried so diligently last time to get on, but it feels like it's just not working again, buddy. I don't know why. Yeah, that feels like it's not working. Keep on trying. We will get you in. We will speak to you. I want to hear what you have to say. So while we wait for that, we'll go with Brian. Our good friend Brian Hendricks on TikTok. Brian, how are you?
I'm hanging in like a hair in a biscuit as always.
Excellent. Nice to see you, friend.
And sorry about the dog in the background.
All good. What's going on?
I heard some of the things you're talking about. I had something interesting happen yesterday for the first time since deconstructing. Because I'm not in school anymore, technically, and colleges don't do it. But my gosh, how old is she? 6. My 6-year-old granddaughter. Of course, nowadays you have graduations from everything. She graduated kindergarten. I don't know if they do that in other countries, but you know, when I grew up, you graduated from high school. That was it. In college. But anyway, she graduated from kindergarten. And guess what is the first thing you do when everybody's in there in school?
Right.
That didn't happen. That's what surprised me. I thought it was. But right before that, you have it in public meetings. I have it at the American Legion, which I'm not going to anymore. But there's a Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And you have no option for that. You either stand up, put your hand across your chest, and say it out loud or whatever, or just, most people don't really say it quite out loud. Some people do, some don't. But no one's ever going to know that I didn't say that part. Part of me wanted to sit down and just stay sitting down and say, no, I don't want, because, but what really pissed me off was I was put in a situation where if I do what I think is right, I'm put on the spot. There was no, it's like, you can't have both. You can't, it's just not going to work. Either you don't do it or you do it. And where we live, obviously, it's always going to happen. But I kind of looked it up, and I didn't realize the kids can opt out, but there's actually 4 states that force your kids. 4 kids can't opt out, even if you're 17, cannot opt out unless the parent gives them permission to the school.
Yeah,
That's obviously bad. And here's the problem with it. Even if you can opt out, as an example, young kids.
Yeah,
there even in high school there was a Supreme Court case of a coach doing this very overt, like, let's all pray together, what have you. Now, you're not forced to pray together, but like many of the students testified that they felt pressure. It's basically outing themselves as, this is not my religion. And, and they felt
Football
pressure
teams.
that am I going to lose playing time if I don't play along with this?
right.
There is, these are high school kids. And even for adults, there is sort of a social pressure. You should not be like in-grouped or out-grouped. What if some of the students were Hindu? What if some of them were Jewish? They should never have to identify any of their theological positions at all. It should just be kept completely separate.
The sports teams always did it.
Yeah.
Very publicly, in the middle of the field, on the 50-yard line. Yeah. All the team players would get in and kneel. Someone was picked from the team to pray, or sometimes the coach did it. But
and if you don't want to, if you don't want to participate, guess what? You're in a full stadium, and you have to be the one kid to stand out apart from the rest of the team that's in this big prayer circle or what have you. And the crazy thing is, well, not crazy, fully expected thing. The Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court, was like perfectly okay with it.
Of course, yeah.
It just caught me so off guard yesterday because I'd never had to think of how I'm going to deal with that. It's like, and I didn't have a choice. I'm ex-military. My dad was 20 years in, so I was raised when the Pledge of Allegiance, you stand, you put your hand across your heart. If you're in uniform, you salute. So it was just instinctive for me to stand up, put my hand on my heart. And as they were saying it, it hit me real hard. Oh, shit. You know what the last words are? So I just didn't say it. But it just caught me so off guard. It's like, what, now our American Legion, though, it's always, they literally set it up. You have a chaplain. You open with the Pledge of Allegiance, and you have a prayer by whoever the chaplain picks. Usually it's the chaplain doing it. And even in that group where I live, even in that group, grown men in their 60s, someone's going to be pissed you didn't stand. They won't take the time to think why.
Right.
I'm not like you. I don't believe.
Yeah.
I don't believe. Can you not just accept that? I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm saying I agree with 99.9% of that till we get to the end. And why would I pray if I don't believe there's a God listening? Do you literally want me to do that? So I don't know. So I've always thought of just staying sitting, but I've not been back to the American Legion. So it's like, but yeah, luckily those incidents just are so rare. Yeah. It was because I was back in a school that I haven't been in a elementary school in I guess since we're having grandkids. So it just caught me off guard, and I'm just curious how people deal with that. And
I remember being in school and going through the motions and saying, "I pledge allegiance to the flag," and it just seemed like it was when I was a kid, it was like a going through the motions thing, just part of a ritual. I didn't even put a lot of like weight behind what the words actually meant. But yeah, I'm very much like, I'm active military, and I am not for forced patriotism or especially forced nationalism, because that's fascism.
Right.
And if you're making people or pressuring people to stand and say the words, they're not only going to not mean the words they say, but you're going to drive them away even further. It should just be.
Hopefully Hegseth, that asshole Hegseth, hopefully he hasn't changed it. But I do remember when I was in, one of the things that you actually got something that shared that with you. It says, you can change when you take the oath when you're re-enlisting or enlisting in the military. You have the option to tell the officer that's going to give you the oath, to say, "I affirm," and to take out the part about God. And they will literally write through it when they say it. They actually take a pencil and write through it and say affirm above it. And when they read it, they do that. And you have that option. I don't think Hegseth's taken that out. But
no. That, to my knowledge, that hasn't changed. What I've seen happen a lot of the time is the person issuing the oath, it's probably better to like, hey, which way do you want it? But they'll actually read out swear or affirm, and then the person who is taking the oath can just choose which one they're going to utter. Yeah.
That's a good point. I think I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks
Anyway,
for sharing
that's-
that with us, Brian.
That's what I ran into yesterday, and it was just
Yeah.
interesting. And
yeah, it's a tricky
I don't
one.
even know if there's states that don't do I mean, it's not a federal requirement, is it? I don't think so. Education is supposed to be up to the states. Of course, the federal government can weasel in by saying, fine, you don't do what we say, we take federal funding away. And every school system in the South has to have the federal funds because stupid ass states don't fund them properly anyway. So
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, that's just the part. I when I saw it said we don't need God, I said, you're right. That's why I didn't say it in the thing yesterday.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I got. I
Cool.
don't know. I'm. It's made me think the last 24 hours. What else am I going to run into?
Yeah.
Especially where I live, where you're basically, do I want to stand out, or do I want to just leave me alone and go through it and not cause controversy? But you know, I'm 65. I don't give a shit anymore. If you get pissed because I don't believe in God, that is not my problem.
It's really
It's
not.
not mine.
It's really not. No, for
It's
sure.
really not. And to convince myself of that, it's easier now. So I
Good
will
for you.
let you go, let you get some other people. So anyway,
Bye, buddy.
that's the little bit I had.
Thanks, friend. Great to see
All
you.
right, take
Thanks,
care.
Thanks for coming up, Brian. Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay, there we go. We have Ethan has now managed to make his way over to the YouTube side. So we'll try to get him in there, and hopefully it will work. I've got a good feeling about this. Let's try it. So, Ethan, are you there on the Video Ninja side?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hallelujah.
Loud
We've
and
got you
clear.
at last.
Fantastic.
Amazing. Well, welcome
Yeah,
in.
finally.
We've tried
I
and
don't know what
tried.
the problem was. It just seems it was TikTok for me. So
There we go.
After all that, after sort of trying so hard to get in, I actually don't want to take up too much of your time.
Sure.
I firstly just want to say that I think what you're doing is fantastic.
Thank you.
You know, I've listened to sort of probably 8 to 10 of your streams now, and I don't think I've heard a single cogent argument for the existence of God or why we need God. And you just treat with everybody with so much respect. So I just wanted to give kudos to you there.
Thank you.
Secondly, the reason I kind of requested in the first place is because obviously you had your LDS Mormon on the other day.
Yes.
And then you had an ex-Mormon on the after that as well.
We did.
And I just wanted to pop up because there was some discussion about Jehovah's Witnesses after that, and I'm actually an ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I was born into it, and about 2 years ago I left. If I don't think you'll find many Jehovah's Witnesses kind of debating in this space because they kind of shy away from debate, and I think a lot of the points you make would probably fly over the typical witness head. But
yeah, I have found that. I have found that when I've tried to engage them, because I do have a few around here, and they come and knock on my door sometimes. They're not match fit most of the time. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. They're literally told in the religion to sort of shy away from debating because they just want to sort of give you their message, and they don't want to listen to you, basically.
Yeah, that's what I found. Yeah.
But yeah, if you ever need any sort of clarification on JW beliefs, and I'm on the stream at all,
amazing.
I'll try, and I'll happily jump in and offer some information there. And also, I just wanted to say about Fro as well, just really sorry for what he's going through. If you are listening, Fro, just lean on your girlfriend, lean on any friends you have outside of the religion, obviously, and go and try and make new friends, get out there, rebuild your life. I've had to do that over the last couple of years, and it does get better.
Good.
This period is really difficult, and you'll get through it.
That's amazing. Thank you for saying that. And big shout out to to Robotaholic, I didn't realize that you were also an ex-JW. I didn't know that, friend. So yeah, good. Thank you for letting us know that. Awesome friend over on the YouTube side. Well, Ethan, thanks for that. And I know who to call on if these things come up, because it was a real teachable moment for me in the last stream, because that Mormon guy was up for nearly 90 minutes and I let that call go on for way too long. And I didn't actually have the knowledge at my fingertips to push back on what he was saying. And I should have done better, frankly. I don't think I played that one well. I should have realized that there are going to be people in the crowd here who know this stuff better than I do. And fortunately, we had the perfect tonic when Nerd Unleashed came up afterwards, and we could all just feel the cool, refreshing waters of sanity and reason running over us and washing us clean from the torrent of absolute nonsense that had spewed forth before. So yeah, my learning moment there is like, lean on the community, bring people in who have the special knowledge in these areas that I don't have. So I've got you pegged, mate. if we need knowledge on the JWs, I'm gonna hit you up. Got that?
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah, and any of the JWs who are saying that I'm an ex-JW too, I'll put myself in the chat on TikTok and on YouTube as well, and just make myself available if anybody wants to talk. So
that's awesome, Ethan. Thank you so much. And if you haven't joined the Discord, please come in and make yourself known in there. We'd love to.
I heard Phil mention that before. I'm actually just going to go and do it in a few minutes.
Awesome. All right, buddy. All the best, and thank you. I'm so glad we got you in at last.
Yeah, me too.
Cheers,
thanks,
bud.
John.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Okay. What an awesome guy. Totally worth trying to get him in. So I had a question over on the YouTube about, are we doing the ball voting thing this week? And the answer is yes, we are doing it. If you want to rate a caller when they call in, then I've just put the link in the YouTube chat, and I'm just about to put it into the TikTok as well. If it will let me see if it will let me. Again, of course, TikTok has got this ludicrous thing where it won't let you actually post links, even though it's in your own live stream. It doesn't let you do it, but hopefully if I do this, it will let me. Yes, so I put it in the TikTok chat. You just have to put in fact, you may not even need the HTTPS and all of that stuff. That'll probably work too. So as you know, when a caller calls in, if you just go over to that link, then you can position the little ball where you want it. Up and down is how good you think their arguments are, how powerful you think their arguments are, what kind of substance are they bringing. So anything below the middle line is poor, anything above is good, and it's like how much. And then from left to right is, what do you think about the goodwill that they're bringing into the conversation? So if they're making like powerful arguments, but they're, not a very nice person, you don't think they're here in good faith, then put them on the left and high up, because they're smart, but they're not great. If you think that they are really, really nice and in good faith, arguing good faith, but with really poor arguments, you'd put them down at the bottom. So you can have a play with that. And then at the end of the call, I will give you a 10-second countdown with the thing on screen. So anyone who doesn't want to interrupt during the actual conversation, I spoke to a couple of people, and some people said they think it's a great idea, but they don't want to have to move away from the chat or from the stream while the call is going on. So we're going to have a little 10-second window at the end of the call where you can then do that if you have it open in a browser. So we'll give that a try and see, and then we have the calls on a leaderboard at the end, and we'll see what is going on. So we're going to stay on the YouTube just for a moment, and we're going to get in a good friend, How to Push Back. We will bring How to Push Back in, and then we have Sloshy, another good friend who's currently waiting the TikTok queue. So let's get in How to Push Back. Are you there?
I believe I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? Oh, we did hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. How are you doing?
Okay. Sorry. I had navigated away. I'm doing good. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you.
I won't take up much time, but I wanted to pop in and share. I had a similar like laying on hands story that
Oh
I just
gosh,
had to pop in and share really quickly. It's very quick. I
gosh.
was like, I don't know, 13 or 14 out riding horses with one of my friends who was apparently from a very religious family. And I got stepped on, like my horse stepped on my foot and like cut my foot really bad. And so I'm like bleeding and I look down and I see that, the mess that it's making. I won't be graphic, but I look up to just kind of catch my balance, and look away from it for a minute. And as I look back down, everyone is rushing towards me with their hands out. And they come and they like put their hands on me and start praying. And they like wait for a little while too. They're like, some of them are standing there with their hands on me as I'm like making a mess here. You know what I mean? Like as I'm,
Crazy.
and they're like calling other people in. And I'm like, I don't know, 13 or 14. And so at first I'm like, this is like a grown man. This like I shouldn't be disrespectful. But finally I was just like, can we do something about my foot?
Oh
Like,
man.
and they finished their damn prayer. And like, I mean, it was like the puddle was like a foot and a half wide. Like they just let me sit there and bleed. It was like,
Yeah, we are doing
oh my
something. We're
God. It was the
praying.
most
We are doing something. We're speaking to our
yeah.
imaginary friends about your foot.
I know. I was like, I
That's
couldn't even
wild.
fucking believe it. I was telling my mom because they took me to the hospital and my mom comes to the hospital after that and I was telling her, she's like, are you kidding me? Like, I couldn't believe it. Anyway, I thought that was hilarious. I didn't find it so traumatic as the other people because it wasn't the same situation, but I can see how it would be because it was very disturbing and it was like they just did not see that they were completely ignoring my needs 100% to do this and they
Wild.
felt like they were doing the exact right thing. It was wild.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I would share that because it seemed
Thank you so
funny.
much. I mean, to me, that serves as quite a powerful metaphor for quite a lot of religious behavior, which actually completely ignores people's needs and is distracted with other things. I mean, think about all the money that gets spent on expensive churches and AV setups for the churches and missionary drives and printing Bibles and all of that stuff. If all of that money was actually spent on real efforts to help people in direct ways, then the church could really be a force for good. If the Catholic Church decided to
Absolutely.
sell off 5% of their real estate holdings and use that for combating HIV and malaria in the African continent, then you're talking about doing some real work. But instead, they move around the country telling everyone not to use condoms because that's going to really help them instead. I think that your story is
Exactly.
quite a powerful metaphor. I love it.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I remember one time I was like, "What? Why is the church not more effective? Like, well, there's so many Christians around here, like, and they supposedly want to do these things. So, like, why is it not effective?" And I went and now, granted, I am not an economist, I'm not a mathematician, I don't know how to do these numbers, but I went and did my best to try to figure out like how much money a month every Christian in the area would need to end like homelessness and extreme hunger in my city, and it was like $12 a month or something like that. Like it was like a less than or than a Netflix subscription. And I
Right.
was just like, somehow I think people aren't trying. Now granted, I don't know that my numbers were good and I won't share them because I don't have those skills, but yeah,
The
I feel
principle
like
holds.
I feel like the yeah, I feel like the principle holds exactly. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'll hop down because I know you want to paddle some ops, but I'll talk to
Alrighty.
you guys later. I don't know how to get down from this
I
one.
got you. I got you. Thanks for coming in. All
Okay,
right.
thanks.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. That's all sorts of awesomeness. What a story. That's completely wild. I have to read this from Tracy. Says, the suffering my mom is going through right this very moment after screaming out in pain for Jesus to help her is even more proof he either doesn't exist or doesn't care. First one is more probable. Second one is just unacceptable. Yep, there's a problem of evil playing out right now with someone we care about in our community whose mother is having an absolutely awful time after sustaining an injury. And if there is a God, then God is watching all of this, able to intervene, because apparently this dude does all sorts of fancy miracles, and doing nothing. So I feel you, T. We all do. That's absolutely horrific. Powerful argument, if ever there was one. Okay, let's bring in Sloshy on the TikTok side. Here we go, hopefully. Sloshy, are you there?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed.
Am I
Good,
the
thank
only
you.
one in the line right now?
There is, yeah, a couple in the line. There's
Oh
one.
yeah. Well,
one
you don't
behind-
have to wait too long on me because I'm not an opponent or anything.
Sure.
I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, well, it's great to speak to you. Thank you for all your support so far. You're an awesome name. Whenever I see your name pop up, I'm like, Sloshy's here. I really
I
appreciate
haven't
it.
been on YouTube as much as like lately. I've been busy, but I'm trying to grow my TikTok.
Oh,
and
cool.
It's working out pretty good. It's super new, so
Well, everyone, go and give Sloshy a follow on TikTok, please.
thanks.
That's how
It's
we do
like,
it here. We help each other up.
I've only had it for like a couple weeks, and I'm already past 100 followers.
Good for you, man. That's it.
Thank you.
That's it. I remember when I put
And
my
I
first
followed
TikTok
Sean.
up.
Sean, you better follow back.
I just followed right now. Just
Yeah.
now. I was about to say it's now 101.
That's awesome.
It's probably 141.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, good
that's
to go.
excellent.
I
I was going to say,
appreciate it, though.
I remember when I put my first TikTok video out and feeling very excited that it had 19 views. That was a big moment.
Nice.
It was a big moment.
Yeah, I haven't put out any videos yet. I just got followers from joining up with friends.
Cool. Okay. Well, that's a thing too. So
Yeah, I appreciate it.
good to have you in the community.
I don't have an
Appreciate it.
argument against anything you guys say, so you don't have to keep me up.
Fair enough. Well, we'll move on to the next. But great speaking to you, and thanks again for all your support. Always great to have you around.
Yeah, I'll stop back by.
All right, buddy. Take care. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Bye bye. Okay, that is that. We are going to get in. Looks like on the TikTok still, Hugh Jr. I'm probably not saying that right, but let's see what we are saying about that. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. You can do it. We're trying to get you in. It's the pregnant pause while the platform decides whether to actually add your guest or not.
There, I think we got him or her.
I can't see it yet, but maybe you're seeing something I haven't seen.
I saw the blue light up. There you go. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hugh?
My name is Eugene.
Oh, Eugene. Okay. Unfortunately, your audio is really, really bad. I think you're gonna have to rejoin because we can't actually hear a word you're saying. Sadly, after all of that anticipation and excitement,
Okay.
we actually can't hear you, but we would love to. So try and maybe get to a better signal, and then request up again. We'll bring you straight in. If there's a queue, we'll jump you over it. So yeah, I can't even drop them down. Oh yes, I can. There we go. Yeah, Eugene, if you wow, that's wild. I'm trying to drop the call. There we go.
Might have been his connection.
It seems like it. Yeah. So Eugene, if you can still hear us, get to a solid connection, and request up again, and we will bring you back in. So we're going to head back over to the YouTube side and bring in Lee. Here we go. Lee, are you there? At least I hope you are. Lee, are you there?
Lee, can you hear us?
Apparently not. It's all not working again. Come on, Lee. You can do it. Can you hear us, Lee? You may need to refresh the browser, because the thing is, I can hear Sean, so it isn't a video problem. It's a something your end problem. So maybe refresh whatever you were on, and our previous guest was on video as well. So I think it's just something your end, sadly. Sometimes it works if you leave and come back in. So I'm going to drop you down.
Yeah.
And then follow the link again, come back in, and we'll try you second time lucky. I have been starting to look into potential alternatives to video, but annoyingly there aren't really any. This is the one. This is what Justin uses. This is what I think Dalton uses this. Generally, it's pretty good, but I think it's quite fussy about what's going on at the other person's end. So, yeah, Lee, hopefully you can hear this. But we, in the meantime, have Eugene Jr. back. So let's try that. Second time lucky, perhaps. Maybe we're hoping that Eugene, is that better? Eugene,
It's got one bar.
I think we can hear you. Are you there?
Eugene, you got us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Well, come in.
Still not working. Can you
No,
guys hear me?
we got you. We can hear you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, we're good. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I like you guys' podcast. I kind of stumbled upon it. I'm a truck driver, and a lot of what you guys are talking as me and how I feel about believing in God or not believing in God and not needing religion in your life at all. I was forced as a kid to go to Sunday school. I was baptized as a Catholic, and over the years, even when I was young, I could never feel like.
Sorry to interrupt you, Eugene. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I just need to check something. You're not currently driving, are you, by any chance? Because I wonder if that accounts for the poor signal.
I'm sitting still.
You're sitting still. Okay. As long as you're safe and not actually driving, because we can't do that. Yeah, it's still not the best signal, but we'll try and make it work if we can. Yeah. So you were saying that you had this stuff kind of forced on you as a kid.
Yeah, and then when I got around 18 and graduated high school and went into college, I really, really separated myself from the church and religion. And just as I've gotten older, I'm in my 50s now. Mm-hmm. Me and a buddy were talking yesterday that we just really don't believe in the existence of God, and especially the need for religion as a whole, period. And that if there's a good and evil, the good is in you and the evil is in you. It's either way. It's your choice as a human.
Right.
Doesn't need to be the choice of God or the devil.
Completely agree.
It's all up to you as a human. It's your choice of what to do, what's right and wrong. Yeah. And I agree with you guys. Like I said, I stumbled upon your podcast right here this morning, and I really like what you guys are talking about, and just enjoying listening.
Thanks, man. Well, we appreciate that, and if it helps, that's absolutely fantastic. So thank you for letting us know that it does, and we appreciate that. And he's dropped down, but be safe, Eugene. Thanks for taking the time to let us know about that. We really appreciate it. Okay, so we have Lee back again over on the YouTube. We're going to give that a try. Hopefully, second time lucky with Lee. Lee, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we now can hear you. So welcome in, Lee.
Finally.
Yeah, we got you. Thank you for joining. How are you?
I am doing good.
Great.
How about you?
Yeah, we're fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So the thing is I'm not a Christian, but I have been looking at your videos and I do believe in a religion. The thing is the church. I feel like the church has gone into an extreme level where they take everything a bit too literally, and this is coming from someone who used to be a Christian. I used to be ex-Pentecostal, and just to give you an idea of how far the religious psychosis went for me, I starved myself for 5 days because I thought I was possessed by 13 demons. So,
wow, 13 is a really specific number, like not 12 or 14. It was just 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it could be unlucky 13. Real quick, Lee, you sound a little bit young. Are you at least 18?
I am 19 years old. I was
Okay,
born in 4/16/07. So
Thanks.
Great.
yeah.
Thank you.
The thing is over time, I actually went from being a Christian to a witch, and the main reason is because it taught me that religion isn't it's not literal. Like, it's more symbolic than anything. And I don't think we necessarily need gods to learn, but I feel like religion can play a decent role in your life if you learn to have a healthy relationship than what I originally had as a Pentecostal Christian. And yeah,
But isn't it funny how
I
the relationship seems to get healthier and healthier the less of it you take seriously. So if you continue that to its maximum degree, the most optimally healthy relationship you can have with religion is just to not have any.
mean, yeah, it can be true. I feel like it's more of a symbolic thing. I feel like religion's more symbolic than literal. So because of that, I like to just play with religion and more of its elements and how it pertains to you, like psychologically, morally, and ethically, rather than just literally, like a lot of religions have a tendency to do.
Mhm.
Lee, why adopt any sort of supernatural or magical beliefs at all? Like do you care about aligning your beliefs with reality as much as possible, or are you looking at this more from a utility standpoint?
I think it's less utilitarian and it's more about like the supernatural. I feel like the supernatural and the natural matches, and the main reason why is because a lot of like magic has proven to be more of scientifical phenomenons anyway.
Right. Well, when you say matches, you're saying the way you described it there, some of the supernatural phenomena turned out to actually be natural. For example, when people had, epilepsy, people thought there was supernatural demons, and it turned out there was actual scientific explanations for those.
Yeah.
Um, so why not just accept that we live in the natural world? The natural world is all we at least currently know exists, and then just go with that instead of invoking religion or spiritualism or I'm not saying you're into this astrology or karma or chakras. Why, why not just like live in reality as we can demonstrate actually exists?
And that is a really good question. The main reason why I have a tendency to look at things through a supernatural lens is because I keep in mind that things can be literal. I keep in mind that there's cause and effect. I keep in mind that there's astronomy and there are planets that are in our solar system. The sun
Sure.
controls them with gravity and stuff and so
Yeah.
on. It's but I think when I look at things supernaturally, I think it's more magical in a sense for me because I take looking at things like it's magic more as like a gratitude, like
I got you.
metabolism. I'm not gonna say that the gods invoked um getting strong muscles. That's not it for me at all. It's more the metabolism did its work, and it's just something I was able to obtain genetically. But it's special to me because it just shows, there's
Okay, I got you. So I
yeah,
just want to clarify. You said some stuff is magical to you, and it sounds like what you're describing is an understanding of how the natural world works. For example, the sun exerting gravity on the different planets and,
yeah,
et cetera, et cetera. But because you're in awe of so many things, to you, in a sense, it's metaphorically magical, but not literally magical. Is that what you're basically saying?
exactly. More of what I believe in is more symbolism than it actually being
Okay.
literal.
Well, I'll say welcome to atheism. We got some lovely cookies in the back for you, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
um I just want to tell you guys, because I have seen your videos here and there, and I think that you guys doing debates is a good thing, because um there are a lot of there's just been a lot of religious psychosis that I've seen around, and it hurts me, um and when I see Christians today and they just think that some of the craziest things, like singing a song, is demonic, or Christmas is demonic. um I literally saw a video where a woman thought that saying 6 7 summons the devil. So
Yeah.
it's just it just really hurts, and I'm really glad that there are people like you debating with these people, because I think it's time for some people to question their
Absolutely.
perspective on religion. It's a
Yeah.
very scary thing to watch. So
Well, thanks for saying that, Lee.
yeah.
We appreciate it. I just want to give you one perspective on the kind of sort of magical thinking and a way to think about it that maybe is not quite as sympathetic, perhaps, is that there can be a cost to that kind of thinking too. So when we lift up and promote in our culture ideas which don't survive scrutiny, let's say, right? So a lot of sort of new agey thinking and ideas that which some people would call woo, right? Like ideas around like energy healing and all of that kind of stuff. Although they on their own may not be individually harmful, what can be harmful is creating a culture where ideas are given a kind of pass of validity without having actually done the work to earn it, right? And I'll give you a real concrete example of where that kind of stuff can be really super harmful. So someone who I knew and loved very much was given a diagnosis of a disease which was very serious, but could have been treated using medicine and just normal medical technology. But because she was very into sort of alternative stuff and energy healing and manifesting and all of these things, which on their own appear to be fairly benign, she was caught up in a culture where people around her were telling her and validating that stuff so much that she felt confident to do it instead of getting the treatment that she really needed. Right. I'm not saying that you would necessarily do this, but I'm just showing you how this kind of thinking can actually be a real problem. And she ended up losing her life because she didn't get the treatment that she needed. And by the time she realized that she should have done, it was too late. And we all lost someone that we loved because of this. Right. And I remember looking at all the Facebook groups that she was a member of. And it was all of this crystal healing, and it was energy magic, and it was chakra central, and it was, wheatgrass juice diets, and it was all of that kind of stuff. And this culture stems from the idea that all ideas are equal. All ideas are equally valid. Everyone is fine. Who are we to say what's true, what's not true? All of this stuff creates a cultural atmosphere where dangerous ideas like you can diet yourself better from breast cancer can catch on, and it costs people and people suffer because of it. So I would gently push back on the idea that magic and magical thinking doesn't come with a potential huge downside, because the things we've done as a human race in the last, let's say, 200 years have been absolutely transformative. If you look at things like average life expectancies and child mortality and all the sort of measures of human well-being, they've massively improved since we started criticizing ideas that didn't work and applying the scientific method to ideas, which is to say, if they sound cool and they sound nice, that's wonderful. But if they don't cut the mustard, they get rejected. If they don't stand up to scrutiny, they get rejected. That's why we don't use leeching anymore. It's why we don't do bloodletting anymore. It's why we don't, sacrifice young children to in the hope of getting better harvests next year anymore. Because we've just realized that when we test our ideas and we only keep the ones that pass the test, life gets better for everyone. So I just want to offer that as a perspective, not to pee on your parade, because I'm really glad that you're out of high control religious systems. That's fantastic. I'm over the moon for you for that. But just to offer another perspective to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is again, I do support a lot of science. I believe that if you do like with me, I'm a witch, but one thing that I do believe is one thing you cannot forget to add is logic. You can't just go based on feelings alone, because if you do feelings too much, it actually can hurt you. So, yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, thank you for coming up, Lee. We appreciate it, and thank you for your kind words, and we enjoyed talking to you. So keep well.
Thank you. You have a great day.
And you. Take care. Take care. Thanks. Okay, that was Lee. Very pleased that she's managed to get away from all of that horrible religious nonsense. So we're going to go back to the TikTok side and get in Joseph next. And then we have our friend Audio Guy waiting over on the YouTube. Looking forward to speaking to him. Let's bring in Joseph on the TikTok and maybe get some conversation going with Joseph. Are you there, Joseph?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've only got 10 minutes because I've got to go swimming. But
we'll speak quickly.
Yeah, sure.
What have you got to say?
So as somebody who believes in a God, I've been very blessed with, 6 figures a year. I am on a higher tax bracket, so, I have been blessed, and that's because I kept God close to me.
That's delightful. Do you know how many children a year die of starvation, Joseph? Well, you're on 6 figures a year. About 3 million. What is God not bothered about those? I'm really glad he's taking care of you and you're on a higher tax bracket. I couldn't be more delighted for you. What about the 3 million children who starve to death a year?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I do do charity as well. I'm one person. There's 8 billion people on this planet who could help as well.
Sure.
I try to do my best.
I'm sure that you're a model citizen. I don't doubt that for a moment. But what is God doing while the 3 million children die of starvation? I'm glad that he looked after your finances. Is he not bothered about them?
God has chosen. He knows everything: the past, present, future. To be honest, their reward will be greater than they can ever imagine in heaven.
They just have to suffer terrible anguish and pain and human suffering now. Why can't they get a lovely reward later and not be put through the agony of starvation now? Starving to death is a really horrible way to die. It's a long, slow death. And quite often parents lose their kids first because the children aren't strong enough to to sort of withstand the starvation and the malnutrition. So quite often it's the children who die and the parents have to bury their kids. It's not great for the parents either. So saying that they're going to get cake later just doesn't cut it. Why does God make them suffer?
Well, look, first we need to understand that the world we live in is corrupt. It's not.
That's God's fault.
It's not where we're. Could you explain how it's his fault?
Yeah. If is God powerful enough to make the world not corrupt if he wanted it to be, or is he lame?
But he's going to destroy this world and make a new one, right?
That's delightful, but I have no idea. I don't think he exists.
That didn't answer his question.
But in your worldview, is God powerful enough to stop the world being corrupt?
Yes, of course he is.
So he likes it to be corrupt, right? Because he could make it not corrupt, but he's currently choosing for it to be corrupt. Therefore, he's choosing the starvation, agony, and death of 3 million children a year. What a stand-up guy.
Well, he's giving us a lot of time to come to him. He doesn't want his people to perish.
They appear to be perishing at the rate of about 3 million a year in the childhood starving department right now. And that's before you get to the hundreds of thousands of children who die a year from malaria spread by mosquitoes.
I don't know why you're only focusing on
the bad
starvation.
bits.
There's many different. There's loads.
Yeah, there's loads of things that God could intervene to sort out and doesn't. Does that make it better for him?
But guess what? If he came now, you wouldn't be in heaven.
this is all irrelevant. None of this is answering the basic question I asked you, which is, what does it say about God's character that he could easily stop this suffering and doesn't? All you've come up with is he's going to make it better later. Well, that's not very nice. If I spend the morning kicking my child and breaking his bones, and then I buy him ice cream later in the hospital, I'm not exactly parent of the year, am I?
You're missing the point here.
Which point am I missing?
God isn't punishing anybody. He's being patient with us. You know,
tell that to the parents who buried their kids this morning.
Sorry?
Tell that to the parents who buried their dead children this morning.
Well, look, it says in the Bible that God will wipe away every tear. He will.
Why not just not make the tears? It's like, this is God. That's the equivalent of God saying, like, now look what you made me do to you. Why not just not make the tears?
Excuse me. Who are you to tell what God should do?
I'm asking questions. I'm just asking questions. I'm not telling God. I'm just asking questions and saying, why does God create all of this suffering? And all you've come up with so far is he's going to kiss it better later. Well, why not just not do it? Can you really not see this?
Okay, let me put it like this. Let's say, for example, you had a dream to become a millionaire, right? Let's just say that. Would you not work like a dog to get to that stage?
What's that got to do with God causing suffering? Connect those two dots.
You keep saying God causes suffering. He's not causing it.
Of course he's causing it. There's no distinction between an all-powerful being allowing something and causing something. They are functionally identical. The end result is that people are suffering. If I walk past a child who's drowning in water, and I could easily just bend down and pick up the child and lift him out of the water, and I don't, then I'm a moral monster. I say, I didn't cause it. Am I okay there? I just stood and watched, but I didn't cause it. I watched while the child drowned. That's what's essentially happening here. God is powerful enough to create universes, but doesn't intervene to ameliorate the suffering of billions of humans and animals. He's a dick, obviously.
Well, I mean, you said a lot. Let me just respond to that.
Sure. We'd love you to.
You're comparing, yourself to God here. That's not how he sees this. He doesn't see us like suffering. He knows we're going to be suffering. He didn't come here, Jesus, by the way. He didn't come here to promise us we're going to live happily and,
No, he came here to promote slavery and genocide and the killing of children, and then to stand by with arms folded whilst enormous amounts of suffering befell billions of people and animals, as we've just demonstrated. I don't understand why you think such a creature is worthy of even basic respect, let alone worship.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why do you hate God with a passion?
Well, I don't think God exists. So I don't hate God any more than I hate Voldemort or Gargamel. I just think he's a made-up character in a book. But if he did exist, then he would be an evil God, because an all-powerful being that invigilates this level of human and animal suffering cannot be good, because he's choosing the suffering.
I think you're confusing an evil God with one of the Hindu gods, but
no, I'm not confusing anything. I'm just saying an entity that is capable of stopping suffering and chooses not to means he wants the suffering. And we're not talking about a little bit of suffering here. Well, he will. Well, why not stop it now? If you come in the room,
he's giving everyone a chance, not just.
He's giving everyone a chance to. Do you know that some children are born with their organs outside their bodies? They don't normally last long. They don't normally last long. I don't know why
he keeps singling out particular,
instances of God's horrific creation that he could change and chooses not to. I would have thought those are the most obvious things to single out. I'm better than your God. I'm better than your God because I would not allow any of that suffering. If I was powerful enough to stop it, I wouldn't go, I'm going to make you all suffer for millions of years of human and animal suffering, but don't worry, I'm going to buy you a birthday cake later when it's all finished. I'm going to kiss it all better and there'll be no more tears. I just wouldn't do it in the first place. This is so basic.
Why don't you go to Africa and help feed those poor people?
Well, I do what I can, right? I do what I can, but I'm not an all-powerful being.
I don't believe you for a second.
I do what I can, but I'm not an all-powerful being. Trying to shift the moral bankruptcy away from an all-powerful God that could stop starvation today with a click of his fingers to me, a person in Surrey, is just a diversion from the fact that this is an uncomfortable topic for you, and I understand why it is. It would be uncomfortable.
Joseph,
for
are
me
you
too.
accusing him of lying? Are you accusing him of lying?
I mean, if I
just said
some receipts, then I'll believe it.
You just said you don't believe him. Okay.
Well, he's on it every day, so I mean, you know, what else is he going to be doing?
Okay, so he well, first of all, he's not on here every day. He's here 3 days a week, so that wasn't true. But also, doesn't it say one of the 10 commandments not to bear false witness against thy neighbor? Like, if you're going to throw an accusation toward John about lying about something, shouldn't you have evidence to back it up to be a good Christian?
Okay, John, name one charity you've given to.
We support, my wife and I support 3 children on the African continent. So, and have done for quite a while. But let's say for argument's sake, we never did. Let's say for argument's sake, I've never given a penny to charity in my life. This is quite obviously just a distraction. This is just a distraction from an uncomfortable conversation because you can't come up with a suitable theodicy to explain the fact that God invigilates and allows all of this evil. What you're trying to do is just shift the focus away from that uncomfortable conversation to what am I doing and why am I not a morally perfect being? Let's imagine for argument's sake, I agree that I'm a terrible being. I'm a terrible human. Let's imagine I'm the worst human in the world ever. How does that change the conversation about God deciding to permit unspeakable levels of human and animal suffering? What's it got to do with it?
Because God is a just God. He's fair. He's not going to just help, you know, all of the people that are suffering and then just ignore the people that are not.
So what justice is playing out when babies get leukemia? Explain to me the justice of that.
Yeah, so if God were to act and save that child from whatever, you know, is going on, he'd have to judge the whole world. And guess we're the people who...
Why?
Why?
Why not just? But we hear all the time about God's miracles. Prayers, congregations get together all the time. Let's pray for Brother Peter, who's having a hard time with his leaky roof at the moment. Let's pray for Aunt Sally, who's twisted her ankle at the moment. We wish her a speedy recovery. People are petitioning God to intervene all the time, and then they're going, "Hallelujah! Somebody's verruca got cured." And crediting God with all of these amazing miracles, are they all dooming the world to judgment? This is a nonsense argument, Joseph. You know it. Come on, do better. Give me a better one. Give me a better one. That one didn't work. Let's have another one. I'd be nervously laughing too. Tell me about why God created Ebola. You know what it does? It rots away the flesh on the bodies of the people who get it. It's an agonizing way to die, right?
I don't believe God creates evil. I think it's just...
We didn't say Ebola is evil.
Sorry?
We didn't say Ebola is evil. Yeah. It's just bacteria doing what bacteria does. But God created Ebola, correct?
Well, again, like, I don't think he created Ebola to give to us to suffer or die.
Did he create the universe in such a way that he knew, he's all powerful and all knowing, did he create the universe in such a way that he knew Ebola would come about and then choose that path?
Okay, yes, you're asking really tough questions. Let me try my best to answer them.
Okay, that's a yes or no.
I mean, he created Earth perfect, but we corrupted it. I'm sure you guys heard
that wasn't my question. My question was, did he create the universe with perfect foreknowledge of the future and
of course, yeah,
formed the universe in such a way that he knew Ebola would come about? So that means he created Ebola, correct?
Ebola, it's a
yes or no.
No, he didn't create Ebola.
Okay, so God has perfect foreknowledge. God, well, so first of all, he's all powerful, which means he could have structured the universe in any way he chose. He has perfect foreknowledge because he's omniscient, which means he knows exactly the path, everything that's going to take place. And he knew that some bacteria would evolve into Ebola sometime in the future. And he chose to configure the world in such a way that he knew in the future Ebola would come about, correct?
Yep.
Okay, but he didn't create Ebola.
Ebola is a...
It's a virus, by the way. It's a virus, by the way. It's not a bacteria, but it's a virus. But
my bad.
No, that's fine. But it's absolutely devastating. And you have to choose. Either it sneaked up on God without his knowledge, and it just happened on his watch without him knowing, in which case he's incompetent, or he was in charge of it and decided to configure the universe in such a way that it contains Ebola. And if your argument is all of this is because of some sort of fruit-related crime in a garden at some point in the past, then you're in even trickier water, because you would have to explain why the people dying from Ebola now should be punished for the fruit-related crimes of people in a magical garden a few thousand years ago. And that's an even harder question to answer than the other ones we've asked you.
Okay, let me answer like this. Let's say you created a universe, right? And you created Earth, and it was perfect. Everything was perfect, right? There was no diseases, no negative stuff, whatever. Everything was perfect.
Yep.
You gave those humans free will, right? To decide what they want to do, how they want to do it, if they want to choose to serve you or not. Whatever they do, if they destroy the world, if they make the world a negative place, of course you're gonna start to get all these negative stuff like the viruses.
What are you talking about? God could easily have made it so that wasn't the case. The argument that you're failing to make at the moment. So let me make the argument that you're trying to make is that God created the world perfect, and then during the fall, Adam and Eve's transgression in the fruit-related incident left God with absolutely no choice but to then introduce things like Ebola and HIV and COVID and tsunamis, earthquakes, children dying from mosquitoes, carrying malaria. God had absolutely no choice but to do all of that. Is God actually powerful, or is he some sort of middle manager having to play by, sorry mate, rules is rules. I've got it says over here, I've got the transgression 3A14 subsection C has happened, and that means I need to now create HIV. Is that how God works? Or is God actually the sovereign creator of everything and the seat of all reality, capable of configuring the world any way he wants, and he could have responded to the fruit-related crime in a more suitable manner, which didn't involve screwing over millions of people who weren't involved in that crime?
Okay, God has a plan. He said this world will soon die. So that means, of course, the world is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And also the natural disasters you mentioned, the tsunamis, it's going to get worse. And Jesus said these are the birth pains.
What was the question John asked you?
But anyways, guys, I got to go. I need to go swimming, but hope you guys, enjoy
thanks,
your day.
Thanks for coming up to talk to us, Joseph. All the best. Enjoy counting your money. Cheers. Thanks. Take care. Okay. Well, there we go.
That's the second Christian to come in here and start off by the way, I'm rich.
I know.
What is...
That's wild. It's not going to win you friends and influence. Word to the wise. Don't do that. In polite conversation, coming in and telling people your tax bracket before hello, how are you is not going to win you friends. People would never dream of saying anything like that to anyone. Okay, we are going to get audio guy in just a moment. Just going to read some super chats before we get too backed up with those. So we have Steve, Truth is Right Wing, says, of course atheists here don't need God. They live in a Christian-based society and not North Korea. Yeah, thank you for that, Steve. But we don't need God not for that reason. We don't need God just because life is better when you are part of the reality-based community and not participating in group delusions. It's wild. Reality is vastly underrated amongst certain sections of our population. You should try it. It's amazing. And then next we have Fro, our lovely friend. Fro from Norway says, "You're the best, John." Well, thank you, Fro. I think you're the best. And so does everyone else here. Rhymes with Dolores said, "Too bad Joseph can't buy a personality." Well, I didn't want to say it, but there we are. And Bert Russell says, "I tried to fit the Joseph dirtbag into your rating system, but it just doesn't go low enough." Oh, I forgot to do the 10-second rating there. That was my bad. Institute a new system and then not use it. But Joseph will still get the rating, and it will be read at the end. So it's not lost. It just wasn't captured in that way. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about it. We'll do it after the next one. So sorry. And then Bethos says, "If God could save a child, it's his duty to do it. The caller makes me angry." It made me pretty angry too, actually. Joseph, if you're listening back to this, poor show, old chap. Poor show. "In my line of volunteering, I have seen shit. I am sick of a good God." Yeah, and this reminds me of Tracy's message from earlier as well about his mother. God is watching all of this misery play out, and apparently it's all fine because he has a plan. Well, I'm sure that brings huge comfort to everyone who's suffering right now, that their suffering is part of God's plan, and presumably he couldn't have made another plan because that's how ineffective he is. And Tim says, "My tithe, praise John and Sean. iPhone won't let me." That's massive, Tim. Thank you, friend. That's really, really kind. Really appreciate that. And then finally, for now, Bethos says, "W Tim." Yeah, W Tim indeed. That's really kind. Thank you very, very, very much. I really appreciate that. Okay, let us. We're going to reset the inner circle count there. That got up to 3 votes on the inner circle. I'm glad that we didn't remove him though, because I think it's important that we have these kind of conversations out in the open to show other people who may possibly not have heard them how ludicrous holding that position is, how completely indefensible it is. Every line he tried to get himself out of hot water, from trying to change the subject to me, to talking about God's plan, to talking about the perfect creation and why that meant God had no choice but to create Ebola, none of them work, and they never will, ever. And that's why I like having these conversations, because not everyone's heard us have them before. So they are worth having, and I'm glad we didn't remove him. Okay, let us get in. Your friend of mine, Jeremy, also known as Audio Guy. Let's bring him in right now. Hopefully it's all good. Audio Guy, how are you?
Hey, John, how you doing?
Very well indeed, buddy. How are you?
Oh man, I was doing pretty great until I heard that last caller, dude.
Yeah, that was grim, wasn't it?
It was like I was, we were riding a high. We had some people come in. They were being super great, super honest, and then that joker came in and just like got my heartbeat racing, dude. Just
it was grim, wasn't it?
Just the worst, man.
And what a weird way to start the call, as Sean said, to start that call by saying, "I earn 6 figures and I'm in a high tax bracket." That's such a tone deaf thing to say in a world where there are parents trying to figure out where their children's next meal is coming from. I mean, that's so myopic. Unbelievable.
I know. It's absurd. I mean, it especially like really triggered me because like growing up, my parents, for the first like 10 years of my life, like my parents did not make a lot of money at all. We were like very, very, like it was basically like that level. Like we were trying to figure out like, what we were going to have for dinner that night and stuff like that. And it's just so, like you said, tone deaf. You hit it on the head, man. It's tone deaf. And immediately, as soon as I heard him say that, I was like, oh, this is going to be a trip. And honestly, I like, kudos to you and Sean for like really like holding his feet to the fire as much as you did, because I as an atheist, we've spoken before, but like as an atheist, it's like you get every once in a while I see creators like you and Ian and Dr. Blitz and Justin, and like they get these trolls, and it's like they maybe entertain them for like 2 minutes, you know, and it ultimately, you know, is just like, look, it's not worth your energy. But I really love how you and Sean like really kept it going and like made him like look like an absolute fool the entire time. Um, and it's like sometimes you just got to do that because it's just so disheartening and sad that like people are like that. You know, they're like that's a grown adult just walking around thinking it's okay to say that crap, and it's really So
Yeah.
kudos to you guys for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and you know, and so to wipe that slate clean because I want to get that guy as far away from my like short term memory as possible. The I would, you know, just to kind of piggyback off of what I think it was Brian you had on earlier,
Yeah.
who had shared the Pledge of Allegiance story, and
Yeah.
I had a similar couple similar experiences to that because it really like kind of unlocked a core memory from my teenage years when he said that because you know, I was in middle school right around September 11th, 2001. And the amount of fear that was going around that time after it happened and the amount of just like overt racism I saw unfolding in the fallout of that because where I'm from there's a really heavy Muslim community and it was really sad to see like faculty in my school like turn on like a lot of the kids that went there just because of how they looked and they were
awful.
associating. Yeah, it was terrible. And of course I went to the public school system, so Pledge of Allegiance was, you know, the norm, and everybody was doing it, but it was right around that time when I started to see the cracks in the armor. And I started to think like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I don't want to participate in this. Like I'm finally like hearing the words that are being said and I'm seeing what's happening to my friends in the name of patriotism. And it really upset me to the point where I had to convince my mom to talk to the school to excuse me from, you know, participating in the Pledge of Allegiance. And it took some convincing, but my mom was, you know, eventually open-minded enough to realize like what I was actually saying. And so we went ahead and did it. And I was one of the first kids to do it at my school. And then other kids followed suit. Mostly my friends, which I thought was really great. And
good for you.
Yeah. And all that's to say is I love how diverse your community is, man, because it's just, you know, to hear people in their 50s, 60s, 70s even. And I think I heard a gentleman in his 80s the other day. And just to hear them say that they've recently deconstructed, not just from religion, but like to hear Brian talk about, you know, share his experience with, you know, living in the South of the United States and just hearing his side and how he's realizing that all of this is just absolute craziness. And, you know, it's refreshing and it gives me hope, you know, because like, it's so easy to think that like somebody in their, you know, in the latter half of their life is like so stuck in their ways that they can't change. And that's just obviously not the case. Like if you really put your minds to it and open your mind, it's like totally possible. And it makes me very hopeful to hear that. So I just wanted to share that. And, you know, as a community, it's important for like one person to like take that leap. Like, you know, Brian was saying, like, it's really hard to be that person because it you know, it puts you out there. Yeah, it puts you out there in a really vulnerable way. And, you know, and I didn't grow up in the South United States. I grew up on the East Coast, more like, you know, actually, technically it is the South, like Northern Virginia. So that's technically below the Mason-Dixon line. But, it was a very diverse area. So I felt a little bit more comfortable being that person because, I wasn't in the trenches, so to speak, of like the Bible Belt and everything. So I was fortunate enough to, have been given enough support and enough like critical thinking skill, and not only that, but also to be less afraid to just put myself out there so that others can like see like, hey, you're not alone in this, like not being convinced of God and also not being convinced that you're in the greatest country in the world. So that was huge for me. So I just wanted to say, like it's so hard to be that first person, but it is so worth it. And also, like, you're not alone. It feels like you are, depending on your circumstances, but you're definitely not.
Well said. Well said. And thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Of course. But yeah, no, I got some, a dialogue edit to get through. So I'll let you get back to your thing. But I really appreciate you as always. Thanks to you and Sean. And keep the community going. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. Good to speak again. Thanks.
Take care. Yeah.
You too. Right. So people, this is how the caller rating thing's going to go. So if you haven't rated Audio Guy yet and you want to rate him, if you didn't want to be disturbed and disrupted during the conversation, you now get a 10-second opportunity to do it. And it looks like this. So this is your moment to go over there and move the ball where you want it. And then at the end of the countdown, we will see what he scored. And he scored 80, which is a hell of a good score. As you can see, he's quite high up in the genuine quadrant. That means he's towards the right-hand side, so we know he's got goodwill. And he's towards the top, so we know his arguments are sound. And that's an impressive score. Based on only 11 votes. So I know we're not rocking and rolling fully yet with this, but it does kind of work. So if you want to have your say on the callers as they go, I'm so sorry for forgetting to do it when Joseph was in, but his scores, in as much as there were any, will have been logged, and we will, I imagine, see him make an appearance on the leaderboard at the end of the show. So speaking of which, at the end of the show, as you know, the reason I started early today, for anyone who hasn't picked up on this, is that I was very kindly invited on to a show on Skeptic Haven this evening. It's at 8:00 Eastern time. That's 1 a.m. UK time. So I'm going to be going. We'll be doing this until about 12:30 my time. Until about 7:30 Eastern time. We'll be going here, and then we'll stop for a brief bit so I can have a quick refresh and connect up with the guys over at Skeptic Haven, and then I'll do another couple of hours on their show. So anybody who wants to come over there when we do that, consider it a raid. I'm going to tell them that some of our people are going to come over. It might be a little quiet there because there's not always a huge volume of callers, but they're wonderful people who run that show, and I really want to help them along. And they have awesome people on their guesting. I'm going to be doing a spot on there with Godless Engineer in July, and I think they've had Aaron Ra on before. They have fantastic people with them, so that would be good. So that's the plan for later on. Let's just have a check of the queues. We have, let's go on to the TikTok side and get Larry Spaghetti in. And we will see what's going on with that. Hopefully. Larry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm doing well. I just want to thank you for your channel. I am a Christian. I've been a Christian for maybe 2 years, but listening to your channel, I think I'm almost at the point I want to deconvert. I feel boxed in by having a God. So I just really appreciate your channel. And I like secular ethics. I mean, for me, it opens up kind of a different opportunity of things that I, didn't fully realize before. So for example, stealing, I've recently started kind of getting into that a little bit. Mm-hmm. And there's something euphoric about it. And I know technically that I shouldn't be doing it, but it seems like in a secular worldview, it's not really wrong ultimately for me to do it. So there's some sort of drive there that I can't explain.
I will say, so I genuinely care about the well-being of others, and I have no desire to steal or harm others. It sounds like you're the type of person where you need the carrot of heaven or the stick of hell in order to like behave yourself. And so I actually hope that you, because that's the moral fabric of who you are, continue to believe in God.
Yeah, the problem with that though is, belief. I can't control that, right? So that's why I'm glad I've kind of found your channel, because now I understand that like really all that was doing is just restricting, the choices that I could make, and there's something euphoric and almost
and that's who you
in it,
Yeah, and that's who you are. So for example, psychopaths like you who
and I am diagnosed.
don't care about the well-being of others, I hope you continue believing if that's the only thing. Like, some people are just bad people on a leash, and I want you to continue to wear that leash. But for those of us who genuinely care about the well-being of others, hey, welcome to reality.
Yeah,
I mean, but I guess, so maybe you guys can help me out with that a little bit, because I have been trying to search the reasoning behind why I shouldn't do things to others, but I can't seem to find any sort of intrinsic value.
I think we all understand what's going on here, right? So essentially, you're basically just making the argument. You're trying to suggest that by saying that you're finding yourself very much drawn to atheism, and then as a way of legitimizing your position to then say, because that's going to legitimize and allow me to perpetuate harms against other people, and there's no reason, unless I have a cosmic policeman in the sky watching me, there's no reason not to do that. I think what Sean was saying is pretty much on it. Like, if you honestly really can't discern those reasons for not harming other people, then it does suggest that there's something very seriously wrong with you, because that's how we categorize sociopaths and psychopaths, is with an inability to perceive how or care about how their actions might impact negatively other people. Is that legitimately your position, that you are built in such a way that you are totally indifferent to the suffering or well-being of others?
Yes, that is my position. I know I'm going to be judged for that, but that is the way that I am. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I appreciate your honesty there. So
but
essentially,
intrinsic value.
I would suggest that you see a psychiatrist as soon as possible, because these kind of things can sometimes be medicated. Sometimes they can't.
Can you at least help me understand where people get intrinsic value? Because I think that may, if I can find a grounding for that, then I might not do the things I'm doing.
Go ahead, Sean.
So we have a similar problem. So like, you value being told what to do like a good boy, and I don't. Like, I don't care if Zeus, Thor, Yahweh, or whatever God says a thing. To me, that's arbitrary. But to me, I value the well-being of others. Now, you, on the other hand, hold on. Let me finish.
Why isn't that arbitrary?
Let me finish. Okay. So we all start with what we value. So I don't value being told what to do. You do. You value that. I value the well-being of other people. And so we both have a subject. What's that?
How do I value that?
Well, if like believing in God makes you obey what you think God's laws are, then obviously that's what you value. Your actions dictate what you value. So like, for example, if God told you cutting the toes off of babies is good, you would consider it good because you value being told what to do. Now, for me, I value the well-being of others, so I don't see that as a good thing.
Yeah, but I guess it just seems to me that that's arbitrary, right? Because if I just wanted to cut the toes off of a baby, regardless of what God told me to do, why would that be wrong?
It depends. Yeah, it depends on how you're defining wrong, right? And without wanting to get into the weeds about meta-ethics, right? Ultimately, everything is, there's no intrinsic right or wrong. But that doesn't mean that recognizing that moral evaluations are subjective doesn't render them arbitrary, because we make them with regard to the outcomes we want or the outcomes we care about. Now, if you genuinely don't care about the well-being of anyone
I care
else,
about my outcome. Right?
Okay, well, if your position genuinely is that you are totally unmoved about the suffering of another, that, for example, let me ask you a question. If you saw a baby that was about to die and you knew that you could pay 1 cent to someone and the baby would survive, would you pay the 1 cent or not?
Probably not, because what is the baby surviving? How does that help me?
Right. Okay. So that's fine. So you've demonstrated that you're actually unfit to have a conversation about ethics. It's actually a waste of time having a conversation with ethics about you, because your own set of values, your internal set of values, is so completely broken. And I'm not even saying this with judgment. I'm just saying, if what you're saying is true, if you are representing yourself honestly, then you have taken yourself out of the pool of people with whom we should have a meaningful conversation about ethics, because you don't care about anyone or anything. So your own views about ethics are irrelevant. It's for us to make sure that other people around you are protected from you, because the logical endpoint of your situation is that you would hurt other people in order to make your own life better. And that's what we have prisons for, is to protect people from people like that.
The thing I'm struggling with, though, is you're saying that my viewpoint is wrong.
I'm not talking about wrong anymore. No, we're not talking.
No, this way.
I don't think that's true. I don't actually believe you that you don't want to be that way. I think you're using it as a rhetorical device to try and make a point. So I don't actually accept that.
This is
you are.
We all know that you are, and so at this point, we're no longer talking about right and wrong, because we don't care what you think is right or wrong. We understand. I asked you a simple question. If you could save a baby's life for 1 cent, would you? And you said no. So that was a diagnosis. And you gave us the result.
Why ought I pay the
Don't worry about
why
you are. As I said, we're not going to have a conversation
because
about
you can't
ethics.
answer it, right? You can't provide justification on why I ought to.
It's because you have
provide justification on why I ought to pay the cent.
You've disqualified yourself from a discussion about ethics, and the inner circle have disqualified you from a conversation about anything. And now, my good friends, reach for the little ball on the screen. You all know what to do. Here comes your opportunity to rate our previous guest. Here you go. You know what to do, people. I mean, no pressure, but we're all interested to see how it's going to come out. And the score is 12. 12 is absolutely appalling. The score runs from 0, which means the worst score for good faith and the worst score for quality of arguments. And yeah, he scored 14. So it's 14 for the substance and 10 for the good faith, which gets averaged out to 12 as an overall score. That is a very, very poor score indeed. So thank you very much. That's amazing. I'm really pleased the system is working. That's what it's for. Yeah. We all have our say now about that, and I'm glad that we figured that out. Well done, Inner Circle. That was a good call.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, divine command theory doesn't solve any of that, because what if somebody is completely void of any empathy, doesn't care about the well-being whatsoever of others? Sure, then they don't care about well-being. What if the same problem, I don't care about being told what to do by Thor, Zeus, Shiva, Yahweh, or whatever God, because that's actually the case. Unlike him, he's lying. He's lying for Jesus and saying, I wouldn't pay a penny because this and that, to try to make a rhetorical point. He is intentionally lying. I am not lying when I say I see no value whatsoever in just blind obedience to a deity. I genuinely don't. So it's the same issue. You can't get to an objective ought. You ought to be told what to do by whatever God. You ought to care about the well-being of others. In either case, you don't have an objective ought. It's just a matter of what you value. And he just said publicly, and
we've lost your mic there, Sean.
Sorry. Someone called while I was in mid-sentence.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, so you start with a value. So like he said in front of, like, I don't know how many hundred people, a couple hundred at least, people that he doesn't care an inkling about the well-being of others, and he identified himself as a Christian. So there you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. For those asking where you vote, I've just put the link. Someone's saying when I start the 10 seconds, you can't vote anymore. You should be able to. I tested this extensively earlier today. That's really weird. I don't know why that would be the case. If that is really happening and people can't vote, let's try it on the next one. On the next one, when I activate the 10 seconds, we'll double check this again and make sure it works. I spent 2 hours testing this stuff today, so I'd be very annoyed if that's right. A Cardinal is saying that is right. Okay, everyone is saying that's right. Okay, well, in that case, we can do it a different way. If for some reason that is breaking the URL for voting, it's not supposed to. The countdown is supposed to leave the voting open until the end and then shut it once it gets to the end. If it's not working, then what we'll do is we won't use the countdown. I'll just give you an opportunity to vote without the countdown, and then I can lock the vote in myself manually. So we'll do that. I have put the link to the thing in the chat. I'll put it in just once more, just so that you can absolutely see it. There it is. It's just bit.ly/rate my guest. And I'll put it into the TikTok as well. I can't put the normal HTTPS bits in, but there you go in both chats. That will allow you to get your vote in. And I really want you guys in on this. I know it's a bit of an extra little thing to do, but I just love the idea that you will get to reflect your opinions about each call we do. And then at the end, we have the 3 best calls and the 3 worst calls. I think that's quite a nice idea. If you do too. Okay, we'll read a couple of messages, and then we've got STB in the TikTok queue, but we also have Espresso Jack and PVG in the YouTube queue. So perhaps we'll just get STB first, and then we'll get our YouTube friends in after that. Just a couple of quick messages to read. Ontological Shock said, "Hey John, anyone who has played a peaceful video game knows it's possible to have a scenario where you can have free will without evil being required." Quite right. And Sean's often used the metaphor of The Sims as a metaphor for sort of creating a reality where you have overwatch over the entities in that reality. I think it's quite a good metaphor for the world we live in. God could have configured this world any way he wanted, and in this case, he's clearly pulled the ladder up on the pool. That is definitely a thing. And Mokemeister says, "Them's the rules. I didn't make them. God." Exactly. That quip there basically just destroys any lame-ass arguments about the punishment for sin and the fall and the theodicies and responses to the problem of evil. God is just some kind of middle manager just going, well, sorry, rules are rules. I just got to do it. I've got no choice, which is not really easy to square with him as the actual guy in charge. And Rebel Apostate, good to see you, says, "Hey guys, I'm fucking rich. My God loves me." I know, right?
Isn't that something?
Wild. I think we all got a little bit of sick in our mouths when he said that, because it was just disgusting, absolutely grim.
And of course, is the Saudi crown prince, is he a little bit rich, just slightly? And does that mean Islam is true? Like,
right.
Come on, Dad.
Quite right. Okay, well, we're going to get on and get we'll get STB in next, but we just have to check in, of course, on the bingo, because there's been all sorts of action happening, and it would be remiss of me to let it go for much longer. We've had a few good calls. So PVG called "Look at the Trees" from Joseph, and "Without God, Life is Meaningless" from Joseph. This was all from Joseph. And also "Personal Experience of God," absolutely, from Joseph. And also PVG called "No Morality Without God" from Joseph. Joseph delivered some excellent rhetorical value in today's session. And then Kif called "Free Will," also from Joseph. Joseph was a rich supply of BS arguments, and I deeply hope he comes back because it was fun and funny and amusing. Yeah, Niddy, it wasn't, crazily enough, it wasn't the private jet guy. It was another guy. It was a different guy, wasn't he? Or am I losing my mind? And maybe it was the same guy, but he didn't sound.
I don't
like
know. You talking about the guy who talked about being rich and some, or are you talking about someone else?
Yeah, last week we had the guy who came in talking about being rich as well. But
yeah, was it the same one or was it a different guy? I was wondering that.
I don't know. I think it's a different guy, but I'm not completely sure. Not totally sure. Okay, so as promised, let's move on. We will get STB in next. I appreciate Espresso Jack and PVG being patient on the YouTube side. Let's get STB in, and we have Perceptive Edition and K in the queue as well. STB, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. Thank you for having me up, John. Thank you both for what you're doing. I'm a friendly, so I'm going to be very quick.
Sure. Thank you.
I know you want debates, but I thought the viewers might find this interesting. I'm in my early 50s and in elementary school. This is piggybacking off the back of somebody who was talking about he was able to get kind of a note to not say the Pledge of Allegiance because of the inclusion of God in there. And in the fourth grade, I knew there was no God. I've been on the show before. We talked about our respect for people who have deconstructed because we were never religious, and so I applaud that group. I was never religious. I always thought it was ridiculous, but that's not because of me. That's because my mother helped pointed out to me at a young age. I wasn't indoctrinated, so it's not. I'm not tooting my own horn here. I don't know how I would have been if I had been born into that. But in the fourth grade, I said, you know what? I just can't. I can't stand and put my hand on my heart. This mention of God, it's ridiculous. I can't do it. And so I sat. And I was in the rural Southwest in New Mexico, in southern New Mexico, and I got swatted. They did corporal punishment. They took a board and paddled your behind for misbehaving, and I got 10 swats for not saying under God, because I was making a point. I was sitting down at the under God part. I just to make a point. But unlike the other caller, there was nobody that followed me in my resistance. I was kind of made somewhat of a pariah, which I didn't mind. I enjoyed in my position as a pariah, but I got paddled for it. And I went home and I told my mom, kind of in an offhand way, because my pain threshold is a little weird and it didn't really hurt, and so I went home and I said, isn't this interesting? They paddled me today for sitting down when they said one nation under God. Isn't that funny? And my mom, she did not think that was funny at all. She lost her shit. She went and she read them the riot act. I would hope for not saying one nation under God.
Wow. Was this, not that it matters, but was this a public or private school? I don't remember if you said.
Public. Yeah, public school.
That's crazy. Because I mean, that's instant, like getting fired and getting arrested, at least, assuming someone does anything about it. And it should be that way.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, any teacher lays their hands on any of, like, I don't have any kids, but if I had kids, they lay their hands on my kid for any reason, especially something like that. Something's going to happen. I'll just leave it at that.
For sure. I'm with you. And by the way, if you had taken that, huge props to your mother for reacting in exactly the right way. If that had gone to the Freedom from Religion Foundation, cash would have changed hands in a major way, and jobs would have been lost. No question.
Yeah, we missed an opportunity.
But still, huge W to your mother for responding appropriately, because a lot of parents would not have done that, and I think we're all in huge admiration for your mother there for standing up for your dignity, your rights, and for pushing back on totally unacceptable behavior. And I'm with Sean. If my son came home from school and told me that a teacher had physically assaulted
It was
him.
the principal.
It was the principal. I'd be in jail myself by the end of the week. Like,
Right.
I just totally unacceptable. So
No, she's a calm woman. Usually, she was incandescent. I mean,
Good for
she
her.
was enraged.
Good for her.
She read that. You could hear it down the hall.
Mama Bear. I'm loving
I was
that.
sitting out. Yeah. Oh, she was.
Yeah.
She still is just an example for all people to live by. She's just one of the best human beings you could possibly, and all kinds of people when I was growing up. It's amazing your mom's not a Christian. You know, she's like the best Christian I've ever seen that's not a Christian. I'm like, well, think about what you're saying.
Well, that's awesome, and I think everyone here is just connecting the same dots I am, which is that awesome parents tend to produce awesome kids. So you're the proof of that, and yeah, thank you for sharing the story. We really appreciate that, and nice to talk to you again.
Well, thank you. Nice to talk to you again. You can drop me down and get on to some debates.
All right, buddy. All the best. Take it easy. Thanks.
You too.
Okay, so let's have some ratings for STB. You can imagine the countdown going, and I'll give you a few seconds if anyone wants to add any extra ratings there. But I think he's looking pretty good, and then we will lock that in like that. There we go. Final verdict: 73. That's a very healthy score indeed. See, that's what happens when you're not a complete psychopath. Excellent work, STB. Thank you very much for that, friend. Okay, we have a couple waiting in the YouTube. We have a couple waiting in the YouTube. Funnily enough, Joseph is back, so perhaps we could continue our discussion there. But if you are waiting the TikTok queue, if you could just be patient for a moment, I want to just quickly get our friends in from the YouTube side who have been waiting as well for a little while. So we're going to bring in Espresso Jack first. Who's been waiting ages, and then we'll see where we are after that. Espresso Jack, how are you?
Hey, or should I say, I make six figures and I don't believe in a God, and then I should say, hey.
That's the one. Yeah. How you doing?
So, yeah, I get a bee in my bonnet every time someone brings up that we live in a Christian society, and
yeah,
you got a donation earlier from Steve with a profile picture of Donald Trump from his Truth Social account.
Yeah.
That said that, you know, of course we don't need God when we live in a Christian society. Now, you don't live in the United States, but Sean and I do, and yeah. So I would like Steve to explain where in the Constitution, specifically in the Establishment Clause, where it says that there shall be no religious test to hold public office. It says that we are built on a Christian society, or we are built as a Christian society. I want him to let me know where in the Treaty of Tripoli, where it states that we were even founded on the Christian religion, because it says exactly the opposite. And I want him to explain the parts of the Christian society that we accepted as Christian whenever they were in public office, or instituting institutions rather, from Christian societies where they were enslaving people, and they created a whole the Southern Baptist Convention to create essentially a religious exemption to owning slaves and still being a part of the church, and where they were the KKK, and they hold office as high as the presidency at one point. I want him to explain the parts of Christian society that made America what it is today.
Yeah.
And how hard we fought to give everyone the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
And it may not have started out perfect, But we are working so hard, and I haven't even been able to be on for the last week because I was fighting in Nashville against the redistricting of Memphis. I won't go too much into politics on that, but that's a whole other thing that people who claim to be Christian were telling me about.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right to have pointed that out. I remember when Christopher Hitchens used to talk about Thomas Jefferson and build that wall and all of that stuff, build up that wall. It's just nonsense. The US was established specifically to get away from the king in the UK, and the king being the head of the church, and the US was established as a secular state explicitly, and it is not a Christian country by any meaning of the word at all. Complete gibberish.
Exactly. The king was ordained by God, right?
Yeah.
Or that was the thought, at least. And so to reject the king and to reject God's ordainment is truly American.
Yeah, exactly. It is as American as it gets. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for coming up and pointing that out with such clarity. You're absolutely right.
Yep, no problem.
Bye,
I hope you have a good stream.
Thanks, Jack. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay, I figured out why the rating thing wasn't working. As I was thinking about it, it just occurred to me now. The YouTube stream has a delay of about 10 seconds or so. So when I say something in the real live world, the people in YouTube land don't get it for a few seconds. It is slightly delayed. The TikTok one is delayed far less. So there is a lack of... then they're not synchronized exactly, right? So what we can do right now is if I say, right, let's all just vote for the last call and do it now, and I won't lock it off for a little bit longer. I'm still trying to figure out how the countdown thing still won't work, because the moment I start the countdown, by the time it finishes will be the point that YouTube is then pushing out the countdown starting to everyone on YouTube. And of course, they try to vote and it's locked already because the real one has actually finished. So we can test this right now. So let's vote for Espresso Jack. Give him a good vote because he's always sound. Everything he says is always spot on. And I won't stop it just for a moment. And then hopefully all the votes will have come in already. And I'm going to stop it now. And that should work, hopefully. So hopefully you will have found that a little bit better. I will figure out how we can engineer this, because I still quite like the moment of the countdown, but figuring it out with the lag on YouTube is going to be a problem. That is going to be a pain in the neck. So yeah, we'll think about that. It didn't occur to me when I was testing it earlier, because of course I was testing it in real time. Okay, we are going to get on to Perceptive Edition, and I know we have PVG waiting, and we also have James waiting. Yeah, but we'll just deal with these callers on the TikTok side first, if you guys don't mind. Let's get in Perceptive Edition, and we'll have a chat there. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Very good indeed, thanks.
Good, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, what do you think? We think we don't need God. What's your view on this?
Yeah, I think we do. And I'm obviously that goes into my belief in God. If you don't believe in God, obviously you'll think otherwise.
Yeah. What do we need him for?
Well, I mean, for everything that he does for us. Brings
Like
us
what?
peace,
Like
love,
what?
community, faith, strength.
So
eternity.
I have all of those things. Apart from eternity, he doesn't really bring you that. That's a broken promise. But I have all of those things without God. I have peace, I have love, I have community, I have strength, or at least I'm given strength by the people I care about in my life who lift me up when I need it, and who I can lift up when they need it. We help each other to find strength. I have all of those things without the need of a magical being who we're told is going to light me on fire if I don't believe the right things about him.
No, the Bible doesn't say you're going to get lit on fire for not believing the right things.
Well, it says that there's a lake of burning sulfur in Revelation 21:8 awaiting unbelievers.
That's the best way we can picture it or envision it. Essentially, what hell is hell is the separation of God, and hell is the only place that God is not. And without God being there, there's no light, there's no love, there's no good in hell. So you're stuck with pain and suffering in hell.
Okay,
Right.
so it is torture. It is
So,
torture.
yeah.
Right?
So in Matthew
No, it's not
13,
torture.
in Matthew 13:42, when Jesus says, "And they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth," is the furnace of fire just means not being near God?
Yeah, it's just the only place that God is not.
Right. And when
you
it
said
says
lack of happiness and only pain, right?
Yeah.
How is that not torture? If you have no happiness or joy and you only feel pain and it's forever, how is that not eternal torture?
Well, torture needs a torturer, and there has to be a purpose for that said torture, but God is not down there torturing you.
No, he has
So
other
he's not
people do it.
physically doing it. Yeah.
No, that was your own decision to go there, not
Okay.
his.
So
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
no, go show. You got this.
Yeah. So I don't believe God exists. Therefore, I'm going to end up down there. What am I supposed to do about that? You said I put myself there. So what am I supposed to do about that if I'm not convinced God exists?
When I say that you're putting yourself there, you're choosing to step away from God, and that's your call. That's your own decision. He's not.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Are you choosing to step away from Darth Vader?
What do you mean?
So, you can't choose to be with somebody if you don't believe they actually exist. So the starting point is that I don't believe God actually exists.
Yes.
What am I? No, I'm not choosing. Belief isn't a choice.
Well, yeah, the belief is not a choice, but you're choosing to not look for God. You're choosing to not be with God.
False.
Yeah, hang on a second. Do you realize how many millions of people you are now currently just impugning? Like, there are people who spent their whole lives looking for God, desperately, wishing to find God, asking to find them. There's a name for these people: non-resistant non-believers, right? People who would love to have a relationship with God, but can't find God, right? Who just are just not convinced that God is real, right? If God is real, I would like to know about it, right? So I'm happy to meet God if he's there, but God has so far chosen to remain hidden from me, from Sean, from the many thousands of people in our community, and from the many millions of people, or even billions of people across human history who have not been able to discern him. So
have you asked why?
Well, the why almost doesn't matter. But the fact is,
what do you mean?
Well, the fact is that God could make himself known to all of us right now, and chooses not to. Right now, he might have a really good reason for choosing not to, but that's still him choosing to remain hidden and then punishing us for his choice to remain hidden. And that makes moral sense because what?
Well, no, God. See, that's you guys keep reverting back to say that God is punishing you, but he is not punishing you.
Of course he is.
So think of it like this. So let's say your mom is standing in the doorway of your house and she's like, "Hey, sweetheart, come on inside. I really want you to be inside for the night because it's warm in here, it's cold out here. It's really not okay if you stay the night out here. You're going to go through a lot of pain." And then you choose to turn and walk away from the house.
Except the reason your analogy doesn't work is because we would have to make your mom completely invisible and incapable of being heard. We would also have to make her capable of creating the circumstances where you would go into the house with zero effort to her in a way that would work every time, and choosing not to do it. And we would also have to include the scenario where your mother created the cold that bothered you outside during the night and created the creatures that might come and prey on you while you were outside the safety of the house. So that's why the analogy you just gave is one we've heard 5,000 times before, and it's just as silly on the 5,001st. It's completely not analogous at all.
I guess it leads me to ask you the question. You said that you have to imply that the mother is incapable of being heard. Who told you that God was incapable? We're incapable of hearing.
Let's
God?
listen. Let's listen for him now. Let's listen for him now, everyone. Everyone, please put a zero in the comments if you can't hear God right now, and put a 1 in the comments if anyone can hear anything.
Okay, so and while you do that, I'm gonna give you a direct comparison to what you just did. If you don't hear me in the next 5 seconds, it means you're incapable of hearing me.
Well, it might mean that you're choosing to remain silent, and the comments are now full of zeros, by the way.
So that exactly, it might mean that I'm choosing to remain
that's the
silent.
point I'm making.
Because you can't hear God. When
But that's the point. That's makes it worse. That makes it worse. So you're just agreeing with me that God is choosing to remain silent. That's exactly the point I was trying to make.
In this moment, yes, of course, because you're challenging him, not in a sense
whereas in your analogy, the mother isn't choosing to remain silent. She's making her voice heard to the child in precisely the way that God is not doing right now. And that's why the analogy fails. Do you have a better one?
So the analogy doesn't fail to that just because God didn't choose to make himself heard for you in this moment. So I'll give you another example of this. So I have physically seen, felt, and heard God on multiple occasions. And that's a situation where I was asked to come inside, and I had the decision to make
that's wonderful for you.
My will and my being, or am I going to turn to God as you know, he's made clear for me?
Yeah, but so God chose to make himself known and heard to you, but not to the rest of us.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
Yeah.
So God decided to remain hidden from us, and then we get punished because we don't believe he. Oh, he didn't.
No,
so
that's not in the Bible.
Can God try and fail to make himself known to us?
What is it? Say again?
Can he try and fail?
Can he try and fail?
Yeah, can God try to make himself known to us and fail? Or is he all powerful? No. Okay, so he hasn't made himself known to us, so it means he hasn't even tried.
No, that's not what that means at all.
Okay, so if God tried to make himself known, he would have, because he's all powerful and there's nothing he could try and fail to do. I don't know God exists, which means logically, by definition, he hasn't tried, correct?
No, that's not what that means whatsoever. You're trying to oversimplify. No, you're trying to oversimplify the logic, because God, let's say God has tried to reach out to you. God did succeed in reaching out to you, but you put your fingers over your ears. But you put your fingers over your ears, then that's a you thing. That has nothing to do with God's attempt.
So victim blaming then. Just victim blaming.
What is it?
Just victim blaming. It's a victim blaming. So everybody who has conducted
I didn't blame him for anything. What do you mean?
This is victim blaming. You're saying that Sean's inability to discern God and my inability to discern God and everybody else's here's ability to discern God isn't because God couldn't be asked to give us what he apparently gave you. It's because we put our fingers in our ears.
That's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said.
You literally said, put my fingers over my ears.
If it isn't what you said,
then if I may, real quick, the only thing that I was saying was that you guys said that if God tries, I will know. And I just explained to you that no, that's not the case. If you choose to not hear him, that has nothing to do with him trying and succeeding.
There's no choosing to not hear him if he's capable of making himself heard in a way that he knows would be successful, which is why Sean asked you first, can he try and fail? Right? And you agreed he can't try and fail. That means if he tries, that means he can't try and fail. Exactly. That means that if he tries, he's going to succeed every time.
Okay,
so what we can hang on. No, we're gonna bury this one first. So what that means is that if he tries, he's going to succeed, and the fact that many of us have not discerned God must therefore prove that he has not tried.
No. So, and I'll give you a further example. Let's say I'm standing in a subway and there's 10 people behind me. And let's say God tapped my shoulder and I turned around and chose to believe that one of the people behind me tapped my shoulder.
Right.
That has nothing to do with what God tried. That has to do with my own perception, right?
That would be an instance of God trying to get your attention and failing. It would be God trying to get your attention in a way that was ambiguous.
No.
Yes, in a way that was ambiguous and resulted in you not knowing that it was him.
That's not what we're talking about.
So, no, agree. It's not what we're talking about.
We're talking about God's attempt to get to communicate to us.
Right.
Now you're trying to say that God failed to get me to realize and see him.
You're suggesting that he failed because he tapped you on the shoulder in such a pathetic way that you might mistake him for being someone else. That's your analogy, not mine. Now, we can come back to the same question again. Just follow me on this logical path, right? Because this is going to be uncomfortable for you, but you've got to follow me on this, okay? Is God capable of providing evidence for me that he knows would be successful in making me know he's there? Is he capable of it or not? He is capable. Okay.
Yes.
That he knows would be successful. That he knows that I wouldn't mishear, misconstrue, not notice, be resistant to. That he knows would be successful. He apparently did it. He did it for Saul on the road to Damascus. He's capable of doing it, right? Has he done it?
Yep. Has he done it?
Yeah.
You want me to give him a call real quick and that?
No, you should be able to.
Say yes or no.
You should be able to answer this question immediately with no hesitation. I'm a non-believer. Has God persuaded me that he's there?
Has God persuaded you of something? That's a question for you.
It's not a complicated question. I'm asking you to follow me on the logic. So you've agreed with me that God is powerful enough to provide evidence that would be impossible to ignore or misconstrue. You've agreed with me this.
Yep.
So the next question is...
We've agreed that he can do that, yes.
In your opinion, has he done that?
So I'll tell you, it's not my opinion.
No, it's just a yes or a no.
Makes clear.
The
Bible makes clear he will not do that for you.
No. So he hasn't done it. Right. So that means that God is happy for me to remain a non-believer, because if he wasn't happy with that, it's exactly what it means. Because if he wasn't happy with it, he would provide the evidence that he knew would remedy that situation.
No.
And it would be easy for him to do it.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. That goes against everything written in the Bible.
It doesn't.
You made that up on your own accord.
It doesn't, because it flows naturally from the thing
Where
you
does it
agree.
say that in the Bible that God is unhappy that you don't follow him, so he'll make you obviously follow him?
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. We're not talking about that at all. Yeah, that's not the position.
Following him is a separate question from letting him know he believes.
Okay,
exactly.
so where does it say in the Bible
Hold on.
He exists?
It's a logical entailment. John asked you, is God capable of giving John convincing information to let John know he exists without fail, for letting him know that? And you said, yes, he's capable. John asked you, has he? Yeah. And the fact that John doesn't believe he exists means logically, definitionally, God has not provided that, correct?
Okay, so yes, but even if you had not told me that you were not a believer, I would have been able to tell you that God is not going to do that for you, because that's not what the Bible says.
Don't worry about what the Bible says. These are the logical entailments of the properties of the God you believe in. Hang on. I need you to follow me on this, because you're sinking in quicksand in the logic here, and I'm trying to pull you out. Okay. So don't worry for a second in logic. Don't worry about what the Bible says. Just apply some reason here, okay? You've granted. We're going to go around this roundabout just one last time in the hope that you can get this, okay? You've granted that if it was God's will, he could make me a believer right now. Agreed?
No. I never said if it was his will. I know that's not his will.
In that case, he's not capable of doing it, correct?
No, he's capable of it, but it's not.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with if that's his will or not.
So he's capable of doing it, and he hasn't done it yet, which means it is his will or it isn't his will.
What?
He's capable of doing
so
it.
obviously, if he hasn't done it, it's not his will.
Correct.
Like,
That's what I
are
was
we
saying.
asking here?
So I was saying, if it was his will, this is not complicated. If it was his will for me to be a believer, he could give me the evidence and I would be a believer. The fact that I'm not demonstrates that he doesn't want me to be, because he could make me one
it
now.
demonstrates that it's not his will to make it easy for you.
It's not about easy. He either wants me to know he's there or he doesn't. If he wants me to know he's there, I would know he was there. And if he doesn't want me to know he's there, then I don't know he's there. The only other options are he doesn't exist, he doesn't exist, or he's not powerful enough to provide the evidence. There are no other
here's
options.
A third option for
there
you.
are
Yes,
no
there
others.
is. See, well, then let me give the option and you tell me what's wrong with it.
Sure.
So the third option is he doesn't want you to believe in him because you know to believe in him. He wants you for you. Right,
Yeah,
and he wants the you that you
that's
are
a,
right
that's
now.
a subset. That's a
not
subset.
to be faced with
we
this
understand.
evidence that you can't physically ignore.
He needs
and
to
then
play.
You're forced into
He needs to play word games. We
Going
understand.
to hell.
We understand this. So that's just a subset of the condition I mentioned where he doesn't want me to know. So you're just saying, yes, he doesn't want you to know, and here's the reason why.
No, that's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what it is. So
That is not what I said at
the
all.
condition
That is
you
the
gave,
opposite of what I said.
the condition you gave is a subset of him not wanting to provide evidence.
No.
If he wanted to provide the evidence, he would.
What I said, I said the only difference between what me and you were saying is that you're asking for conclusive evidence that cannot be questioned, ignored, or denied, and then you will believe. And the entire word of God says that is not what God wants out of us, because he doesn't want perfect robots.
He has to.
wants me and you.
It's not perfect robots. If your position is that when you give someone information, you make them into a robot, then we should immediately close down all the schools and universities, because the provision of information in your worldview is making automatons out of people.
Well,
that's a silly position. God could let me know. Hang on a second. Hang on.
Okay.
God could let me know right now that he's there, and still I would have the free will to follow him or not. Right?
100%.
Right? So God is
And
not
how's your robot?
God is not taking away my free will and making me a robot by just giving me some information. He's capable of doing it. He's able to do it. He has not so far done it, and therefore it follows necessarily by deductive reasoning that he doesn't want me to know right now.
So let me ask you this. Let's say God brought his face through the clouds for the entire world to see.
Yeah.
So everybody looks at, and I'm talking every single person on earth looks up in the sky right at God's eyes, and God says to him, I am your creator. Worship me. You will all make it to heaven. You'll live in peace for eternity, right? Almost everybody would follow him, if not everybody, right?
Right. He just needs to be coy, doesn't he?
Okay,
he just needs to be coy.
If everybody
He's
on
playing
earth
hard
was
to get.
following God,
He's playing
right,
hard to get.
there would be no evil, right?
Why would there be no evil? Because
no,
people would fall away
Christians
from
do
it.
evil things.
Yeah, you think Christians don't do any evil? Go and look inside a prison,
are you talking about the Christians who haven't been able to look up in the sky and see God's face?
According to Christian doctrine, according to Christian doctrine, all people are sinners, including Christians. So all people do some evil things, right?
So you gonna answer my question, or
is that correct? Yeah. What's your question?
I thought you said we weren't talking about the Bible, so I figured we don't need to get into those details.
Well,
right?
we weren't in that particular part of the conversation, but that doesn't mean the Bible's off topic.
Okay, yeah. That's fair.
I mean, pertaining to what you said, right? Anani said Jesus does a transfiguration for his apostles in Matthew 17, right? Which didn't make them into robots. This is incoherent. I agree. This is incoherent.
Well, so it's not incoherent. It's based on your logic. Your logic was you will believe God and you will follow God if you have undeniable evidence. But now all of a sudden there's
we didn't say we'd follow him. We just said we'd know he was there.
Perceptive. If you convince John and I God, if you convince John and I God existed, you violate our free will.
No, what are you talking about?
Okay, no, I agree. If God convinces John and I God exists, did God violate our free will?
No.
Okay, there you go.
What free will are you referring to?
Yeah.
Well, you said robots. That's alluding to free will. Okay, so
No,
if you
that's not
convince us God
alluding to just
exists,
simply free will.
okay, all right. Let me reword it. If you convince John and I God exists, did you turn us into robots?
No.
If God convinces us God exists, did He turn us into robots?
That's not something I can answer because God hasn't done that for you. So here's the thing.
Hold on. You said God. You can't answer that because God hasn't done that for us. Have you done that for us? You were able to answer that for. You were able to answer that for yourself, but not God.
No, I said no because I cannot convince you of anything you would not want me to convince you of. So your free will never. Your free will cannot be touched by another man. That's an impossible statement and circumstance.
First of all, I don't want to believe cancer exists, but I actually believe cancer exists. So not even if it was the case that I didn't want to believe it, that would be a non sequitur, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but second of all, you said God convincing us God exists would turn us into robots, but then you don't set that standard for yourself. What's different?
No, so God did not convince me that he exists. I came to him and asked for his presence and voice and knowledge and understanding his will. You know, I asked for these things because I want those things.
So did I.
But what you get into in your heart is a whole different story beyond that. And that's why I wanted to go into the question I had asked that kind of just got completely ignored. I was saying that if God's face came down through the clouds and he made it undeniably clear that he exists and heaven is waiting for us, would you guys believe God? Would you guys follow God? Would you guys trust God?
It's irrelevant how people become convinced. Once people
No. I'm asking
let me finish.
You saw his face.
I'm trying to answer your question, and you're stopping me. All right. So if I saw his face in the clouds, it's no different than any other way. If I were convinced that there's a heaven and there's a hell, and then there's going to be eternal pain if you don't follow God or what have you, anybody would choose to avoid the pain and try to follow God or love God or what have you. The method, whether it's face in the clouds or if you convinced me, the method that I got convinced is irrelevant. If I truly believe it to be the case, I'm going to react however I react to it. It doesn't matter if you convince me God exists or if God convinces me God exists. I'm going to react to it the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great and all, but what I'm asking you is if you saw God's face in the clouds, would you at that point give up your will and follow God?
It's got nothing to do with will. If God made himself known to us in an unambiguous way, me personally, if God made himself known to me in an unambiguous way, I would immediately accept that he exists. I would immediately stop being an atheist because obviously that would be stupid, right?
What does that mean?
It means that I would be convinced that he exists. Now, as to what I follow him, what do you mean? You would have to define what you mean by follow him. Would I love him? Are you asking me?
That goes directly into what you're saying about you would stop being an atheist. So here's what I mean by you would follow, or would you follow him? If God's
define
real,
that.
Yeah, if God's real, there are things written in the Bible that God has asked of us, that God has told us to do, and that involves loving your neighbors as one another,
and keeping slaves and killing children, subjugating women,
you're
genocides.
You're getting into sidebar stuff.
I'm getting into the things that God commanded his people to do.
I'm getting into what I'm referencing to you is the Beatitudes that Jesus Christ
so
made very clear.
Jesus came along and said some nice words. A thousand years after,
and didn't talk about supporting.
Okay. So 1,000 years after God sanctified slavery and told everybody that genocide was fine, that women should be stoned to death under many circumstances, that they're the property of men, that it was absolutely fine to kill children with swords, and that people can be owned as property. Jesus came along, stood on a hill, and said, "Blessed are the meek." And that made all of that better.
No, it didn't make all of it better. It just shows how little you understand about what was written and what was shown throughout history. So a lot of the Old Testament is
my lack of understanding.
Writing.
It's my lack of
A lot of
understanding.
the Old Testament is historical writing, and just because it's written in the Bible doesn't mean that's God's will for us as humans.
So when God says, "So speaketh the Lord, I am your Lord," and through Moses gives the laws in Deuteronomy, it's not God's will.
That's not what I said at all.
So are the laws in Deuteronomy God's will?
So the laws that were written for us men do not directly relate to show and explain what God's will is. There's so much more context that needs to be provided.
No distraction. Are the laws in
That's not a
Deuteronomy?
distraction.
It is. Are the laws in Deuteronomy God's will?
It was God's will that we as men had the laws of Deuteronomy.
So that would be a yes. So the laws in Deuteronomy are God's will. That means that all the barbarism attendant in those laws is God's will.
Are not God's will.
So when God said when God said in the laws of Deuteronomy, liberally sprinkled, so saith the Lord, I am your Lord, so shall you purge the evil from your midst, all of the requirements and the commandments for how to structure society delivered from Moses onto the people of Israel, dictated by Moses from God, that wasn't actually God. Whose laws were they?
No, that's not what I said. You've done nothing but twist my words.
But you said those laws weren't God's will. They either were or they weren't.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an example. So
we're all aching for a straight answer to this question, by the way.
This is a straight answer to it. It's just to provide you some context that you're openly ignoring. So if it was written in a law for us humans to follow that we should purge all evil, and then let's say us humans decided, well, let's purge all evil, and so we ended up harming 1 million people, right? Well, let's say that out of those 1 million people, there were 5 people who were going to band together and quite literally kill every human on earth. And because God ordered us to purge the world of evil,
this is the straight answer.
We ended up getting around those 5 people that were going to end all of humanity, and then 10 billion people were to Christ after that.
We definitely this is not the straight answer we were all hoping for. The straight answer we were all hoping for would have been along the lines of yes, the laws in Deuteronomy were God's will, or no, the laws in Deuteronomy weren't God's will. That's what straight answer looks
answered
like.
That.
Well,
is it yes or no?
Answer it again so we're clear, because you didn't answer it clearly.
It's God's will
so that
those laws were written for us, but that does not explain God's will.
Okay. So
you guys are simplifying it to a human understanding when you're talking about God.
We're not simplifying it to a human understanding.
Superhuman understanding. Do you have a superhuman understanding of God's laws?
No, I have an understanding with the Holy Spirit.
Magic. A magic ghost gave you the understanding. Okay,
no, it's
wonderful.
Not magic, that's for sure.
So in Deuteronomy, when God gives the rules about what the Israelite soldiers can do with captured war brides, for example, is it his intention that people will follow that law?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So the answer you were looking for there was yes. When I asked you earlier,
why is it his intention we follow that law?
Because
why was it his intention we followed that law?
Right. Well, it's his intention that we follow that law.
That.
Yeah. I mean, that's
so
the question.
You don't know?
Well, my view would be that that
so you don't know.
That he's favoring his people and he's granting onto his people he sees the Israelites as his favored people. The people of Israel are his servants, his slave, his family, his suffering servant are the people of Israel, and he's bestowing them with privileges against the other tribes and the other people that he sees as being beneath them. And some of those privileges include being able to fuck your war brides.
So then why is it that all of the people who followed those laws to the T as best they could were completely stood against by Jesus Christ when he got here?
Do you mean when he said in Matthew 5:17, I'm not here to abolish the old law and anyone
I'm talking
to fulfill
it? When he looked at the high priests and the people within the synagogues, and he said, woe to you, brood of vipers, who followed the law based on their understanding instead of God's will, right?
Right, because
So just because you read the law doesn't mean you understand God's will behind it, right?
that doesn't get rid of the fact that these were the laws delivered
Gotcha.
from God through Moses to Israel, and they are a moral aberration. Now, the reason we're talking about this,
For
just
what
so
purpose?
that
Why did God deliver those?
but before I've answered that already. Now, before we get too
Well, you
lost,
said you don't know.
Before
Yeah.
no, I said it was to bestow favor onto His chosen
You said
people.
it was your view that it was to bestow favor.
But that's clearly
So
what
you
he
don't know.
You
that's
have
clearly
your
what he was
view
doing.
as well. You
Now,
have your
the
view
thing
as
is,
well.
let's not forget why we're talking about this, because we're getting a little distracted here. The reason we're talking about this is you asked if God made Himself known, would we follow Him? Right now, there's a question of survival here. Right, is if I thought God was stupid enough that me pretending to love Him would spare me from being cast into the furnace, as Jesus said would happen to those who don't, then I would play along and pretend to love Him and hope that mollifies his thin-skinned little ego enough to stop him, like a celestial Kim Jong-un, from punishing me in the way that he's going to punish everyone else, right? I would play along, right?
But we're back to that.
But
I thought you said your mom didn't punish you when you chose to walk away from her.
Right, but your God will. That's the difference. Your God punishes us.
So you chose to walk away from the house. God didn't punish you.
No one's chosen
That's not
anything.
analogous to this.
And hang on,
That's not analogous to the situation now.
I'm really trying
the
hard.
situation as God's face comes through the clouds. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm trying really hard to help you to focus on a line of logic, and it seems that every time we take one step along the line, you go skiing off to the side. Try and follow me on this. The reason we're talking about this is because you asked if God made Himself known, would we follow Him? Sean and I.
You just said that wasn't the same analogy.
It would be delightful if you could allow me to finish the sentence. It would be so super.
Yeah, same.
So
go ahead.
Unfortunately.
You got to run from it.
Unfortunately, the inner circle have deemed you too boring to continue listening to. So sadly, we have to unfortunately end that. That's a bit sad because I was wanting to establish one more point with him, but we were at the half-hour plus mark. I would like everyone to finish their ratings on this call and decide what we think about this particular fellow. And I will be closing and locking the ratings, allowing for the few seconds delay. The ratings for Perceptive Edition are closing in just a moment, and they are now closed. And oh my gosh, we got a score of 16. That's fairly bad. I don't know if he was trolling. I think he was trying. I'm not sure, but okay. Well, that's where we got to with that. Fair enough.
It was like whack-a-mole. You can't follow a point linearly when it's. Yeah. I mean, he's in this corner, then he's at this other point over here, and it just.
Yeah, it was frustrating because we were trying to just get him onto a linear line of conversation, and every time we did, it went off somewhere else. And the point we were trying to make is that God could make Himself, if God made Himself unambiguously known and we knew He was there, that wouldn't make us love Him. It wouldn't make us worship Him with adoration. Love and adoration cannot be commanded. They must be given from a place of sincere feeling, or they're not love and admiration. They're the pretense of love and admiration. And so it would be hard for me to love and admire a God who was throwing my friends into fire for not loving and admiring Him, a God who apparently will liberally stock heaven with the guards of the Third Reich, many of whom had "God is with us" on their SS uniforms, but would have sent all the people who they put into gas chambers to hell because those Jews didn't love Jesus in quite the right way. I would struggle to love that God just a little bit. The one who saves Jeffrey Dahmer but sets Anne Frank on fire. I would feel it a struggle to feel the warm fuzzies for that guy. So forgive me for that. Even if we knew he was there, loving him and following him as an act of adoration would probably be beyond what I could manage, and I suspect lots of you too. Okay, PVG has been super patient, so we're just going to read a couple of super chats and then get PVG in. Yeah, that was fun. Chikawana says, "Hey John, I had someone say there's a context in which Deuteronomy 22, 23, 24 was good. The apologetics are strong today. Oh, that's Baku. Okay. So Deuteronomy 22, 23, 24 is the rape law, if I understand correctly. If I understand correctly, that's what that is. And I wonder what the context for that would be. All the sexual morality laws in Deuteronomy objectify women and treat them just as property crimes against the men who owned them. And I think that's absolutely disgusting, completely unacceptable. If I remember rightly, this one is about stoning the woman as well if she didn't shout out loudly enough, because that would be deemed to be a sign that it was consensual, because we all know that all women who have ever been sexually assaulted were shouting loudly because none of them were scared. So yeah, I think that's rather pathetic, but thanks for letting us know about it. I appreciate it. Baku, big shout out to you, my friend. Ontological Shock says, hell can't be eternal separation from God if he's omnipresent. That is true. Also, if God created hell and its conditions, he is the torturer. It's just automated. Right. Yeah, he's in the industrial age. He just set up the machinery to run by itself. He doesn't need to be there working the knobs of the furnace himself because he's God. Completely agree. Those are both excellent points. Thank you so much for those. And Kerrigan Burn It Down said, I have an endophasia and pathologically incapable of an internal monologue. I think in pictures and concepts. Tell me God answered my prayers. That's fascinating. I haven't heard of that before. That's making me want to look that up and understand more about that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And then Bethos says, W. Sean exposing the perceptive caller. I agree. You did great there, Sean. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome work. And then finally, Nismo said, I attended a Catholic school in the early 80s run by the Christian Brothers. A few years later, 4 brothers, including the headmaster, faced many abuse charges. The headmaster ran off and took his life. Religion is about control. Yeah, and how many times have we heard this story over and over? It doesn't always end up with the perpetrators taking that way out, of course, but it always ends up with the wreckage of ruined lives in the wake of the people who abuse the children in their care, and then the church strategically lifting these people up and moving them around so that they could continue to abuse fresh communities and escape any kind of accountability for what they did. That's absolutely horrific. So yeah, thank you for sharing that story. That's wild and horrible. Okay, as promised, let's get PVG in, and then we have a few more waiting in the YouTube queue as well. So PVG, how are you, friend?
Hello, I'm here. I'm okay. Oh, but that was a tough call to digest because I literally got a headache from that guy. Like literally, I don't know why. Oh my God, the way he was going with the non sequitur and literal headache.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to give you some housekeeping. Espresso has been working on a plugin for the browser that will transcribe the video, and for that to work immediately and not take hours, we need you to enable the captions on the stream because the captions are disabled at the moment.
Are they disabled on this one? That's my bad. I normally enable them. That might have explained why they weren't available the other day. That's my fault for not doing that. I don't know if I can enable them now, but I'm going to try to see if I can. I'm not sure if I can in the middle of the stream. Someone who knows this tech better than me might know the answer to this. I don't think that I can right now do that, but in the future I definitely will do that.
That's fine. It's just going to take a few hours for the transcriber to work in, or I have to kind of hand transcribe the timestamps like I did last time. So we'll sort it out.
Yeah, thanks for that. Because I got a request from a couple of people to make sure that the captions were on, and I did turn them on, but I must have just forgotten to activate them for today. So I'll try and be really good about remembering that in the future if it makes the timestamps easier. Huge thank you to you and Espresso for doing that work. It makes it, on a 7-hour live stream, to have the timestamps is just so helpful for people. So thank you both for that.
That's all right. We like doing it. It's quite fun. Also, the link to the guest, can you put them on your bio? Because we have people asking in the chat for the link now and then, and so it'll be easier to have it on your bio along
of course.
with the Discord.
The other thing I can do is have it permanently in the description of each live for the YouTube one, and see if I can put it into my TikTok profile, if it'll let me add another link, and that way everyone can always get it all the time. So yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, it's just that's good. No, that's pretty much it. And I just wanted to, by the way, I can't see your video on the Ninja because
I've disconnected my camera from that to save bandwidth. Until I get my fiber in, I'm having to be very stingy with the bandwidth, so I've disconnected that feed. But
okay, yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, buddy.
Just want and I just want to quickly, do you remember the caller Lee? There was a person called Lee who called in saying that she was a witch and she was.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, Lee, earlier today. Yes.
Yeah. Now, I have a question for people. I mean, because I was in that, I wasn't a wizard or anything, although I did have a beard, long beard, like a wizard. But still, the thing is that when you go romanticize on nature, saying that everything looks so magical and why am I here with life form and everything kind of, you're tempted to metaphorize and symbolize, right? But then it comes to the point where you're seeing all the ineptness in nature and all the cruelty in nature and all the things that are not so pretty.
Yeah.
And how do those people negotiate with that? That is a question I wish you had asked her, and I thought Sean was going to ask her, but because they always fall back onto the beautiful things in nature.
Yeah.
But what about the bad, the cruel things? Because in India, people, even if you look at some of the animisms, they even deify all the bad things, and that's why we had human sacrifice, even child sacrifice, and some ancient animistic rituals. So I think it's problematic. It definitely is problematic. On top of the alternate health risk, it's definitely problematic to romanticize too much on nature and saying that everything is magical.
That's a really good point as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing, do you know that, the other day a caller called in and he was saying that the Christians are against homosexuals because generally they are against lust or urge, the urges to be sexually, attracted to someone or sexually whatever. But
that's not unique to gay couples.
Yeah, that's not. But why would they bring that up to talk against homosexuality? But does that mean heterosexual hedonism doesn't exist?
No, it's a dumb argument. It's just a dumb argument to distract from the fact that it's just bigotry in the Bible. That's it. Full stop. That's the end of it.
Yeah, I often, whenever the topic of homosexuality comes up with Christians, I often challenge them to come up with secular reasons other than just because God told me so, why gay relationships are immoral. And they'll come up with things, but they're always terrible arguments that fall like a house of cards with any amount of scrutiny. Yeah. It's unnatural. There's this excuse, that excuse. There's the bottom line is there is no good reason to discriminate against people in same-sex relationships versus opposite relationships. There's none whatsoever. Consenting adults, they can have good, loving, meaningful relationships. It's no different, in my opinion. I mean, it's physically different, but it's in no substantive way or meaningful way is it any different.
Yeah, completely agree.
Sure. Yeah,
all right, dude. Well,
thank you, guys, and
thanks for coming on.
I apologize to all the viewers because it's going to take a few hours before we can get the timestamps done because of the caption thing. But it'll be done in like about 4 or 5 hours after the stream is ended.
It's super helpful. Thank you, and I will try to make a concerted effort to not forget to turn that on because a few people have asked me about the captions and thanked me for turning them on afterwards, and then I've now forgotten to put them on today. So that's completely my bad. I will make sure that I'm better about that. So
No worries, Sean.
thank you for doing the work. Appreciate it, friend.
Guys.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, that is awesome. I so appreciate the way that people chime in and just help and do stuff. And he and Espresso have both been super helpful with getting the timestamps on the videos. Okay, we're staying in YouTube world for a moment, and let's see if we can get James in, who has been waiting a while. James, are you there? I hope that you are. I fear that you're not.
James, can you hear us?
Looks like maybe not. That's a shame. Okay, well that seems like James is not working. So we're going to drop you down right now, James. If you are listening and you want to come back, rejoin the queue and we'll jump you over it, and we will instead go to Big Al.
Hey,
Big Al,
I'm on.
You're on.
Hey, hello, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We
How are
got
you?
Okay, great. Let's see.
But what you need to do is turn the speaker in the background off, because that's going to come through a few seconds later.
Okay, yeah, that's actually okay.
Yeah, that needs to go. And once that goes, then we'll be free to have a normal conversation. That's
okay.
better. Hello.
Hello. I love you guys. Anyways, I listen to you all the time, and today a couple of callers got on a subject that I was wishing you could have gone into a little bit more. So, and that's has to do with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh yeah.
So I'm 75. I joined a social group, basically non-political, non-religious. You know, I like to play golf, pickleball, poker, go to meetings with these guys, and it was pretty hard to ignore the politics because I'm not particularly proud of my demographics. But hey,
yeah,
when you're playing golf, you just get past that and you do what you got to do.
Yeah.
So, and some of the things I did, like some of these guys are wearing MAGA clothing, and and I just make it real clear. Hey, guys, I'm here to play golf. You want
to
get together with you, and we'll have a cup of coffee and talk about it. So that's how I dealt with that situation.
Yeah.
Then we also have like monthly meetings, and we usually start them with Pledge of Allegiance, singing "God Bless America," and then an invocation. And normally I just stay quiet. I maybe put my hand on my heart, maybe not, and definitely don't say the God part.
Mm-hmm.
But more recently, like yesterday, I went to a meeting and I just didn't pretend to sing. I didn't pretend to pledge. And then when the guy started talking about the invocation, oops.
That's okay. It's okay. I've just disconnected it to try and improve the audio signal. So don't worry, we still got you.
Okay, so we're still talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yesterday I went to this thing, and in this meeting, it's maybe 100 guys there. I probably know better than half of them, and nobody says anything. And I'm sitting at a table of 8 maybe, and I'm somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the back. And by the time this guy starts playing, and he's sounding like with a real good old boy accent, and is gonna go into that. I just basically walked out, didn't make a scandal or anything, but I'm really wondering, I don't want to make a big stink of it. It's a social club. It's not like a church. It's not like they can, excommunicate me or anything.
Yeah.
And I can play golf anywhere, but so I was hoping you'd talk a little bit more about that situation.
Yeah, what do you got, Sean? What do you think?
I'm definitely against having children recite, any sort of allegiance or any sort of indoctrination into any sort of ideology,
Yeah.
even if it's one that I consider to be helpful. So, I do consider myself a patriot, but I do not consider myself to be a
Me
national.
too. Okay.
Yeah. So by patriot, I mean, I recognize, there's no global government. Every country has its own unique issues, and their respective governments should look out for their people, and we should look out for our immediate neighbors and our closer circle of influence. I as a patriot, I want universal health care for all Americans. That's also, as a humanist, I want that as well. When I watch, I'm into chess. When I watch like the candidates tournaments, I'm cheering on Nakamura and all the American players for them. For them to do well. Same with the Olympics. I cheer on my team, but it's not like part of being a patriot, I think, is recognizing areas that need improvement. There's nuance to it, like, hey, I don't like that my country is doing this because I want my country to be better.
Right.
So when you start telling kids, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States there's no nuance there. It's just this allegiance. And by the way, under God was added much later, I think in the 1950s.
By Eisenhower.
Yeah, and then the same thing with our money.
But see, I'm not. I got the kids then. Okay, I'm totally just like you against early indoctrination. I don't like patriotic displays unless they're age appropriate. But that's really not where I'm going. Perhaps I should be, but I'm not out there to convert these guys. I'm out there with a social group, which I join willingly. And on the one hand, I don't want to offend them unless they offend me. On the other hand, I'm willing to talk to them. I mean, I'll say to them exactly what you said. You think you're a big patriot. Hey, I'm a bigger patriot than you because, I believe in the things that America stands for. But the thing is, that does not belong, and maybe I've got myself in a situation, and if I don't know how to handle it, I think, hey, catch you later. I'll just, go play with a bunch of strangers, right? So I don't know. Just wanted you guys to talk about that a little bit.
Sure. And that group had its own unique culture. Could be a political culture.
I don't think so. I moved around 5 years ago from the Bay Area, which, it's, and I live in somewhere between suburban and country, probably, and it's generally conservative, but, it's not that big a deal. And this group, I'm sure there's all kinds. Because of the demographics, it's over 50, male.
Yeah.
It's generally quite conservative. And and they go through these rituals, which I'm sure I'm not the only one that's bothered. I just wonder if anybody else is. I know some other people are bothered because I've talked to some of my buddies about it and said, yeah, one of my buddies goes to AA and he says, yeah, that bothers me too.
I'm sure.
But
yeah, we agree. This is a little bit outside of theology where we tend to focus, but we largely I think tend to agree with you on this.
Yeah. Thanks for calling in, Al. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Okie dokie. Okay, let us move on to. We're going to stay on the YouTube side, and we're going to bring in Bro with a Fro. Bro, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Well, welcome in. Thank you for waiting
cool.
patiently. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
You are up, and the floor is yours. Do you agree with us?
All right. Well, I just want to say, yeah, I agree. I'm not a detractor.
Sure.
I love your show. I like your approach. It's awesome.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to talk about, just to bring into perspective some of the terrible things in the Bible, like let's say Numbers 31, 17, and 18, the command to
keep
kill
the young
and
girls,
take war brides, right?
Yeah.
So let's imagine we're an Israelite soldier in those days. Like you're just gonna wake up one day and the commander says, "Oh yeah, we got word that we were gonna go take over this nation. We're gonna kill all their people, and you get to take little girls for yourself." You know, you
Yeah.
didn't hear this from God. You heard this secondhand from somebody else. So
Yeah.
it makes it like even more unbelievable that that was the actual reason that they did it. Like it was just humans that wrote this and wanted to conquer this nation.
Absolutely
And
right.
it's wild to me that people can read that and just dismiss it or even say like, "Oh, you just need context." That blows my mind because it's like, what context? What makes that okay? What could ever make that okay?
Right.
It's like almost psychopathic. I don't get it.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Context to me, I have this kind of image in my mind of someone submerged in water, like in rapids, in dangerous water, clinging on for dear life to a piece of wood that's floating on the top of the water, and that piece of wood is the context, right? It's a word that they throw around in a desperate situation where something is making their Bible look really terrible, or their God look really terrible, or frankly, them look really terrible. And they've been taught that if they say context enough, it's going to look a little bit like an argument for the thing that they're trying to defend. Because so often appealing, there are times when appealing to context actually changes the meaning of a verse or of a piece of writing. There are times when that is the case, but they're not that common. And I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't understand writing in context. We absolutely should. It enriches our understanding when we do get the context of something. But in my experience, 90% of the time, when someone says to me, but you have to read it in context, you can say, well, I have. I know the context. Yeah. And even if I hadn't, reading it in context wouldn't change the meaning of what it is. There is no context where it's okay to tell people, go back and finish the job. You are very sad to hear that you let some of those Midianite survivors alive. Go back and finish off the young boys, kill them all, but and then do some kind of weird virginity test on the female population of those people, and separate out the young virgin girls from the older women who might have had sexual experience. Kill all of that lot, and then keep the young girls for yourself. What is the context that would make that okay? And I never get an answer to that. Never. So it's just a desperate move.
Right. And another thing that I find funny is that like we'll have these big panels with like a big audience, or it'll be like a theoretical physicist versus a theologist, and that just reminds me of that. I'm not sure if you've seen that meme where it's like atomic bomb versus coughing baby, where it's like one side literally just has fairy tales and the other side has so many books and so much knowledge. It seems like just a big waste of time for these people who have spent their whole lives learning about things, and now they have to their opponent is somebody who believes in a fairy tale. It's not even the same level.
You're absolutely right. So in the late 90s and early noughties, there was a point where very distinguished scientists would share debate stages with complete kooks, like crazy people who just had mad ideas, right? You'd get, PhD level astronomers standing on a stage next to young Earth creationists and having these debates. And they're all on YouTube still now. And there was a point where they sort of stopped doing it because they realized that the fact that they were sharing a debate stage created the idea that these two perspectives were on the same level in terms of dialectic value or credibility or whatever it might be. And I actually think it was a right thing for them to stop having those kinds of debates, because although I think these conversations are valuable and I'm up for having them, because I'm not a preeminent physicist or cosmologist or evolutionist, biologist or whatever it is. So like I'm just a small character, and it's not, if I have a debate with someone online, it's not lifting up the perceived status of the person I'm speaking to. Whereas if a Nobel,
people who don't believe in magic,
they're just people who we're just people who don't believe in magic. Yeah. Whereas if a Nobel winning, or Nobel laureate, whatever it is, shares a stage with Kent Hovind or someone like that, I think that it provides them a sort of reputational boost, which I think is not helpful, and it overall I think it possibly does more harm than good. Yeah, I think it's similar to what you're talking about. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it's a pleasure talking to you, man. I love your show. I've been wanting to start up my own, but you keep doing your thing. Hopefully maybe the next caller will have the context for genocide. So
we live in hope. We live in hope. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming in. We really appreciate you. And if you're not a member, come and join the Discord. We'd love to have you in there.
Gotcha. See you there.
All right, buddy. Take care. Thanks. Okay, that was Bro with a Fro. What an excellent chap. Right, we have... I don't think we have any guests at all right now. So...
looks like there's one on TikTok.
Is there? I can't see them. If you want to bring them up, I can't see anyone there.
He just disappeared.
Ah, the old disappearing trick. Fair enough. Okay, well, I'll read a couple of super chats, and hopefully someone will come in and want to engage with us in a moment. Sean, I just muted you on. No, I didn't. I didn't mute you on video. That's all right. I was echoing, but it's okay now. We do actually have someone's just popped into the video queue. Let's have a little look and see who it is. There doesn't seem to be a name. Let's bring them in anyway and see what happens. Hello, you are through to Sean and John. Are you there? Possibly not. It's a phantom call.
I see James in video.
Ah, I can't see that. Maybe this is James. I did see James in video before, and I was trying to line James up to come in, but there's James. Okay, so we can now go activate, and hopefully we can bring you in. James, are you there? Are you there, James? It might be worth just trying to disconnect and reconnect, James, to video. Sometimes it gets a little bit weird and upset, and if you go out and then come back in, it tends to work the second time. It does that quite often, weirdly. So perhaps I'll drop you down and then come back in if you want to, and we'll get you straight up. And until that happens, I will read some messages. We have a few, not a large number. Or is he back? Okay, third time lucky with James. Let's try this again. Is that James? Come on. Hopefully it will be. Still can't see the name. Nope. Are you there,
Video's
James?
acting a little weird.
It is a bit, yeah. Strange though that Sean, your video is working fine.
Yeah, I see a gentleman who just popped up on the screen. Visually, I see him. Are you there? Is that you, James?
I think not.
Okay, he's giving me the thumbs up. James, can we hear you? Can you say something?
Ah, there we go. I think I see that now. So now, how about that? James, how's that? I could see you as well on the video thing, but we can't hear you, sadly, for some reason. It says AirPods, but you don't have AirPods in, do you? Yeah, we can't hear. I'm going to try and put it on the iPhone mic. How's that? Any better? Nope.
Yeah, no sound. No sound. We got visual on you, James. We can't hear you though.
Hang on a second.
John's working on it.
I'm trying to get you in. It's really strange that it isn't letting me. We can even see you. We just can't hear you. Let me see. Let's try this. Nope. I don't know why we cannot hear you. It is the strangest thing. Nope.
We got no audio still, James.
Yeah, annoyingly not.
But James, we agree with everything you just said. We're going to assure you that at least.
Yeah. I don't know why we can't hear you. It's weird that we can hear Sean, but we can't hear you for some reason. And I can't figure out why. So we could give it one more try. If you want to drop down, James, and then come back in again, we'll give it one last try because we would love to speak to you. It's such a strange platform, this. It just seems very weird how it works for some people and not for others. Hopefully James is going to go around once more and we'll be able to get him in.
And do you see SZP, Sierra Zulu Papa?
I do see that too. Let's try and get them in for now and then see, maybe James will come back after that. In fact, here is James now. So we're going to try this one last time. Let's try it one last time.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, James.
Hello?
Yep, we got you.
I can't, so you'll have to solo this one, John.
Oh, that's craziness. All right. Can you hear me, James? This is not working wonderfully well, is it, today? And it's so strange that it works well for some.
Hello?
Can you hear me, James? I'm guessing not. It feels like maybe a no. Can you hear me? Seems like possibly not. Sorry, guys. I know this is not peak viewing for you lot. I'm so sorry. It's so strange that first we couldn't hear him, and now we can hear him, but he can't hear us. And now he's dropped out. So let's try and get SZP in. SZP, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, well, that works. So it's
I got you as well.
It's definitely something user end, unfortunately. Welcome in, SCP. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good, thanks.
I don't know if you remember, we spoke a couple of weeks back.
We did on the 30th of April.
Wow, time flies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spoke about the idea of the non-omnibenevolent God. So appreciate you remembering me.
Sure.
So I think what I wanted to talk about was the prompt itself. We don't need God. I guess maybe I'm coming from this through my own point of view, but I don't think the idea of needing God is necessarily correlated with the idea if God exists or not.
Agreed.
Agreed as well. Yeah.
It could absolutely be the case that we don't need God and he still exists. Needing him or not needing him is nothing to do with whether he exists or not. The point I'm making here really is it's just a kind of roundabout way of saying, isn't it time we just moved on from this nonsense? Like, we just don't need this stuff anymore. We used to need a God because there was a point where like nothing about our existence was explained at all, right? We had no clue where we came from. We had no clue about how life could evolve. We had no clue about how planets form. All of the stuff we had no clue about meant that like myth making and ascribing agency to nature and all of that kind of stuff was a bit more understandable for those cultures. But now it's like, we really ought to know better by now. We've had, hundreds and hundreds of years, in fact, thousands of years of discovering that the things that we attribute to spirits and magic actually are just natural. And I'm kind of making the argument we just don't need this nonsense anymore, especially when it comes at such a price, especially when so many religious ideas cause shame, guilt, fear, and trauma. It's just time we moved on and stop doing that. So what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I definitely think religion has been a tool for a lot of horror in the world. I think history shows us that to be quite true.
Yeah.
But I would push back. I guess I sort of subscribe to Thomas Hobbes' view of humanity and Leviathan, where humanity is innately selfish and violent, and even if we got rid of religion today, I would be willing to wager that there would still be horrors and war and evil actions conducted that would be done so in the name of something else. So
Yeah.
I don't know if religion is the cause rather than just a symptom of the underlying problem, which is that humanity is just inherently we're just inherently violent. That's not to say that everyone is. That's not to say that there isn't good
Yeah.
capable of humanity, but I think history shows that we are definitely not a benevolent
Yeah.
race of living, if you
I,
would.
I agree with you, and I think that one of the things that can't be factored out is just basic tribalism, right? So we are prone to splitting ourselves into in groups and out groups, and then organizing our group dynamics along those lines, right? And I think that accounts for so much. And there's some really interesting social research on this. There's a fantastic German academic who works at Johns Hopkins called Yasha Monk. If anyone hasn't heard of him, he's absolutely fantastic. Mounk, I think is how he spells his second name. He's really, really interesting. And one of the things he did with his students at the university, I was telling Christy about this yesterday actually, he split his students into two groups and they had a really big debate about whether a hot dog is a sandwich. Right, and he made them have this big passionate debate about it. Right, the reason he did it was to establish an in group and an out group, and then look at how the dynamics of he kept them in those groups afterwards. Right, so everyone who had been in the yes it's a sandwich group was group A. Everyone who'd been in the no it's not a sandwich group was group B, and then he reinforced the identities in those groups, which let's remember are defined over something so trivial and nonsense. Right. But it still happened that group dynamics and in-group, out-group behavior, the othering of others, and favoritism of people within their chosen group were all starting to play out. It was really fascinating. And so I think what religion does, sadly, is it perpetuates the unnecessary stratification of our global community into Jews, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, and it's a shame because it stops people being able to focus on what they have in common with other human beings, and instead they focus on the differences. And what it really boils down to is the differences are the words they use for their imaginary friends. And all of the killing and all of the violence and all of the war is often defined along those lines. I agree with you that human beings have a tendency to violence and conflict, and I would never make the claim that religion is responsible for all conflict and all ills and all suffering. Of course, that would be asinine and ill-informed and stupid. But it is responsible for quite a lot. And if we removed it, we would just remove the lines that separate so many people. If there is no more Jew versus Muslim, or Christian versus Muslim, or Sunni versus Shia, if we just remove all of those lines, then we become like the Sneetches in the Dr. Seuss books, who are separated into two groups at the beginning of the story, the Sneetches that have stars on their belly and the Sneetches that don't have stars on their belly, and they don't mix. And a chap comes along and makes a machine that allows some of them to get their stars put on and some of them to get their stars put off, and in the end they're all just mixed up and they can't identify the outgroups anymore. And so all the Sneetches get along better. So that's why I think, on balance, religion is not helpful.
I think your point's valid. I think during your comments, the thought that really just came to my head was that if we got rid of religion tomorrow, and we eliminated, I guess, another sort of category how we divide ourselves as people, I suppose because I still believe that there would still be a multitude of ways we divide ourselves outside of religion and that conflict would still persist, you actually lose more by eliminating religion because you're also taking away the good, like the people that, let's say, have found themselves through religion and became better people, they became more peaceful, however it bettered their lives. You're taking that away and you're still not gaining anything because I still believe the violence would persist. So the way I guess I'm viewing it mathematically, where instead of having, let's say, one positive, which is that people have become better in whatever respect it was. You've now lost that too, and you still have this violence here because we're just inherently violent as human beings.
Something you may want to consider is that we can reason people into goodness because we most people, setting aside psychopathy, have empathy, etc. So, like for example, um, gay marriage, gay relationships in the U.S. Um, I can reason with people ordinarily, except when somebody is convinced that an all knowing, all powerful, all good God said gay marriage is an abomination. Or if I go to the Middle East and in 110-degree weather, women are forced to cover everything from head to toe out in the sun or what have you, or prevented from being allowed to drive or get an education or what have you. I can reason with people about why that's probably not a good way to treat women, except when they believe these rules came from a supreme being who's all powerful, all knowing, and all good. I can't reason with those. I can't reason my way out of uh, that situation when they believe it's a law that came from on higher. So with if you take away religious dogma throughout the world, we could go to you know we could go to Israel and talk about like, hey, maybe Jerusalem could be shared, or there could be some way to work this out. But when you have religious dogma involved, I think it muddies things up. There's good aspects to religion with community, but even the sense of community comes with terms and conditions where you belong to this church and everybody's for each other and everybody networks with each other and has a support group. You can have that without religion.
Yeah.
I think in sum and total, the world would be a better place without religion. I can't prove that, but I think it's reasonable.
I'm reminded of Christopher Hitchens, who said that you cannot name an action done or a thing said by a religious person that could not also be done by a non-religious person, like a good thing, right? A good deed done, a good action done, or a good thing said by a religious person that could not also be said by a non-religious person. But when you look at the inverse, think about a bad thing done by a religious person that could not possibly be done or would not possibly be done by a non-religious person. There's an embarrassment of riches there. So I don't necessarily.
I'm not understanding that point that Mr. Hitchens is making.
So, shall I clarify it? So he's saying that he's basically addressing the claim that religion makes you better, right? He's saying that it may make some people better, but that betterment can also be achieved without it. There's no good thing that religious people do that non-religious people don't also do.
Sure,
and there are lots of bad things that only religious people do. Only religious people genitally mutilate children. That's an exclusively religious practice. Only religious people perform exorcisms on children, sometimes killing them in the process. Only religious people deny blood transfusions to children. Only religious people prohibit the use of condoms in sub-Saharan Africa, where millions of people die of HIV. Like these are actions that can only be taken by religious people, never by non-religious people. And so I agree with Sean. I think on balance, if we were to remove religion, and of course we can't, that's not a thing that can be done. And I would never advocate for forcefully doing it either, but just in the thought experiment of being able to say, let's move on from it. Let's imagine we don't have it, right? We peacefully grow up and move on from it in the way that we peacefully grew up and moved on from burning witches. We just don't do that anymore because we realized it wasn't a great idea. If we can realize that this is a similar kind of idea, then I think, yes, there would be some cost. There would be some people who don't have the comfort and solace of some of these stories. But on balance, I think the world would be much, much better.
So I thank you for describing that analogy better. I think I have a better grasp of it. But
sure.
So Christopher, so Hitchens would say that there are certain bad actions that only religious people can do, but there are he would grant that there are still bad actions that both groups can share. Like I mean, like non-religious people can
Sure.
still murder,
Of
non-religious
course.
people can still rob, can still,
Yes.
et cetera, et cetera. So am
Yes.
I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, he's just pointing out that there's a category of bad actions that applies exclusively to religious people. There isn't a category of bad actions that applies exclusively to non-religious people, because any bad action you find, it can also be done and is often done by religious people. But there is a category of bad actions that are exclusively religious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Just like the first time, the last call we had with the puddle analogy, that was the first time I ever heard that analogy, and that was really really insightful and really thought provoking. I didn't necessarily think of it like that. I think the one thing I'm still struggling with, and maybe and forgive me if this is not necessarily directly correlated to the actual topic itself, but
Sure.
I think the one thing I'm really still wrestling with, and I tried to talk to Dr. Blitz, I haven't been able to gotten through with him yet, is just the idea that the universe always existed. I can't. I hate to bring this to such a cosmological discussion, but just the
Sure.
idea that something always existed and it just didn't that there wasn't some sort of initiation that created that thing.
Yeah.
It's just my mind just cannot wrap my arms just can't wrap the ball around. It's like it's like a pretzel in my head. It's like how can something just have always existed? It just I don't know. I apologize. It's just
I agree with you on that in a sense that because I like to ponder these things and I'm very fascinated by cosmology. The idea of going eternally into the past, that there's just an eternal, like no beginning, just into the past, it blows the mind, right?
Yeah.
But the idea that there was ever like absolute nothingness, and then there was, that challenges my incredulity even further. So it's sort of like this thing where a double-edged sword, where either the universe is eternal into the past or it's not, right? That's a true dichotomy. But either case blows my mind in terms of incredulity. And I've learned that sometimes reality itself, what is actually real, does challenge my incredulity. For example, time dilation absolutely blows my mind. But it is an actual true fact of reality, and GPS satellites even rely upon it. Quantum entanglement is just wild to me, so uh, I have learned that intuition and incredulity is not reliable with ascertaining truth. So the best thing to do is just use logic and reason. And in places where there's a lack of sufficient information to come up with an explanation, just be comfortable saying, I don't know.
Yeah. And I would also add to that of course, if your proposed solution to struggling with an eternal universe is to invoke an eternal God, you haven't actually provided a solution. You've just shifted the problem from the universe to something else, which you would then have to struggle with. How could that thing have always existed, right? And if you're prepared to make peace with that thing being eternal, you might as well cut out the middleman and just make peace with the universe being eternal, because it's simpler.
I guess the problem I'm having is I'm having a hard time making peace with either direction. It's like I'm trying to find like what is the actual truth, and I guess what I'm having difficulty is I've come to the belief for sure that if there is a God, that the God is no way benevolent,
Yeah.
And is definitely more likely than not an indifferent God, that the God just lets humanity at its own affairs. I've come that far for sure. I don't believe that God is all the O's, as if you would.
Yeah.
But just if let's say we eliminate God, but then just accept that the universe always has been and always will be, as far as we know. I mean, I feel like at that point I'm just surrendering to the idea. To say that is to me just be like, oh well, I'm just gonna believe that God has always existed. Just because I understand that it's a separate
Just say I don't
problem.
know.
But saying I don't know is such a. I guess what I'm struggling with is that it's just a very scary thing to say I don't know. It's very scary to like not know the origins of who we are, and if there's some being out there, or if there isn't, then how did the universe come? I guess I'm just coming to reality that just say I don't know is scary. It really is. Maybe it's
Yeah.
a.
Yeah.
No, I've made peace with it. I've learned to say I don't know. And the thing is I genuinely care about believing as many true things and as few false things as possible. And a very powerful tool for achieving that is to admit when you don't know something. I enjoy pondering, infinity and all the mysteries of the universe. But I would rather say I don't know than just make something up
Yeah.
well I can't just make something up and then be convinced of it, so just get comfortable with I don't know. It doesn't mean I don't seek to find the answer. It just means at this present time I lack sufficient evidence to come up with an explanation.
Exactly. And but before we tie this up, I would offer you this. I don't know is where all the really cool stuff happens.
Yeah.
Like the boundary between what we know and what we don't know is where we make progress. It's where science happens. It's where research happens. It's how we push those boundaries back. And to me, it's exhilarating. Like the not knowing is the engine for inquiry. It's the engine for exploration. It's identifying what do we need more, what do we need to gain more understanding about, and then let's work really hard to get it. And we are incredible at doing that. I'm sure we have much, much more work left to do. But think about how much more we understand about the nature of reality now than we did 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago. It's exhilarating to me. So I understand that it leaves one feeling a little dissatisfied to not have definite answers to questions. But that's kind of, in a way, the joy of life also, and the thrill of knowing that we may not know right now, but you know what, our grandkids might, or their grandkids might. And look at the history of human knowledge. It's a success story so far. So take hope, my friend.
I appreciate that, and again, thank you so much for just both being just very kind and generous with your time. I just one last thing on that. If it's more of a technical point, I suppose.
Sure.
So if we reach the point where we can say comfortably we don't know, does that mean that we're by default all agnostic versus being atheist, or is there a definition confusion that I'm not understanding there?
Say that again, because I didn't quite track. I'm so sorry.
Sure. So if we reach the ultimate outcome that we don't know, and we're just not sure for with certain how we came to be, does that make us all by default agnostic as opposed to atheist, or am I not understanding?
They're not mutually exclusive. I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't know whether there's some being out there that could reasonably be classified as a god, but I'm not convinced that there is.
Okay.
So I'm agnosticism deals with knowledge. So when you're like, I'm not sure, but I'm not convinced it's true, that's an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. So yeah, atheism and theism are about what you believe, and Gnosticism and agnosticism are about what you claim to know. So you can not know and believe, and you can not know and not believe. But yeah, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you. Please feel free to come back again. You're exactly the kind of guest we love having on here. Good faith conversation, and coming at it from a point of like honesty and decency, and we really like people like you. So please feel free.
You're very kind. Thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
And you, friend. Take it easy. Take it easy. Okay. Well, I think he deserves an excellent caller rating. So put your ratings in now for him if you would like to before I lock it. But that's exactly the kind of caller that I love. Like, what a decent guy. He just wants to know what's true, and he's clearly thinking about stuff. And brilliant, absolutely brilliant guy. Lovely. Okay, well we've locked that one in, I think. Have we? I think we have. All right. Couple of messages to read out, and then we are going to get Fantasy Cheese Basin in next. One that I just wanted to read. We have a very good friend of mine in the YouTube chat at the moment. Michael is involved in the production crew over on Skeptic Haven. And Michael says, John Cohen, so excited to be here with you all, watching a master argumentarian, love that, lol, not a word, argue, and to have him joining us tonight at 7 p.m. Central, that's 8 p.m. Eastern, on Critical Call on Skeptic Haven. So that is exactly the show that I was mentioning earlier, and I'm just going to put a link to it in the chat right now so that everyone has it. Perhaps if anyone's interested in coming over later and hanging out with us on there, then just copy this link to somewhere or open it in a browser somewhere so that you can find it when the time comes a little bit later on. I'll be going here for another just under 2 hours more up here, and then jumping over there to hang out with our friends over there, who are all very, very fine people. So there's the link. I'm going to have to put the link into the TikTok chat without the W's and all of that, because let's see if it will let me do it like this. I think it probably won't. So I'm going to take out the W's and just put it in like that, and hopefully that will work. No, it didn't even allow me to do that. Goodness me, people. If you're on TikTok and you want to come and join us on Skeptic Haven at 8 p.m. Eastern, just go to YouTube and look up Skeptic Haven and you'll find it. Or if you go into the Discord, if you can get in the Discord, there's a link to it in the main chat in the Discord as well. So thanks, Michael. Yeah, looking forward to speaking to you later, friend. And there were a few other messages to read, which I will just quickly do now. Fliberty Giblets said, read Joseph earlier. Why are the soft-spoken ones always so appalling? Hope him and the private jet guy enjoy their money. I know, it was weird. Very, very weird. And Optimus Rhymes, nice to see you, said, if I found out Jesus was real and God, I can't follow him because I care too much about people. It's easy to stand up for yourself if you have a spine. Well said. And that kind of ties in with what I was saying to him as well. It's like, it's one thing to know that God is there, but to then follow and adore that God, knowing that he's simultaneously like probably torturing or unpleasanting in some way millions of other people. I couldn't do it either. Could not do it either. Pretty horrible. Helping Maga Deconstruct has sent out 5 gifted memberships. That's so kind of you. Thank you very much. They will have been long distributed. So that's awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. And if you've just got a membership, then that means you will be able to get involved with the interactive bingo, which is good fun. We'll check in on that in a moment. Otherwise, you just have to watch it and not take part. And I want you to take part. So big thank you to Helping Maga Deconstruct for that. That's super kind. And Bethos said, W. Sean for universal healthcare. Absolutely. In the UK, we have this already. And it works. It doesn't work perfectly. It's not perfect every time. Sometimes you have to wait. Sometimes there's long waiting lists. And actually, the health service in the UK is struggling a bit with finance and stuff. But it works. It works. It saved my life a few years ago. And it is amazing. In the UK, if you need medical treatment, you get it. And you don't end up homeless because of it. So
the lack of it doesn't work. I can tell you that right now.
The lack of it does not work, clearly. Absolutely right. And I agree totally. And then finally, Accidentally Atheist says, you're a major character to us, John. Oh, that's so kind of you. Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you very much. You're all major characters to me in my little story. So that's hugely kind. Okay, as promised, let's go over to the TikTok side and get Fantasy Cheese Basin in. And I see James is back in the YouTube cube, hopefully with renewed tech, and we might be able to get that going later on. But for now, the name of the evening goes to Fantasy Cheese Basin for sure. Hopefully it works to get them in. There we go. Fantasy Cheese Basin. How are you?
I'm very good, actually. And you two guys are a tough act to follow. From intelligence and logic comes me. So you're going to have to put up with me for maybe 30 seconds or so.
Well, thank you. Are you from the north of England by any chance? Somewhere near
I
Newcastle
am,
or
yes.
Sunderland?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
I love me. I love a Geordie.
I am a Geordie, actually, yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. I just stumbled across your prompt in what you were talking about. And I'm a bit... From what... I mean, the way you were speaking about it is very exact, and you go through it. It's very complex. The way I speak about things like that is very simple, because that's the way my brain works.
Sure.
I'm a simple man. And I've got the prompt says we don't need a God. We don't need God.
Yeah.
I think the one time I would possibly need God, and in combination with something else, which is love, would be at the point where I knew I was going to be not on this earth again, and I would have to reach out to something else if I had the chance to do that. That would be, I would reach out to that. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but to reach out to it, you have to...
Because that's all I've got left.
You have to believe that it's there to reach out to, right? Because like you wouldn't reach out to Snoopy or Spider-Man or
correct.
Right, Mickey Mouse, right? You would be reaching out if you thought there was someone there to reach out to. And have you ever heard the phrase "no atheists in foxholes"?
No.
So that phrase is used to say basically what it means is when the shit's really getting real, right? When it relates, it's a military term, right? Being in a foxhole, you're in the middle of a battle and the enemy are closing in and you're running out of ammo and you're in a really bad situation. There's no atheists to be found there because everyone's praying to God because the stakes are so high, right? Now, that may be the case for some people, but what you'll find is there actually are quite a lot of atheists in foxholes. And without getting into too much detail, I've been in a situation where I didn't know if I was going to survive or not, and there was a significant chance I wouldn't. And it didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me for one moment to start, praying or reaching out to amorphous, invisible beings or anything like that.
Yeah.
My focus was on trying to solve the problems that were confronting me.
Yes.
And comfort those around me. So. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a personal thing, but I'm not convinced.
It probably is. Yeah. But I'm not convinced either. I was just hypothesizing at that point in my life. And there was something I was discussing on a different channel today, which the host said was absurd, and I agreed with them. My belief, what is absurd. And I understand it's absurd, but it's my belief, and and I like it. It fits well with me. It resonates with me. A belief that I have.
Yeah.
Even though it is absurd, I still like it. I still take. I like it.
I guess
that belief is.
Yeah, so
can
go
I tell
ahead.
you what the belief is?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
And you'll realize it's absurd.
Okay.
I'm going to this. Yeah, like I say, you're a tough act to follow, and now I'm going to sound like down the bottom end.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
The Big Bang. The Big Bang. I mean, I've thought about this stuff all my life, even as a child. I'm fascinated by it, and I've come to the belief that the absurd belief and the illogical belief that the energy that created the Big Bang was indeed love.
Okay.
Now that's absurd. It's an absurd belief, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It's kind of BS. It's kind of BS. Like, I mean, I don't mean to trample
not really.
on your thing because love is an emotion that happens between two
right.
individuals of some sort, right?
Right. We had this discussion today, and they went very deeply into it, and it isn't as clear cut as you might think. I thought it was clear cut, but when they started to pull it apart, there were little complications and nuances in there. But I get your point. I see exactly where you're coming from, and it would make logical sense. What you're saying is correct.
There's also
so I'm not doubting you at all, and I understand that is being correct.
So there's also John is correct that now if you give love an esoteric definition, the normative definition is an emotion that you feel, which is brain chemistry, and I'm sure we could all agree brain chemistry did not create the Big Bang, right? But also you should know that the Big Bang is not necessarily the beginning of the universe. In fact, most cosmologists do not consider it to be the beginning of time or the universe. It's just a point to which the observable portion of the universe was in a hot, dense state. It was in a hot, dense state. It could be that the universe was eternal into the past. So you're assigning it a beginning that is unsubstantiated and then saying brain chemistry caused it. In a sense, that's what you're saying, right?
Well, no. I'm saying at a point in time that happened. An event happened.
Okay. So you're saying so first, can we agree that love is an emotion that we feel, and the emotion is caused by brain chemistry?
We delved into that point, and that was kind of slightly picked apart. Slightly. It wasn't fully picked apart, but there were holes in that argument.
Do you think it's possible for love to exist without a brain?
Good question.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and that's what they went into. They delved into that.
What's your view?
And I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that.
What would it mean?
Personally, yes, I would say yes. It does exist.
What would it mean though? Like for love to be happening, and for there not to be a mind. Maybe I should have said mind rather than brain, because there might be another way of experiencing love or even cognition in a different way, right? Brains are a particularly Earth-centric way of looking at it. So let's just say a mind. Without a mind, there is no love.
Well, I'm delving into that to try and maybe understand that it's possible that there could be. It's probably not correct.
Yeah.
What's your definition of love?
Come on, don't be too hard on me. I'm trying to understand this stuff at the minute too.
I'm not beating you up. I'm trying to help you sort through it. So like when you say love created the Big Bang, if you're going to use the word, you mean something by the word. What do you mean by love?
Energy, something that we cannot see. We cannot fully grasp what it is. We feel it. We feel it intensely, and I'm not sure how far to go with it, because it's a very strange phenomenon. I would put it as a phenomenon rather than a human emotion.
I could just use the same definition and say hate created the Big Bang.
Yeah.
You could. Yes, you could.
Yeah. Or confusion, or irritability, or fear, or longing, or sadness.
But hang on a second. Hate, I think love and hate are two different things altogether.
Agreed.
When it comes to being, if you want to speak about an emotion, hate is completely different feeling to love.
There are emotions.
It's a different animal altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, there are emotions felt by thinking agents, all of which the known examples take place in a brain using brain chemistry.
Yes.
But,
yes, that would be the logical answer for that. Yes, I agree.
Right. But then you would have to say brain chemistry caused the Big Bang. Like you seem to realize it's absurd, but you believe it anyway. So I'm trying to put my finger on the cognitive dissonance here.
Yeah, and can I ask you a question about that? When you say it's absurd, but I believe it anyway, that's sort of pulling in two different directions. Do you mean you acknowledge that it's unreasonable, but you'd like it to be true, so you're going to say it? Because saying it's not the same as being convinced of it.
No, you're nearly there. I do acknowledge it is absurd, but it's such a beautiful thing for me to think about. I would like it to be true. If it gives me something, if it gives me something to hold on to, if it gives me something to believe in, and take courage from and strength from, I think that's a good thing for myself anyway. I think that's a good thing. I don't think it could be a negative thing if I can take courage and strength from it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like it's a sort of sweet story that sounds nice, rather than it being something that you're actually persuaded is genuinely, that you're genuinely persuaded is true.
I do understand the logic and the science and things that fly in the face of that.
Yeah.
But it's just, I like that idea. I like it. So that's all I'm saying on that.
Fair enough.
And one other thing I will say, if I may.
Yeah.
I was called small-minded, narrow-minded for saying this. And I said to a group of people, did they believe in aliens? And they said, oh, yeah. There's that many planets out there in solar systems, blah, blah, blah. There's bound to be aliens. And I said, what happens if there aren't any at all?
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible, I'm not saying it's true, but it's possible that there aren't anything like other humans out there or aliens like the little green men or things like that out there.
Of course it's
just
possible.
Gas and rocks and... Oh, yes, of course it's possible. Yeah, absolutely it's possible. But it's also possible that there isn't anything.
Yeah, no, either one is possible. And so anyone calling you narrow-minded for admitting that both scenarios are possible is themselves being narrow-minded. So,
right, thank you for that. I thought that was,
No, you're okay.
Okay,
right.
but carry on with the channel. I think it's. I stopped to listen, and it's a fascinating, mind-blowing thing. The universe and the planets and everything else in it.
It is,
and us on Earth,
and us.
And what you said before, we're trying to understand it, and it's a long road. It's a long road to understanding it all. And will we ever get there? Who knows? I doubt we ever will.
Indeed.
I think that gives us wonder, doesn't it?
It does, and the coolness of not knowing, as we said before. But we like to transform the not knowing into knowing, and that's where the interesting stuff happens. But thanks for coming up. You definitely win the award for best name of the evening so far. Fantasy Cheese Basin is a work of art, and you definitely win that, and we appreciate it. And you also win Geordie of the Month and Best Accent of the Evening as well.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to speak to you.
And you, friend. Take it easy. Take care.
You take it easy.
Take care. Bye. Okay. I do love a regional accent, and he had a lovely Geordie accent. I really like that. Okay. Adam Blade Taylor just made the point, and it's a well-made point. He said it's possible, but mathematically improbable, that there isn't more life out there, but they haven't visited us. That's exactly my position too, and I think Sean and I have spoken about this a few times. Like, it does seem to me unlikely that this would be the only place this has happened. When you look at the available opportunities for life to happen, there are trillions of galaxies with trillions of solar systems, with trillions and trillions of planets. The idea that this would be the only place where the right elements have combined under the right conditions to form the building blocks of self-replicating stuff, which is what leads to life, that to me strains credulity. So I think it seems to me likely that it's probably happened elsewhere, but it seems to me vanishingly unlikely that we would ever cross paths with any of them. So the universe could be teeming with intelligent life, but it's such a ridiculously large place that you would never. We can't even fathom it. You can't even begin to wrap your head around the distances involved. Even just the distance from here to like the next nearest solar system is vast, and that's on our doorstep. It's right next door. And actually, before we get the next call, I wanted to share a fantastic thing that a friend sent me. You know, we're always talking about the combination of shuffling a pack of cards and the fact that if you randomly mix up a pack of cards, that the order they're in is that particular order. The chances of that are 52 factorial, right? So that if you think about it, the chances of, for anyone to whom this is not completely obvious, you put the first card down, the chances of that being a particular card are 1 in 52. And then for the next card, the chances of that one are 1 in 51, and the next are 1 in 50. And the way you work out the combined probability of that particular sequence is to multiply all of those numbers together. So you get 52 times 51 times 50 times 49, all the way down. There was a fantastic thing that I saw about trying to visualize how big that number is. And it was visualized like this. It was, imagine a man standing on the equator of the Earth. And if someone's seen this before, you'll recognize this, but this was such an amazing visualization. So a man standing on the equator of the Earth waits 1 billion years and then takes one step forward. Then he waits another 1 billion years and takes another step forward. And he does this walking around the entire Earth with 1 billion years between every step. And when he's got all the way round the whole of the equator back to the position he started from, he takes one drop out of the Atlantic Ocean and removes it, and then does the whole thing again. 1 billion years between every step, walking all the way around the Earth. When he comes back to the same point again, then he takes another drop out of the Atlantic Ocean, right? When the whole ocean is empty, he takes a piece of paper and puts it on the ground, and then does the whole thing again. 1 billion years between every step, one drop out of the Atlantic Ocean, round and round and round, drop after drop after drop, until the ocean is empty again, and then puts another piece of paper on top of the first piece of paper. That 52 factorial seconds is how long it would take you doing that to build a tower of pieces of paper from the Earth to the sun. So that gives you an idea of how big that number is.
And every single time you deal yourself 52 cards, you defy those odds.
You defy those odds. And it also means that you can be pretty confident that when you shuffle up a pack of cards, no one has ever had that particular order of cards ever before in human history, and
That's
probably
crazy.
never will again. It's so counterintuitive, isn't it? So I just thought that was a beautiful visualization of what a big number that is. It completely fried my mind. If I've told it wrong and missed out a detail or got it wrong in some way, feel free to correct me, someone. But that was the thing I saw. I thought I would share it with you because I thought it was pretty.
I think I looked up.
awesome.
It's like 68 digits or something like that, which I already knew was ludicrously large. I just didn't know it was that ludicrously large.
Yeah, it's crazy work. Okay, we will get our friend in on TikTok again.
Sheikh, I think his name is pronounced.
Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it? Welcome back.
Did I pronounce your name correctly? How you doing?
Everyone? Yeah, I'm Cooking Innovations, by the way. The channel was Cooking Innovations, and then I changed it, the name. How's everyone? That's. I hope all is well.
Yeah, we are all good.
I tell you, your live is, is great. I like your live because, you show respect. You go to some lives and just because they don't agree with you or something, they get nasty, really nasty. But your live is fantastic.
Thank you.
Good work.
No need for nastiness.
I was going to talk about religion because the problem in the Middle East, I'm from that region, and I understand what religion has brought into that part of the world. There is a huge problem, and I think it's going to cause more suffering for years to come. And the problem with that is because are we allowed to talk a little bit politics into the religion, or
would
in the
rather
channel,
sort of
or not?
stay away from it if we can, because it's just not really what we talk about. I mean, if it's
Yes. Anyway, the point is that religion is causing a lot of suffering. That's the point.
Yep.
Sadly, and it is going back 1,400 years within a certain religion with two different types, and it's gonna carry on. There's a lot of hell that's gonna carry on because of religion. Look, I look at it this way, right? If you believe in something and you don't harm anyone,
yeah,
that's good. That's good for society, as long as you don't hurt or harm or bring religion into how things are currently in this world. I believe as well, if religion is going to help you, for example, boost your spirit, that's great, as long as you don't hurt anyone. At the end of the day, if you end up dying and there's nothing afterwards, you didn't lose anything, basically. You just lived a better life. If you use it in a good form, I would say. I don't believe in a God. I've mentioned that. I believe in what do you call it? That consciousness is all there is. I believe in that the universe didn't create consciousness; it was the other way around. That's my belief, obviously, because if you look at the human being, for example, who invented the car? Obviously, who invented the car? You say to me a human being, yeah, but the human being has got a mind, and the mind did invent that car, so it relied on consciousness.
Who invented mountains?
Sorry?
Who invented mountains?
Mountains?
Right.
Well,
so we agree that human beings invented the car, but we know how mountains form, and it wasn't invented by any conscious agent. It's just tectonic plates pressing up against each other and lifting up that portion of the Earth's crust.
Yeah. Well, right. You got like the what do you call it? A consciousness, basically, that's full of information. Everything we know is information based, and you might ask me again, what is information? I will say it's bits, like a computer, ones and zeros. Basically, it is information. Without information, they couldn't be. You cannot get anything without information. It has to have it has to have information there. And the thing is that makes me think that is consciousness has created the universe is because there's a lot of philosophy and knowledge and wisdom within creation itself, and that can only be in a conscious mind.
But we have conscious minds because we are conscious minds. So
Correct.
we can account for philosophy and knowledge and wisdom by appealing
Where did
to
that come from?
It came from human minds which evolved over many billions of years.
And where did the mind come from?
Well, the mind, the minds are the operation of our brains, and we know this because brains damaged in certain ways affect the operation of minds in very predictable ways, right? My wife works with people who've had brain injuries, and you can map on an injury to this particular region of the brain results in this injury to the ability of the mind to function, right? Some people have memory problems. Some people can't organize tasks. Some people can no longer experience love. Some people can't regulate their emotions. Some people can't perceive quantities correctly. Some people can't coordinate. Some people lose their spatial awareness. And you can map on specifically damage to particular networks or regions in the brain to damages to the way the minds work. So we know that there is a very, very fundamental relationship between the operation of an organic brain and the mind that comes from that. Right, for us to
in the same way.
Go ahead,
sorry, John.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, in the same way, software comes from the inner workings of your computer. And you look at if you open up your panel and look at the guts of your computer, you don't see the software, but it's able to be displayed on your on your monitor, and you're able to see the software, and it's able to perform operations or what have you. And that's analogous to the brain's creating consciousness.
Yeah, the computer is the substrate. Is the substrate? Well, the internet is another thing. That's just how information is shared across networks. And Tracy's just pointed out dementia as an example of how brains degrade in a very particular way, which is understood and can be mapped and predicted and analyzed and identified. And the regions of the brain that are being affected and destroyed by the dementia as it progresses happen in predictable ways.
Consciousness is separate from the physical. The physical, yes, I agree. There's things I agree with you, because the physical is different from consciousness. To be able to go to the conscious, the consciousness, then the brain has to function. So the consciousness needs the brain as well. In a way, it does need the brain to function fully. Have you seen that documentary by Michael Egner for the Proof of the Soul? He's a neurosurgeon, and he did some researches with his patient where a big chunk of their brain was taken out. And it's going. His research was into free will as well. How did they end up with a great chunk of the brain being taken out, and they had free will? That scientist could not explain that yet, but they say, the scientists, that one day when the researchers, they go deep into that research, they will come up with an answer. So at this moment in time, it's locked at that.
There's certain parts of your computer you can remove, and the software will still function. Or you can remove certain parts and the software will function differently. This is all analogous, where the brain is the substrate for our consciousness, and computers are the substrate for software and all the functions that different software can do.
Well, we are aware that, there is an argument about free will, and I don't think, in a way, there is some kind of choice, but I don't think free will exists in a way. I don't personally.
We're jumping topics here. So
yes.
So what we're getting at is we understand, like, because I experience consciousness, know I have a brain, and for a myriad of reasons. Well, first of all, I know for a fact I'm conscious. I have reasonable belief that John is conscious and you are conscious, etc. And I can get into those.
Yeah.
I don't have a reason to believe anything that is outside of any brain's experiences consciousness, because I have no evidence for that.
Yeah, I see. Well, obviously, it's within everybody. Everybody's right to think it's right. It's for you to think the way you want to think. The only thing that really baffles me is, why is matter conscious of itself? That's
matter itself. That's like saying the electrons themselves don't contain Microsoft Word. However, when arranged in a certain way through a substrate, Microsoft Word functions on your computer. So matter itself isn't conscious. It's just when matter is arranged in a certain way with certain chemistry or what have you, consciousness occurs. But matter, like this pen, is not conscious.
It's a little bit like asking if individual.
Basically, it proves that information exists. It proves that information is creating things.
Sheikh, it's a little bit like asking if individual molecules of water are wet. Do you think that a molecule of water is two hydrogen atoms bonded to an oxygen atom, right? Are either of the hydrogen atoms wet?
No.
No. And is the single molecule of water wet?
Oh.
No. So wetness is a quality that we apply to collections of hydrogen and oxygen atoms combined in a certain way, which we then look at as being wet when in sufficient numbers, we look at them in a certain way. It's exactly the same with your question about matter and consciousness. It's not like an individual piece of matter suddenly has a magical power of consciousness. It's that consciousness is a thing that happens when matter is configured in a certain way and operates electrochemically in a certain way. One of the phenomena that emerges is consciousness. Now, do we understand exactly how? No. And we may never understand it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't get us to therefore a mind created the universe. It just gets us to a complicated problem that we don't yet have a solution for. That's as much
we
as you
don't
can say.
understand it because it's made from the same material. We're talking material, we're not talking quantities. We're talking it's made from the same. A rock is made from the same material,
right.
And you are made from the same material, and this is where really it gets strange.
It's not that strange though. It's really not that strange. Like, we may not understand it exactly, but we know that one of the things we can observe around us is when you configure matter in different ways, it has different properties. Some matter combined in a certain way produces chemicals that have certain properties. Matter combined in another way produce crystalline lattices. Matter combined in another way produces chemical reactions which lead to heat or other things. This is just the nature of the world we're in. And one of the things is that certain combinations of matter have certain properties. And in some cases, one of the properties, amazingly, is self-awareness. It is amazing, but it's not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a license or a reason to believe anything. I'd like to bring in Dr. Dig, who may well have a very smart insight on this that I might be missing. So, Dr. Dig, welcome in.
Thank you. I don't have very long.
Sure.
But I've been listening, and I think I've kind of gotten to a way to explain it. The formation of atoms in water and water molecules itself is not information. But the way that we describe it and the way that we observe it, that's information. So I feel like you're kind of sorry, I'm kind of out of breath. I just got up the hill with my dogs. You're like conflating these two things with each other, but they really aren't the same thing. Does that make sense?
Well, if you describe something, Doctor, if you are saying it's a description, the information is a description, and most scientists agree that the universe is made out of information. So it is something. Then it has to be something with a view.
No. Hold on. No. The world. Scientists don't say the world is made out of information. Scientists say the world can be understood and described through information.
Right.
That is a difference.
Okay.
It's like confusing the map with the place. It's different ways of describing something.
Right. I think this is really weird. Everything, it is. I mean, if you look at the quantum world, which is like you've got the disorderly, which is the disorderly world, is creating an orderly world. In other words, it's always a duality, the opposite, or whatever, comes into, whether it's philosophical, it's built on philosophy. I don't understand, to be honest. And that's the way I look at it. I can't turn around and say I am right, because I think my mind will look at the evidence there and will make me lean towards something. At the end of the day, as long as you don't hurt anyone, that's the main thing. Love is important. Passing on good vibes to people is important. That's the most important thing at the end of the day. And if you were to believe something and it helps you within yourself, that's a positive, because after you go away, if you were right, then you were right. And if you were wrong, you had a, nice life.
But what you said doesn't make any sense, that there's a duality of everything.
Yeah.
Because universe is ordered. What's the duality of a horse?
Sorry?
What's the duality of a horse?
Well, you're talking about the other universe, and there will be the matter and antimatter horse of that particular horse.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't
Where's
go.
the
I wouldn't
proof
go
of
there.
that?
Yeah, because quantum effects disappear once you get above the scale of the very, very small. So it doesn't translate.
There is no proof. I agree. Absolutely, there is no proof. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're going to be
No,
honest,
that's not true. If John just said, those antimatter properties or our ability to recognize them in any way disappears when you go beyond the level of very, 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 very small. So there's no capacity. There's no realm where an anti-horse exists.
Well, there's a big, strange, a problem for scientists to understand. How did the universe come to be with matter and antimatter annihilating itself, and then you end up with one matter? Now that is something that baffles scientists, and that's created,
But that baffling doesn't mean that none of the questions that we have in science and like cosmology is really under the lens of this. None of those questions that we have ever been answered by having a God.
Yes. I have a question, Doctor. Obviously, I am an atheist. I mean, I don't believe in a God. But the question is, you just spoke to me and we said that where is the proof and where is the proof? I absolutely agree in some instances, in some cases. Now, where is the proof that atheism is right as well? So we've got to look at that as well.
There is no need for a proof of that, because atheism at its most basic form is not the claim that there are zero gods. There are people who make that claim, but that's a very difficult claim to prove, right? Depending on how you define a god. For the most part, when people call themselves atheists, they just mean that they haven't been persuaded that a god exists, and that's it. So there's nothing. There is no proof that is required to take that position.
But do you think if the world, the entire world were atheists, do you think it affect moving forward in life by researchers and because if you research something, you have to have an impartial mind to be able to get the best possible answers.
Yeah, but I would say that I'm much less impartial, or I'm much more impartial. Hold on. It's not. I think you're going to understand what I say, and John might be able to clear it up. As an atheist, but I'm a much better scientist because I'm not biased to thinking that questions I can't answer can be reasonably answered by God. Yeah. If I was a scientist that had faith, my job would be much easier in that I could just say, well, I don't understand how these cells, evolve or go into this cancer, whatever question. Therefore, it's God. That would make me a shitty scientist.
No, the word impartial is being away from the problem and looking at it from a distance. That's how you become impartial. We can't use emotions, or we can't use what we believe in. So you got to walk away from a problem and just look at it from a distance, basically.
But if you swap out the word God in this discussion for pixies, and then say, should scientists be ruling out pixies? Are scientists unreasonable for ruling out pixies from their exploration of, say, chemical properties of certain things, or physical properties of certain things, or the way certain pathogens work in nature? Are they being unduly narrow-minded by ruling out pixies? We would say no. If they weren't ruling out
narrow-minded, that's we're not using no way. I mean, I say it's like in life when you got a problem and you you're inside that problem, then it's better to walk away from that problem and look at it from the outside, and then you'll be able to see through it better. That's how what I meant. I'm not saying that I'm going to believe in a God, for example. No, I'm not saying like if I walk away from it that I looked at the possibilities, that's mean I'm not an atheist, because I am an atheist, because I don't believe in a God, because that's how my common sense tells me when I weighed everything, So that's what I meant. That's anyway. It's a good conversation. It is very complicated, to be honest. Otherwise, we wouldn't be debating. So,
yeah, it is complicated.
But obviously, we want the world to understand that love is really important. It's the only way forward for prosperity, for happiness, and all the good things. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, love is helpful. Yeah,
very helpful.
All right, well, Sheikh, thank you for coming up. Nice to speak to you again.
No problem, everyone.
Right.
You enjoy. Thank you, Doctor, and Sean as well. You take care.
Keep well. Keep well. Take care. Take care. Well, there we are. Dr. Dig, lovely to see you as ever, my friend. I hope you are well.
Thank you. I am. There might be a guy, Dean Ardern. I don't know. He's asking questions about cells and evolution. I don't know.
We can we can keep you up and see if it delves into science.
Okay.
And biology.
Is this Dean who's in the queue right now, or we have
in the TikTok queue?
Yeah, it's just disappeared, sadly. Dean, if you wanted to request up and come and chat with us and Dr. Dig, you'd be very welcome. We would be happy to have you up. The queue is currently empty.
He was just there until we said talk to the scientist, and then he went away.
Yeah. Well, Dean, if you're there, you're welcome to come back. Otherwise, we did briefly have James back again on the YouTube side, who popped in and has now disappeared. James, if you're listening, you are also welcome to come back and try again. This might be James coming back in now. I think we're going to try and get James back in. I hope it's going to work. It wasn't working earlier, but maybe we'll be fourth time lucky. But he won't be able to hear you, sadly, Dr. Dig. So
no problem.
We'll drop you down for now. All right. But thanks as always for coming in. We love having you around. Big respect.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. Speak
Bye-bye.
shortly. Thanks. Okay. Let's try this. James, are you there? I think this might be the same issue as before of potentially not hearing us.
James, can you hear us?
It looks like not, which is a real shame because James has been tenaciously trying, but we still sadly cannot hear you, James.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he possibly can't hear us, which is very strange. Yeah, sorry, James, it is not working, friend. It is not working, sadly. You might have to try with a different device. I'll put that in a little message to him. Can you try with a different device?
Dr. Dig said she was able to hear him.
Really?
Yeah, so maybe the chat can hear him and we can't. Video is weird.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. Yeah, very strange. I think it's that would be very weird if that were the case. Because let's try once more. James, can you hear us? I think still possibly not. No, it's not happening. It's not sadly happening for James, and he looks like such a nice chap as well. Sadly, unable to join us for now. So I'll read a few messages, and while we wait for someone else to come up in the guest box, we have. Who do we have?
Yeah, so others in the chat are saying they were able to hear James, just so you know.
They were. That's wild. So it's going through to everyone, but we're not hearing it. That's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Let me just check. There might be a setting in OBS which is stopping it coming through. But then why would I be hearing you? There That is the weirdest thing. No, I can't figure out why that is. That is very, very strange indeed. Okay, well, I'll read some messages and we'll figure it out. Mokemeister says, actually, the time would be like 1,000th of 52 factorial. Really? So all of that stuff and piling the papers up to the sun, and you need to do all of that 1,000 more times? That is crazy. That is craziness. Absolutely mad. And Helping Maggie Deconstruct says, Desi mapped 473 million galaxies, which isn't even all of them. No, it's a tiny fraction of them. There are trillions of galaxies. Think how many planets, dwarf planets, and moons there must be out there. The idea that we are it sounds ridiculous. May Puff bless you. Well, may Puff bless you too, my friend. And I completely agree with that. I think that it's possible there could be millions of other civilizations out there, none of whom ever come anywhere near each other because the spaces between us are all just so vast that the journey times would be many millions of times longer than the entire lifespan of a species. So once you think about it like that, I always use the example of 3 ants. 1 ant in New York, 1 ant in London, and 1 ant in Shanghai. There's no way that those ants can ever meet because the journey times are just an ant crawling from London to New York. That journey would be many, many, many times longer than the lifespan of any ant. So that's how I think about it.
Good analogy.
Life in space.
It might even be more extreme than that analogy.
It probably is. Yeah, probably by billions of times. It's the numbers are impossible to
staggering.
Imagine. Yeah. Tim said, take her hammer to your hard drive in the software breaks. I think that was about the software computer analogy, I believe, I think. And then Space Lord of 75 said, we are impressed by consciousness. From what we can tell, the universe is not. Maybe it's because we see our minds as unusual. That's interesting. Yeah, and I think that makes perfect sense. We are the main character in our own story, right? So aren't we big? Aren't we big and impressive because our minds started off able to just tell the difference between light and dark and ended up being able to hunt out food and then ended up making arches and then ended up being able to contemplate space-time. Like, we're good, but we're not that special. Not that special. I really like that perspective. And then finally, Tim Davidson said, I am anti-Tim. I am very serious and never joke. I believe in God and the world is flat. All hail woo. Very good. That's the anti-Tim to cancel out the Tim that we all know and love. I'm really glad that we get to live with the real Tim and not the anti-Tim on a regular basis because we like the real Tim, but that's excellent stuff.
I think that's a reference to the antimatter horse.
To the antimatter horse. The antimatter horse is excellent. Yeah. Okay, so both queues currently empty. If you'd like to come and chat with us, either if you've been listening and you think we're wrong and you think that we do need God, we'd love to get your perspective on why you think that is, because I think it's a complete waste of time and we'd be better off without it. And we have James trying again. I have to give him full marks for tenacity. This is a chap who wants to be heard. Now, I want to hear him. Are we saying that people are able to hear him speak now? That seems unlikely. James, are you there? We can definitely hear something, can't
James, we? Do you guys hear James in the chat again?
Ah, yes. Talk to us, James. Maybe he's not getting us. It might be something to do with that because...
Rachel said she heard a mic tap.
Yeah, I did, and I heard a little hello. But he's not hearing us right now. So I'm going to say, can you hear me now? And see if he can. I can send little text messages to James. Yeah, because I had asked him to change device. And he now seems to have come back with a different device. You can say, we can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Right. That's weird. Why can't you? Seems you can't hear us.
Yeah, I wonder if this is all going to get fixed once you have your fiber.
I don't think this is I don't think this is to do with my connection. I really don't, because other guests coming in do hear
My
us.
internet might be
I think that
bad because I woke up and it's down, so that might be the issue. I'll
Could
just
be.
call back another day when I have better reception.
All right. You could do that, James. Thank you. He seems like a nice person. Sadly, the tech is not cooperating, so we will not have the pleasure of James' call, which is a real shame. James, if you're listening to this after the fact, we really appreciate all the efforts you were making to join us.
Yeah.
And I think the issue was some kind of setting when you joined the VDO, some kind of setting to get the sound out wasn't set up right, because we could hear you then, but you couldn't hear us, which is a bit more unusual. So yeah, try again next time. And everyone heard him. So yeah, we all heard it. But sadly didn't work. And he's come back one last time. I love the tenacity here. Let's see. How about this, James? Does that work? Starting to feel like flogging a dead thing, isn't it? Can you hear us, James? Earth to James. Mission control to James. I can check his audio settings. It says AirPods. I don't know why it says AirPods. What if we go default AirPods and speaker? How about that, James? Any better? That seems to not be working as well. Okay, I think we have to give up on this. Sadly, we don't have anyone else in the queue, which is why I'm putting the love in to try and get James connected. But it sadly seems to not be working. No, request failed. Okay, so that is not working, sadly.
I don't hear you still.
Yeah, not hearing us. Okay. I'm afraid it must be something your end, my friend, because yeah, you're not hearing this, obviously, but other guests on video can hear. So that is unfortunate. Unfortunately,
Can you
not happening.
try changing my audio settings again?
Yeah, I can try and change your audio settings. Let's try. How is that? Any better? I'm guessing not. Probably not.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you can't hear us, can
I'm
you?
sure you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yep, that's right. Okay. James, I think we may have to give up on this because it's just not working, and it's going to be very dull for everyone to try and watch us trying to fix this thing. So I think we're going to have to move on, sadly. But please do. I'm going to put a little message. Still not working. Please come back. Still not working. Please come back another time, and hopefully we can. And hopefully it works. All right, we are going to move on and get Sunny in on the TikTok side. Bringing Sunny in right now. We've spoken to Sunny many times before. Sunny.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks. Welcome back.
I just heard you say that we would all be better off without God. Why? Why would I be better off without believing in God, without God?
I just
without religion.
Well, I mean, I've said God in the prompt, so to be fair, I'll respond to that. So I just think that whilst individual people gain something from a feeling of faith and the idea that they have a relationship with the divine, I think that on balance, overall, the numbers are in the negative side. I think it does more harm than good. I think it overall creates more problems than it solves globally. And I also think that it's just, to my mind, it's something that I just think we can move on from in the way that we've moved on from other ideas. I'm not being naive and thinking we will. If you ask me in 1,000 years, people will still be religious, and religion will still be a thing, and belief in deities will still be a thing. So I'm not saying this with the expectation that this is going to change. But I just think there are people like you, Sonny, who have a very benevolent kind of expression of religious devotion and belief, which doesn't hurt anyone. But there's so many people who aren't like you. If all believers were like you, I wouldn't do this because it wouldn't matter to me. It's the reason why I don't have a YouTube channel about people who believe in the Loch Ness Monster, because it just doesn't affect any lives. It doesn't have an impact. But I think a lot of the time religion does, and belief in God does.
So actually, what you meant to say was that we would all be better off without religion.
Well, I think
instead of without God.
Well, religion comes from a belief.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's more than that, though. For me, it's not just religion. It's. I just think we don't need it. We don't need to. Like we don't need to explain things in terms of magic powers anymore. We don't need to explain things in terms of invisible beings that no one can see. I just think it holds us back.
I can see how a belief in religion and the rules that come with it and magical powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. With the knowledge we have, we don't need to explain things away anymore like we used to.
Yeah.
But for me, the way I see it is that it's a higher place of thinking, a way of thinking. If you can see beyond what your five senses can, not see beyond, but if you can experience beyond what our five senses can experience.
What do you mean by higher?
So if
what do you mean by higher state of thinking?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What you said? It's a higher state of thinking. So
Right.
from my perspective, if you're going to do a hierarchy of thinking, the most rational thought that most often gets you to the right conclusions and avoids the wrong ones, in my view, that's the higher state of thinking. When you use that term, higher state of thinking, what do you mean by that?
I guess a better way to say it would be a more expanded way of thinking than just what can be proved with a mathematical formula or a measurement. It's when you do believe completely in science and what is provable, but then you have a feeling that there's more than that, and because of what you can feel and experience that.
Yeah, I can also expand my thinking to believe in astrology or chakras or mystical things that are unproven, right? So that's an expanded form of thinking, but is it an accurate form of thinking? That's what I'm most concerned with, is believing as many true things and as few false things as possible, right?
I would say that it depends on how those other things affect your life individually. Do what you get from them. Can you as an individual measure the benefit of being able to believe in things other than
so we're asking two different questions. You're asking, can I benefit from these beliefs? And I'm asking, are these beliefs actually true? So I guess that's a kind of a difference in what we value. Like, let's say you could benefit from believing a thing, but but it turns out that thing is actually false, would you want to believe it?
It would depend on if I've tested it, if it's true to me and I'm benefiting from the belief in that thing.
When you say true to me, you just mean you believe it, right?
It means that I experience the truth of it.
I got you. So when I say something is true, it means if something is true, it's an actual fact of reality. Now, you can believe it to be true or not believe it to be true, but that's what the reality itself is what makes something true. So when you say something is true to me, what that really means to me, what I interpret is I believe it and I act upon that belief, therefore it's true to me. But what I'm getting at is if something is like false, meaning it's not actually true in reality, but believing it gives you some kind of benefit, would you rather know what's true or would you rather believe a lie that you somehow benefit from?
Well, if it was something that someone could prove to me that it is not true, like
Right.
for instance, if you were to get out, I recently threw away a set of encyclopedias from 1960. A lot
Okay.
of things in there that were believed to be true, we know are not true now. And so
Sure, there's some things.
I think of, and if you go back 500 years prior to that, there's a lot of things that were believed to be true that we know are not true now. So what I'm saying is, when I said I think it's, but when you come to a point where you actually know yourself that there is something else outside of us that we can't see that brings yourself a positive experience, that expanded way of thinking, I think, is a place where some people just have not reached it yet, and they may never. And it's just it's a different a level of thinking.
So, Sonny, is there a difference between saying you know there's a place outside ourselves that some people may not have reached yet, and saying you like to imagine that that could be the case? What's the difference between knowing it's true, you're making a claim to knowledge there, right? And just saying it makes me feel nice to imagine that might be the case.
Well, that's why I always say that it's such an extremely individual way of thinking, an individual experience. Spirituality is not religion in any way, but spirituality, because to me, it's been proven over and over to me in my life that it's just got to be. I mean, I would feel that I was just rejecting something that the sky is blue if I didn't accept all of the things that I get from knowing.
But can you
there
see
is a higher power?
But can you see that there are other people who would make the same claim to knowledge, but they would be claiming things which are in opposition to the things that you believe and claim, right? So what we're looking for here is a standard for it's an epistemic standard, right? It's what standard do we apply to claims to decide whether we think they're warranted, justified belief, right? And if you say that there are things which seem true to you because of your experiences and your instinct, and they're beyond your five senses, they exist in some special category of knowing, you would have to either apply that same standard to claims made by other people who, for example, are making religious claims that we know you disagree with, right? So you don't agree, for example, we know that you don't agree with mainstream Christian claims, right? So what if someone were to apply that same standard you're using to the claim that people who don't accept Christ are going to burn in hell. You wouldn't accept that as being valid, but they are appealing to exactly the same standard that you are. So you either have to accept their claims also, or you have to admit that you're applying a standard inconsistently.
The way I look at that is that those people who believe not just in the Bible and what it says that they're going to burn in hell if you don't accept Jesus and all of that, is that they haven't come to the place in their spiritual path to where they realize that all of these texts were written by man. And they were written to form societies that man
we know
wanted.
That.
So they're
we know
applying.
That. We don't have to use the Bible. That's maybe too specific. We could say somebody who believes their own esoteric religion that isn't the Bible, wasn't written by man. Let's say it's me, and I believe in Puff the Magic Dragon. And if you don't believe in Puff the Magic Dragon, he's going to toast you with his dragon fiery breath on Dragon Barbecue Day. And I know this because I've felt it in a way which is beyond my five senses. You would now be obligated to accept that that's true if you apply standards of evidence consistently.
I would say that if it is true to you and you are benefiting it and you can apply it to yourself.
Okay, there's the
go
problem.
for it.
But that's the problem. But that's the
Believe
problem,
it.
Sonny, because true to you doesn't really mean anything. What we're talking about is trying to ascertain what reality actually is, right? So we're not talking about permission to believe. We're not talking about whether you think it's okay for someone else to hold of you. That's all completely by the by. We're talking here about how do we ascertain what is actually true. This is why I say we don't need God, because all the claims about God might make people feel nice, but they distract us from reality. They all arise as a result of poorly applied epistemology. And they all arise as
distract us. I'm sorry. Well,
they distract. No, that's okay. They distract us
from reality
because they encourage poor epistemology. They encourage the poor application of reason to ideas. And collectively, we do better when we use good epistemology and we apply reason correctly to ideas. It just means that as a collective, global cooperative, we're more likely to get stuff right. We're more likely to make progress. We're less likely to get lost in the weeds. We're less likely to unnecessarily balkanize ourselves into different groups of people categorized by what names we use for our gods. And it's just, it's a waste, a huge waste of human resources, human attention. And I say all of this whilst granting that for individual people, it can feel nice. But I just think feeling nice, we should aspire for more, I think, than feeling nice, because knowing true things is really adaptive and really helpful.
So if you take religion out of it, though, I agree completely with everything you just said as far as what the negatives that religion has brought to humanity. It has brought some good things, the charitable stuff and all that organized religion does. But as far as wars and saying that and justifying killing other people and justifying horrible things because of texts that people wrote, not just the Bible, all of them. I do think what you said is completely correct, and that stops us from achieving so much that we can achieve. However, I disagree with believing in something outside of ourselves limits you in any way. I know I've achieved everything that I've set my mind to. I'm not finished yet, but I don't feel that it has religion limited me in a whole lot of ways and traumatized me in a whole lot of ways.
Yeah, we've spoken about that. And that's why I say I like to make a distinction between the level of the individual. So yes, there are individual people, perhaps like you, who benefit on some level from comforting thoughts about reality which may feel true to you, but I just think collectively, I don't think it's helpful. And I still think there's something, even just aesthetically, dissatisfying about holding a position yourself using a certain type of reasoning, and then realizing that when you apply that same type of reasoning you're using to claims that other people are making, which are incompatible with the things you believe, you would be obligated to accept those too. And that leads you into a logically inconsistent position, because you would be disagreeing with people whilst being obligated to agree with them.
An example?
Well, an example would be that the sort of the one I used earlier, that you have a strong personal intuitive sense that there's something beyond the senses, and you conceptualize that in a certain way. If I now make a claim that I believe in a demon god who's going to be sending you to hell, and I know this because I've accessed it in exactly the same way you have, just with a strong intuitive sense beyond my five senses, applying exactly the same method that you're using to justify your beliefs, to justify mine, you won't accept my beliefs, right? Your response to this before was to say, well, it might be true for them. That's just you acknowledging that someone else has a different view. And we know that already. It's not about that. It's about whether you accept the other person's beliefs based on the same strength and intuitive sense. And you don't, right? Because there are hundreds and hundreds or thousands of religious or spiritual, non-religious spiritual beliefs that still make claims that you don't believe. So you dismiss them when exactly the same package or type or style of evidence has been applied to those things. And I'm just pointing out that in doing that, you have an inconsistent application of epistemic standards. And that's something that I just think is not great. Now, that's not going to affect you necessarily in your life, because you just get on with it, right? You get on with your life. We've spoken before a few times, and I'm glad that you escaped controlling religious, high control religious systems. That's brilliant that you have done that, and I'm genuinely pleased for you that you have.
Yes,
but
I do.
And I'm not making the case that the fact that you hold the views you hold hurts any particular individual or even hurts you. I'm just making the case that generally, as a way forward for us to live in the world, I think it's more helpful if we commit to the best standards of epistemology we can. That's the best, epistemic hygiene is the phrase I often use. The best way of testing claims and beliefs and being rigorous about it, and not accepting things on the basis of hunches or feelings or things like that. We can accept them that they might be true, but not make knowledge claims about them.
Yes, I agree with that completely. And it's in everything we do need to that's why I agree with your views. I agree with Dr. Todd's views. That we need to keep questioning everything, because otherwise, and in my view of things, if this wasn't happening, then people would keep believing these texts, and they wouldn't you have to get rid of them before you can get to the place of actually realizing that there is a higher power that has nothing to do with what man wrote about.
Or we just get rid of that too.
I'm sorry?
Or we just get rid of that too. I mean, again, a very good.
False.
You don't have to prove that something's false. You just have to realize that there's no evidence for it, because that's not how epistemology works, right? We don't accept things by default and then reject them only once they've been disproved. The default position is to not accept a claim until there's a reason to believe it. And Pastor Ferry in the chat has made a really good point. I mentioned earlier somebody who lost their life, right, because they were believing things kind of for the same sorts of reasons you are, like rejecting the evidence of just senses alone, and said that she had a very strong spiritual intuition that she could cure herself of her illness, and she was wrong and she failed, and orphaned a child in the process, right? So there's a real world example of somebody using the exact type of reasoning that you're describing and it having really tragic consequences. And so when I say we don't need God, I kind of mean we just ought to clean up our act about epistemic standards and do better, you know, and that's not to say that every single instance where it's not done is harmful in itself.
Right. I mean, there's going to be people that have schizophrenia and have problems with their mental stability that are going to take many things to excess or places that they shouldn't be.
Sonny, it doesn't even only apply to those extreme examples. Having sound reasoning gives you a more accurate perception of actual reality. It aligns, if you have sound reasoning, you can align your beliefs with reality as much as possible. And that helps you make better decisions. Do I get my children vaccinated? Do I wear my seatbelt when I drive a car? Some people believe seatbelts some people believe like, I want to be thrown clear. I've heard craziness from people who don't believe in seatbelts. And it's even seemingly benign things like believing in astrology. Well, I've actually seen people who believe in astrology trying to decide between, I went on a date with this guy and this other guy. Well, this one guy's a Scorpio and I get along really good with Scorpios, when they should be using more sound reasoning in, so it can even affect seemingly benign things like astrology can actually still affect your life. If you learn sound epistemology, sound reasoning, and then you can make better life decisions. What I was trying to ask you earlier, let's tie it, because I asked you, would you rather continue believing something that's false, even if it somehow helps you? You believe in, strongly, that there's some kind of higher power. Here's a question for you. If it turned out there is no higher power in the way that you're thinking, that only the natural universe exists, would you want to know the truth of that, or would you rather continue believing in a higher power that doesn't actually exist?
Oh no! If you could prove to me that it doesn't exist, I would definitely want to know that.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying if it doesn't actually exist, you would want to stop believing that it does exist, right?
I wouldn't want to, but I would.
Yeah.
If you could give me the same proof that other definite things, other things that can be proved true or false.
Yeah, I mean that's the doxastic involuntarism. If I show you disconfirmatory evidence in this higher power, your mind would stop believing it. But let's just say that hasn't happened. And this is a hypothetical. The higher power that you believe exists right now actually doesn't. And if I could wave a magic wand right now and present you with the evidence that it doesn't, or not present it, and you continue believing, would you rather continue believing in something false, or would you want me to show you the truth that it doesn't exist? What is your actual?
I would want you to show me.
Okay, good. I think that's a great starting point. You want to know the truth, even if it's uncomfortable. I think
definitely.
that's great. So
I don't, and
go ahead.
Back to what you were talking about, I don't make life decisions that affect me or anyone in my life based on whether or not there's a higher power. I don't make any decisions on that. I believe the higher power gave me the mental capacity and soundness of mind to make proper decisions and judgments on my own.
That's why I said, Sonny, that I'm not making the claim, or we're not making the claim, that in every instance of poor epistemology, damage ensues. That's not the claim we're making. One can have poor epistemology and not directly do any harm from it, right? So I don't. Mm-hmm. It sounds to me like you're sound, right? You're living your life. You're not using this in a way which is directly impacting and hurting other people. You've come out high
Or
control,
myself.
or potentially
Yeah.
yourself out of religious systems. You're using your head. You're being reasonable. You're one of the lucky ones, right? But the person I knew
Yes.
who formed her beliefs on exactly the same kind of instinctive, beyond the five senses things was not so lucky, right? It cost her life. And so when you look at the collective as a whole, all I'm saying here really, and we'll tie it up in a minute, but all I'm saying here really is just as an approach to dealing with claims, and the world is throwing claims at us all the time, right? This God, this
Yes.
religion, this politician, this shampoo. If we want to have a better chance of not being screwed over, then it's generally speaking better to practice sound epistemology, where we are very, very systematic about the way we apply standards of evidence and consistent about it. It doesn't immunize you fully against believing false things, because you can make mistakes, or you can have bad data, or there's all sorts of ways that you can still have a problem, but it just reduces the chances of it happening and gives you some level of immunity to believing things that aren't true. And the last thing I would want to say before we tie it up is, one thing that occurs to me is there is no way to tell the difference between a sincerely held, say, delusion or false belief, a belief that feels true but actually isn't, and one which is like that but actually is true. There's no way to tell the difference. So if everything that because I'm only saying this because you said to Sean that you would want to know, if your beliefs weren't true, you'd want to know. So that is giving me a little confidence to just push a tiny bit on this. Is something perhaps for you to consider is, if your beliefs weren't true and were all manufactured by your own mind, experientially, they would be exactly the same as if they were true for you. There's no way of telling those two scenarios apart, right? The scenario where your impressions and your senses and your intuition really are giving you a glimpse into something numinous, something beyond the veil of the senses that really exists. The experience of that is identical to the experience of your mind creating that for you. There is no way to tell those apart.
I completely agree with that. I was once given a drug in the hospital that made me hallucinate. And to this day, I can remember every detail of it. And I could not tell that it was not reality.
Yeah.
At all. I mean, until the drug wore off, I thought that was reality. So I do understand completely what you're saying.
Sure.
And that's what people experience with some sorts of mental disorders like schizophrenia, all the levels of schizophrenia. When you, I won't go into that, but they can, that's real to them. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
Sure.
This, I think, is a bit different, but I do know what you're saying. You made a good point there.
All right. Well, thank you, Sonny. Nice to speak to you again. Yeah. And
it was good to see you.
We wish you well, and keep well.
Thank you. You too.
All the best, Sonny. Take care.
Bye,
Great talking to you again, Sonny.
Bye bye.
You too.
Take care. Okay, that was Sonny. I'm not sure.
I've watched schizophrenic content creators, and here's something really fascinating. Of course, the content creators realize they have this condition and that they see hallucinations. They see things, sensory inputs that they know are not real most of the time. For the times that are questionable, they actually apply. I wish I could remember specific examples, but they have sort of a methodology for determining whether they're actually seeing what they think they're seeing or whether it's a hallucination. So I thought that's actually a pretty interesting thing. And it's got to be horrible to have to experience those things, but they learn how to deal with them. But very often, perhaps most of the time, they actually realize they're hallucinating. They just, deal with it as it comes.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's interesting. I'm not sure if she's still here, but we did have Shannon Q in in the YouTube chat.
Oh,
So
really?
I just wanted to say big shout out to Shannon, who is one of my favorite people in this space, has been for a while, and it was awesome seeing her in there. So I'm not sure if she's still there anymore, but if you are, thank you for coming in, Shannon. You are awesome. I will never ever forget what you did to Darth Dawkins, and neither will he.
I'm a big fan as well. So
yeah, so that's lovely. It's very gratifying having people like Matt D come in, and Shannon is and John Gleason is very validating, and it feels very nice. So yeah, big thanks to those people. Okay, well, here's where we're at, chaps and chapesses. 20 past midnight my time. So that's. I was going to wind things up at about 1:30 to give me time to take a little bit of a refresher before getting ready to go into the stream on Skeptic Haven. So I think we'll start aiming towards a lid. There's no one in the queues at the moment. So there was one. We didn't have any actual questions on the inquirers form, but there was one that came in. Well, it was just Dav Spirals just said Christians should invite their clergy to join the podcast to explain God. Well, I love that. If there are any Christians listening who perhaps feel a little shy to come up and engage with us, but think that their pastor or priest or religious leader or something might want to, then we would be very happy to speak to those people. So please feel free if you're a shy listener and you'd like to come up, or you think we're talking nonsense and you think that there are rebuttals to the points we make or responses to the positions we take, but you don't feel like you're the one to make them, put the word out. Go and have a chat with whoever you think is equipped to do that. And I think I'd like to think that you know by now that anyone who comes in here will be treated respectfully. That's what we do here. We have respectful conversations. We may have robust disagreements, but we always try to see the human being on the end of the argument and have productive dialogues and tease out, where our differences might be. So I think that's a great idea, Dav Spiral. Thank you for suggesting it. Yeah, if you don't think you're the one to come up, but you know someone who will, let them know. Give them the link to the channel. We're pretty regular here. It's Tuesdays during the day and Thursdays and Saturdays at night. So send someone along, and we would be really happy to speak to them. The next thing we need to do, in a housekeeping-y kind of way, is just check out the bingo, because there have been a few other calls on this, and we cannot leave them unacknowledged, of course. Issa called Just Have Faith when we were talking to Perceptive Edition. That was absolutely fine. And PVG called Read It in Context when we were talking to Perceptive Edition. And PVG also called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist when we were talking to Perceptive Edition. Are we seeing a pattern here? Oh, that was a bingo as well. Excellent work. And PVG also called, I'm going to say this quicker, Fine-Tuned Universe, and also called Nothing Comes From Nothing, and also called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy, and also called Crash Out, all while we were speaking, there's the crash, to Perceptive Edition. And then finally PVG called Philbro Babble while we were talking to Fantasy Cheese Basin. I guess I don't know if that is going to be Philbro, because I'm not gonna give you that one, because for me, Philbro Babble isn't just making a confused philosophical argument. Philbro Babble, a phrase that Sean and I kind of coined together, to me is that thing where someone is trying to bamboozle other people with stuff that they know is needlessly complicated. And so someone might come in and sort of fumble a philosophical argument and not necessarily have the means to make it clearly. I wouldn't call that Philbro Babble. For me, there's a sort of an intent there Philbro means they're, you know the type. Go ahead, one of those.
Yeah.
So I think we won't have that one for now, but I think we did pretty well for tonight. We didn't get Philbro babble. We didn't get how do you account for logic, which is often some of the Philbro babble, and we didn't get I'll pray for you. We do have one final guest which we could try. Over on the YouTube side, we have given name Christian there, which we could try to do because we've got a few minutes left. So maybe if this works, if the tech behaves itself, maybe we'll have this as our swan song for the evening. So let's see if it works. Given name Christian, are you there? Can you hear us? It sounds like not. So that does make me wonder. There is one other thing that I could try to see if it might be it, because we did have an issue with this last week. No, that works. So if I go out of video myself and then come back in, then he might hear us. We're going to try that right now and see if that works, because that actually did clear it up last week when someone couldn't hear me. It's such a weird platform. I would love to use a different one, but one has not emerged yet, and I have been searching. Okay, let's try this one last time.
I'm curious if you leaving means I need to leave and come back as well, because I'm still in the room.
Yeah, you're still in there. It shouldn't make a difference, but I don't know why he's not hearing. Why he's not hearing you? If you're in there, it's showing you muted at the moment. But you can try. You can try.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it looks like he can't. So, okay, this is our last try for this for now. So I'm going to come back into the room right now myself, and see. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. So, given name Christian, can you hear us? I'm guessing you can't.
Yes.
You can.
Hey, I can hear you.
Oh, you can.
Yeah. Hey, John.
I'm going to leave and come back.
How's it going?
Okay, yeah, we're good. We're going to try and get Sean working because, yeah, you couldn't hear Sean because he was trying to talk to you, but now you can hear me, which is fabulous. It's a crazy platform. It just seems to need constant soothing and mothering. So we'll wait for Sean to come back in, and hopefully you'll hear him. But while we do that, in fact, he's here now. So let's go add Sean.
Guys hear me okay?
Now can you hear
I
Sean?
can hear you, Sean.
Okay, so now we have a workaround for this, Sean. In the future, when this happens, you and I both need to leave video and come back in, and it will hopefully work. Crazy business, but there we are. Well, you're going to be our last caller of the night. It says, "Give a name, Christian." Is your name Christian?
Yeah, that's why I picked that.
Clever title. Okay, well, welcome in. We don't have a huge amount of time because I have to rush off shortly to do another stream somewhere else. But you're very welcome. What would you like to say?
Well, I would like to say I appreciate what you guys do, and I love your charitable approach because it's very effective and it's helped me get through, help me think through some things, you know. So I appreciate what you guys do very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's great.
So
go ahead.
Well, my question, you know, I'm kind of I kind of can't ever figure out what I really believe about things, you know.
Yeah.
So if it really comes down to it, to the question of, well, the cosmological thing about, like, how could something come from nothing? You know, how could this universe come from nothing? I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm just trying.
That's okay. No, you're good. You're good.
Sorry. Yeah. So for me, like I've always kind of been I've always kind of believed in God or believed in the supernatural, the transcendence, you know. So for me, those kind of explanations are like second nature. You know? So if I try to consider like your guys' perspective that like maybe it's possible that the universe did I don't know, somehow caused itself. It's like I can't wrap my head around that, you know.
I can simplify this for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a very common misconception among Christians. Well, first of all, there's no atheist position on the universe model. Was it eternal into the past? Did it have a beginning? That is a separate and independent thing from being an atheist. Just means not being convinced a God exists. If you, I turn to with questions regarding anything involving science or the natural world, which the nature of the universe falls into. I rely on subject matter experts because I'm not one myself. Just like if your transmission is broken and you don't know anything about cars, you go to a transmission specialist. The current models that exist right now, I don't know if you're still there. He might be coming back.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just want to make sure you didn't have to run, take care of something.
Yeah.
So right now, cosmologists don't know whether the universe had a beginning or whether it was the past. If it did have a beginning, they don't know the cause. It's an unknown in science right now. All they know is, if when they look at the universe, and I could go into, I'm not an expert myself, I add that caveat, but I am a science enthusiast, especially with cosmology. What they know is 13.8 billion years ago, the observable portions of the universe, and they can only see out so far, we're in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. So the answer to your question is, did the universe begin? Is it eternal into the past? What caused it if it began? The honest answer is we don't know. And it might be unsatisfying, but to me, it's better to have an intellectually honest basis to continue further inquiry. And then, hopefully answers come about at some point.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that answer?
That is something that kind of bothers me, you know. But in a recent live stream you guys did, there was someone who brought this up. The how do they phrase it? The infinite regression of the past, you know. And and John, you said something about you gave an example of negative numbers, like you can figure out -1, -2, -infinity, right? And it is mind blowing. But it was kind of like a visual to hang the idea on, at least, you know. So I was like, oh, that's very good, you know. That at least, I think you see what I mean. It's like it gives you a concept, you know what I mean?
Sure.
To at least think of. So and I guess I think you might have mentioned in that same stream, maybe circular time, unless that's just something that popped into my head at that time. But I guess I could at least entertain that, you know. So it's like, it's not that I necessarily want to become an atheist or something, you know, but I want to at least intellectually give it a fair shake, you know. And it's like it's not necessarily the infinite regress after hearing what you said about that, because I thought it was very good, you know. But the idea that there's something instead of nothing, it seems to me just intuitively that nothingness doesn't require an explanation, but something, again, just intuitively, I don't know if I could justify it philosophically, you know, but intuitively it seems like something as opposed to nothing requires an explanation. And I guess I kind of just need like a visual to hang the idea on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like the infinite regress of negative numbers, that made sense to me, you know.
I'll try to give you something as a final parting shot, because I sadly need to get off to go and get ready for the other thing.
Okay,
but you're very welcome to come back again, Christian, and we can speak more at length without feeling that we need to hurry the conversation, because I appreciate that you're here. I would say that there's no evidence that nothing has ever existed or could ever exist, right? This is a bit counterintuitive, but if you think about it, if there's no difference between genuine nothing and an absence of genuine nothing, then real nothing can't exist. There can't ever really have been nothing. And there's no evidence in science to suggest that there was ever a point that the universe didn't exist. So even if the idea of an infinite timeline is counterintuitive and makes you feel a bit weird and icky, it's still the case that there is no evidence to suggest there was ever a point where the universe didn't exist and there was nothing here. So in a way, it's like trying to solve a problem that isn't even really a problem. We can just presume until there's any evidence that comes up to suggest that there was a point at which there was genuinely nothing, which can't really exist. We can kind of not worry about it and just say, okay, well, just imagine that in the same way that we don't have too much of a problem assuming that the future is just going to extend into the future infinitely. It's not going to reach a point where there can't be any more moments. We allow ourselves an infinite supply of moments in the future. The same can be said to the inverse of looking back into the past. And that gets you round the whole problem of why is there something rather than nothing? Because you can just say, well, there could never have been nothing, because that can't exist. Nothing can't exist because an absence of nothing is the same as the presence of nothing. So that's as philosophical as I can get at the end of a 5.5 or 6 hour live stream. I hope that helps in some way.
Well, I'm not certain like Chris what you said, but I'll replay this part of the stream a couple
Yeah,
times.
and
Make sure
call us back. I'd love to explore this further with you. You think about
great.
all the deep questions. Why is there something rather than nothing? I really love thinking about those things and talking about them.
Yeah.
So please call us back. We'd love to explore this further with you.
For sure.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
John,
And
John unfortunately is on a short time slot right now.
It's a beautiful baby you have there as well, which we're not showing on the stream right now,
you.
probably for good reasons. But you definitely got your hands full. He's a beauty. So keep well, Christian. Lovely to speak to you. Thank you for calling in, and please feel free to do that
guys.
again.
I appreciate you guys. You guys are great.
All the best.
Thank you. Appreciate
Take care, man. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay. What a lovely note to end on. Yeah, nice guy. Good job, Sean. I think you spelled that out really well. Okay, people. So I have to quickly, because I would be remiss if I did not, read out the members wall. I think this is up to date and current. If I have screwed up in some way and you're not on here and you should be, then blame the staff. That would be me. Roger Ambrose, Stefan, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, Shadow, The Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, and then also Amon Ra, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Indentured Cervix, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flibberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Issa, and finally Jiffy Cones, Kif, Make It So, Nectu, PVG, Rich, K.R. Young, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, Oceanus, Pseudo V Science, and River Nash. Those are the wonderful members of the Inner Circle. Everyone who is not a member of the Inner Circle is also wonderful. I massively appreciate all of you, as you know. So thank you so much for hanging with me today and being flexible on the timing and all of that. The next live is going
Skeptic Haven, right?
Yeah, Skeptic
Is that
Haven.
the name of it?
Yeah,
Skeptic Haven.
If
Okay.
if you're on TikTok, just go to, if you fancy coming with us over to the other place. It'll only be streaming on YouTube, and it's Skeptic with a K Haven. Now the next live I can't do Saturday. Sean and I have spoken about this. I've got a family commitment on Saturday, so I'm going to stream on Sunday. And I will let you know the time. I just need to figure it out again around some other family stuff to just make sure that I can do this without upsetting anyone. I'm going to put the link for the show for the Skeptic Haven show in the chat now because some people are asking. I can't put it into the TikTok chat because they won't let me, which is absolutely bizarre. There you go. That's that one. Yeah, I will let you guys know about the time on Sunday within the next day or two, I promise. And then you can plan if you need to around that. It'll probably be slightly later in the day. So thank you for that. And anyone coming over to Skeptic Haven with me, we will be starting there in 20 minutes. So consider it a bit of a raid. I'm going to take a quick...
You have some stamina there, John.
Hey, got to do it. Got to do it.
6-hour live here, right over to Skeptic Haven.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to shorten our live to do that one, so it's got to be done. So I'm looking forward to going over there and meeting AJ. I've watched some of her stuff and she's great, so it should be fun. So yes, here we go. I'm going to be heading out, and thanks for hanging out with us. Hopefully, see you over there, and if not, see you on Sunday. And thank you again for everything to all of you. And cheers, Sean.
Thanks, John. Bye, everybody.
See you soon all.